saw what else was going on in the NHL, and I text you just the simple word, alive.
They were playing it at the
or
game, by the way.
Or I put it in some form, but I always capitalize the word alive. And they are technically still alive, and it was fun. Okay, but this is the Wings, right? They just do enough to get you holding on to own. How many times have our hearts been crushed this year alone? Just stomped on, ripped out of your heart, stomped on, and they're doing it again, right? They get a couple of wins, and they're about to rip your heart out and stomp on it. I just know it's coming, and it's not like everybody could see it.
Yeah,
you still get wrapped up in it as a fan, though.
They're playing alive in the final 2-3 minutes of that hockey game before one of the face-offs.
Yeah,
and then after
Emily
the game,
and Brooks are dancing to it. I'm sure.
Huge Pearl Jam fans. And then they do, your classic journey at the end of the game. The crowd sticks around. And then as I'm walking out, they play Pearl Jam again, more alive. They're really hitting this point that they're in the fight. The problem is, John, and stop me if
propaganda 101.
Stop me if I miss something here. The other teams are allowed to win too. When you dig yourself a hole, and Montreal goes on, was it a 5-game win streak here? You make up no ground. They're 6 points back with 6 games to go. I think I went to my last home game of the season yesterday. They're not going to have home playoff games.
Probably not.
No. Heather, how was LCA?
It was awesome. It was my first Red Wings game at the LCA.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which seems crazy, but we had a blast. It was, my sister had a suite, which was really nice because I could not have taken my kids otherwise. Brooks is a maniac. He's one, right? He's not supposed to go to a game, but we had the room for him to wander around. It was awesome. We had so much fun.
That's really cool.
Yeah, it was a blast.
Now, even though he won't remember any of it.
He won't.
But
we got
there's a chance Emily will. And Emily, over the next, even if she doesn't remember it when she's 8 or 9, over the next year, she will bring up things that happened in that game, which makes it so cool.
She really liked it. She wanted to sit and watch the game. She wasn't into I tried to get her to some pizza for dinner. No. She just wanted to watch what was happening. Yes! That's all she wanted.
Was she sitting next to Colin and just right there bought in? Like they were watching a Lions game?
I don't know. She didn't know what she was watching. She's never seen hockey in her life, but she did go to Disney on Ice.
Action.
So she did know the ice skating.
See, that's the thing about hockey is, there are stoppages of play, but there's so much going on. Even if you don't know, if you're not following the puck, you're just watching everybody skate. There's always something going on for kids.
She liked is when they did the bubble hockey.
Oh, in the second intermission, yeah.
She really liked that. And she liked that there was cars out on the ice. Why are these trucks there? They liked the Zambonis. It was fun. We had a great time. It was a lot of fun.
There's something magical, right, about a kid just starting to...
Oh, my gosh, yeah.
Then he fights and she starts banging on the glass.
Car. I'm like, it's a Zamboni, sweetie. It's not a car. Car. I'm like, okay.
Zamboni's a big word for a 3-year-old.
Well, that was Brooks.
Oh,
car.
Yeah,
Emily was like, no.
We haven't mentioned the Pistons yet. They clinched a playoff spot. We'll talk about them a little bit coming up next. We got open lines. Look, it's a busy weekend. Tigers sweep. Wings win both their games. Everybody's winning. Pistons, they're in the playoffs. It's 97-1.
Hey, we got a championship tonight. Not sure if anybody remembers that, but only 2 teams remain, and you can still get in on the biggest game of the season with FanDuel. Right now, new customers can get $200 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. Again, that's new customers, and it's $200 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 to bet on everything from team totals to point spreads and so much more, and you can pick out whatever you want. The tournament action is at its peak, and FanDuel is going to give you all the best, all the ways to bet and all the excitement you can possibly handle. We all know Florida, Houston, who's it going to be? Visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit and get in on the biggest college hoops game of the year with America's #1 sportsbook. You must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Is this propaganda, John?
It's all propaganda, especially in the stadium. I mean, come on.
Tugging at my heartstrings as I walk out of the arena.
Yeah. And they want you to make, believe. They want you to buy 100% in that it's still going to happen. And by the numbers, numerically, it can happen.
It can, but they have to win on Tuesday night, and they will need a ton of help. And they don't have the tiebreaker with Montreal. And yes, they're still alive, whatever.
That's not even close, but thank you for the effort.
Tigers sweep over the weekend. Red Wings pick up 4 points, 2 wins over the weekend. Pistons split, but they got the win on Friday night in Toronto without Cade Cunningham. And that clinched a playoff spot. It puts the Pistons back in the playoffs with a real chance to do some damage.
How sweet is that?
From where they were a year ago, 14 wins, to now 43 and counting. One more will be a 30-win improvement, and we've only seen 5 teams in NBA history improve 30 or more wins one year to the next. All those teams added an MVP. This team added JB Bickerstaff and Tobias Harris and Malik Beasley. This is impressive what this team's done. There wasn't a Tim Duncan who came in to save them. There wasn't a Steve Nash or a Ray Allen and Kevin Garnett who came in to save them. This is legitimately done from within.
Well, and I mean, who knows what happens with Cade in the years to come? Well, I think we all are very excited to watch what happens there. But you mentioned all the other teams added an MVP. This is one where maybe the MVP was already here.
Yeah.
But they were just allowed him to be the player that he, some of it's his own development. Some of it is just the roster in regards to not just draft picks, but complementing and building a team that can go out there and play modern day basketball.
Cade back, minutes restriction. Yep. That's a huge part of this whole playoff discussion now, is getting him officially back out there and 100%. Yeah, and they've got 4 games this week, final week of the regular season. They'll play either the Knicks or the Pacers, depending on how this week goes.
It'll be interesting, yeah. I mean, because obviously they got, the Bucks at the end, and do they care at all? Do we care at all who they end up playing? The Knicks or the Pacers? I mean, I have my preference, but honestly, I really don't care. I just want to see them play in the postseason, and we could go through maybe they got a better chance to beat the Knicks.
I'd say we've done that. I guess I slightly prefer the Knicks. We are getting to the point where I think they can win either of these series.
But the point is, at the end of the season, if both teams win or lose at the same pace, if they sweep Milwaukee, they could jump back into the 5 spot versus being in the 6.
Yeah.
And so that does affect who they would play in the first round of the NBA playoffs.
Pistons playoff bound for the first time since 2019. It's been a long...
And they just skipped the whole play-in game thing.
Yeah,
we don't care about that.
Beautiful. First time since 2008, I think they actually have a shot not only to win a single playoff game, but a series. Mm-hmm. Like, they have not won a playoff game since 2008. They've been in a couple times, swept every time. This team is not going to get swept. And I think that's maybe the difference in, all right, you limp in literally with Blake Griffin.
Yeah.
Or you get in with rookie Stanley Johnson and Reggie Jackson and Andre Drummond. Okay, this is not really going anywhere. It feels like this is going somewhere. This is the start of something.
It does. It feels like it is the start. You're building towards something. And that we talked about, teams being patient. This is the offseason where Trajan Langdon is going to have the opportunity to make some big moves. And is it, are they able to bring Beasley back? These are all offseason discussions. But to your point, it feels like this is the start of, can they just get a playoff series win or a few wins in this first series, and then next year it's a step or two further until you are a team that is one of the best in the NBA competing for a championship.
How does JB not win Coach of the Year? Like, what's the scenario where they don't hand this man hardware?
Somebody hates him.
Because he yells at refs? Come on.
I don't know. When you have one of the most dramatic turnarounds in NBA history, you develop one of the game's best stars right now in Cade Cunningham. And you go from 14 wins to whatever they end up being, 43 right now. I don't know how he doesn't win Coach of the Year. It's been such a dramatic turnaround, and nobody paid attention to the Pistons.
Nope.
Until we got to even February, maybe some more people here in Detroit. March, maybe some more people here in Detroit, and a couple of people nationwide. Now you get into the postseason, and they're going to be forced to recognize what the Pistons have done, but more importantly, what JB has done.
JB scheduled to join us today on the show, 7:50, Piston head coach. A lot of Tiger baseball talk, best and worst from the weekend. We'll get to it at 6:35. First, Heather with the news.
Well, Detroit police are asking the public for help after 3 bodies they say that were burnt beyond recognition were found inside of this vehicle early Sunday morning. So the fire department and officers arrived to the scene of this fire. It was right around 6 a.m. And the flames, once they were extinguished, 3 bodies were pulled from this vehicle. And while the circumstances obviously leading up to this fire are still under investigation, they don't know exactly what was going on prior. Police are hoping anybody with information can contact them. If you know anything about what took place, they need your help. If you live in Dearborn, get ready. The city is cracking down on people who let their grass grow too long. So grass can't be longer than 6 inches. Apparently, this has already been in place, so that's nothing new. But now, if the city leaves a violation on your door, residents have to notify them when the grass has been cut. So not only do you have to get it cut, it's more about notifying the city that you took care of it. Because if you don't, they're going to fine you.
Even if you've cut the grass.
Even if you've cut the grass. So it's all about that notification. So the city
Even
says...
in May?
They say grass season, yes, in May, starts April 1st.
Oh, so they don't follow the no mow May.
They don't.
Dearborn hates
Good
bees.
for them.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the
crickets,
city
frogs,
says...
all of them.
All the critters.
They hate critters.
This new requirement is aimed at making sure everyone maintains their properties, contributing to a pleasant living environment. But like I said, it's really about this violation. So they say, even if it cost you $100 to cut your grass and you did so, and they return to see, oh, great, you got your grass cut, but you didn't notify them you did it, they're going to charge you $50. So you're going to have to pay this administration fee on top of whatever you paid.
Because you forced them to come out.
Yeah.
Basically. But I get it. Hey, you got a standard.
So
you got to keep rules.
Look out. Keep
Enforce
that grass
them.
cut. The Tigers are shifting the start times of this week's 3-game series against the New York Yankees due to predicted frigid evening weather. So all the games have been moved to afternoons. Monday, April 7th, 3:10 start.
Today, that's a perfect time.
Tuesday, April 8th, 1:10 start. Wednesday, April 9th, 1:10 start. So if you had a ticket, that ticket is still valid for these new start times. Or if for some reason now you can't make these afternoon games, you can kind of exchange your tickets for a different game with seats of equal value, right? If you choose to do so. So
temperatures lows the next couple days, 26, 22, and 25.
Woo.
Yeah, it's going to be chilly.
It's cold. It's very cold.
Hopefully it cools off some of those New York bats.
Home plate seats, those heated seats.
There
Maybe
you go.
they'll be sold out. Although it's afternoon games now, so yeah. A man is in custody after police discovered a deceased female in a St. Clair Shores home over the weekend. So on Saturday, police say they arrested a man. They haven't released a lot of information, except they do say that it appears the woman died of unnatural causes. Again, they're asking anybody with information about this incident to contact the St. Clair Police Department. So, when they leave a lot of information out, your brain starts imagining what could have been. Yeah. This is pretty cool. Philadelphia Phillies second baseman Bryson Stott held an in-game gender reveal on Saturday. Nothing crazy. There was no cake cutting, right, or fireworks or confetti, but
smoke bombs.
Yeah, none of those. But during the game, it was against the Dodgers. He wore a pink armband during his first at bat, and according to the Phillies broadcaster, he was announcing the gender of his friend's baby. What did he say there?
Little girl ain't nothing better.
Oh, ain't nothing better. I heard eaten up in butter. Like, I heard something weird. I was like, what did he say?
Eaten up in butter.
Everything's better with butter, so I like where your mind's at.
Is there a phrase? I don't know what that means. I was like, what does that mean?
Javi Baez did a gender reveal last week, too. It was, if he strikes out looking, it's a boy. If he strikes out swinging, it's a girl.
Wow. What a teammate.
Finally, if you've ever watched,
He went 3 for 4 yesterday.
How
Greg,
dare
come
you,
on.
Greg.
If you've ever watched a horse race and thought, I could do that on foot and race a horse.
Who's ever thought that?
Somebody, because there's a new poll all about running swagger. And it says they polled 2,000 people, and there's a few of them that believe they could outrun a horse in a 100-meter dash. Now,
Who are these morons?
People that don't know how fast a horse runs. So the fastest horse ever recorded managed a speed of more than 40 miles per hour.
Yeah, it's a whole sport.
Yeah, I know. For horses.
These people are morons. They think I could outrun a horse?
There's more. 27% of people are confident they could outrun a crocodile, which can run around 10 miles per hour.
I want to be chased down by a crocodile next to that person.
20% believe they could outrun an elephant, which run more than 20 miles per hour. Maybe people think because they're such large animals, they don't move quickly.
Maybe their acceleration. I could get a lead before it catches me.
Okay, not a good 3-cone drill.
Right. Yes.
I think
short shuttle, probably not great.
They're thinking, these animals don't move very quick. Neither do a lot of you.
No.
A lot of us are not in our peak physical shape right now. Come on now.
Nobody. I mean, speaking of outrunning a horse, like Usain Bolt, his fastest speed was 28 miles per hour.
Yeah.
So he could not outrun a horse, but maybe he could outrun some of these other animals. But do you think you could outrun him?
The horse one
like,
is
no, right?
Absolutely ridiculous.
Anyway,
Yeah, morons. People
stupid
are
news.
morons.
If you ever doubted it. That's Heather with the news. Best and worst from the Tigers opening weekend. It's 97.1. Dan Dickerson is only he can, a walk-off winner. Spencer Torkelson at the plate.
Did you hear Tork interviewed after the game?
Yeah.
He was interviewed on TV, and when I know that things don't carry over from year to year. Momentum doesn't carry over because there's so much that changes and so much time passes. But one of his comments of how much he loves this team, there are a lot of the same components. And guys being scrappy and fighting, that's where I thought, okay, this team has kind of actually picked up where they left off last year.
Sunday felt that way.
Yeah, and you pair that grittiness and just, hey, we're going to take advantage when we can of opportunities with better pitching, not having to go pitching chaos.
Yep.
And it is very exciting about what could possibly be. Just imagine how excited Doug Karsh is.
This has to be the best 5-4 team
ever. His favorite ever.
Look, I think they're all winning us over. Like, he made those comments when they were 2-3 or something like that. They had a losing record, and Doug saw the vision here. And I think we saw the vision last year. The question is, you're right, does it translate? And typically the answer is no, you got to start over. But that mentality is still present with this baseball team. Look, that would have been an easy game to lose. You win the first two, you put out a lesser lineup on a getaway Sunday. Not a getaway, they're staying here, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Finish out a series.
And they finished it strong. It's Sweeney legging out a fielder's choice to avoid a double play, to pass the baton and keep things rolling and give him a chance and just keep fighting. The other team can't throw strikes. Don't give in. Make them earn it. They walked Andy Ibanez. All right, cool. Here's Torkelson. Bases loaded. Winner. And Tork's the biggest storyline to me. Torkelson's the right-handed bat this team needed. And I know it's early. But, John, early's important for this team with all the injuries. So even if it was, and I'm not saying it is, even if it was kind of a fake red pop, hot start, fizzle out, going nowhere, even if it was only that, they need it right now more than ever. And there's always the chance that this guy is having a true redemption story in front of our eyes.
Well, we were trying to measure or trying to figure out what did spring training mean. Because last year, spring training for Spencer Torkelson was awful, and it carried over into the season. This year, spring training was pretty damn good, and it has carried over into the season. Now, how far does it go in the season? How reliable is it? Can he be a guy that gets up to the plate and pitchers are just, they can't figure out what to throw him? Because if you get up in situations like that and a pitcher can't pitch around you, they actually have to pitch to you, because if they walk you, that's the tying run.
Yeah.
That's where you've got to have that threat at the plate that, hey, bring it on, because I'm going to take this somewhere. I might go yard. I might go with the double. Maybe I just hit in 2 runs. Whatever it is.
We'll do damage.
You are a threat to do damage in a situation like that. And it just, I don't know, even 2 years ago when Tork had that second half of the season with 30 home runs, never felt like when he got to the plate, like he was a threat.
There's a presence, right? Where you're not going to take the garbage. You're going to have a mature approach at the plate. And if they give you something, you're not going to whiff on a meatball over the heart like he did a year ago. You're going to do some damage. 248-539-9797 is our number. We want to know best and worst from the opening weekend, right? You got a chance to go down to Comerica Park or watch this team play some home baseball games. The best and worst from the home weekend. 248-539-9797.
So what was your best? Was your best?
Best is
Sweeney?
Torkelson.
Oh, Torkelson. Okay.
Torkelson.
All right.
It continues to be Torkelson because he changes the trajectory of this baseball team. But there's a bunch of guys to highlight. I think Sweeney effort's a great one. I mean, you want to highlight somebody else? There's a lot of good from obviously from a sweep over the weekend.
So I think the obvious ones are obviously Torkelson. Everybody's buzzed about that, and rightfully so. And then the way that you saw Riley Green attack at the plate. You saw it against Seattle. You saw it again. And I know, he pinch hit yesterday and came up and didn't, come through the first time, but obviously the second time, 4 pitches, and walked. Again, I think pitchers think he is a threat to do damage every time he comes up to the plate in the 9th inning. I'm going to go with just one play. And it was the tag at second base by Javier Baez. and we're efforting the sound, and we'll get it at some point. But Keegan-Michael Keyes did the high school teacher,
the Aaron skit for the
Tigers lineup, and they were all fine. They were all fine. But when he did Javier Bays, I couldn't stop laughing. Javier Bays. When Javier Bays, and I think if he actually ends up hitting or being sufficient, I don't want to say hitting, but just being sufficient, I think we do change his names to Javier Bays because it'll be a completely different person. But the tag at second base, I think he's really, and I was listening to Dickerson at the time we were driving, and he said, I think there's only one guy in Major League Baseball that actually catches that ball and makes that tag, and it's Javier Bays.
Sure, we'll highlight it. Defense was a concern going into the season. He's one of the bright spots from this weekend. Javi Baez.
Yeah.
3 hits yesterday. The nice tag on the caught stealing. I mean, some of that though is the throw was. I mean, the throw was nearly perfect, right?
Well, it was up the line,
but it put the throw like into the base runner.
Right.
The only way to get the tag was to throw it into his glove at the runner. I mean, it was. I'm not trying to take away from Javi. I think it was a hell of a throw too.
Sure, it was a hell of a throw, but I think more importantly, it was the catch and the tag at that point. Because what did we see earlier was it this series or was it Seattle, where Colt Keith missed the tag, and great slide by a really good base runner, but this was a great tag by a veteran shortstop that was able to catch and lay that tag on him, and I think it was a difference maker.
How about best being Justin Henry Malloy serving as a leadoff hitter for this team against righties and lefties? Last year, he was a platoon option. This year, I mean, his eye, he draws walks. He sets the tone. You want to be a team that owns the zone, that gets runners on, that forces the other pitcher to sweat a little bit to face a Carpenter, Green, Torkelson meet. You got to get on base. And he's not a traditional speed guy, but he is a modern get-on-base guy. And he wasn't on the team when they broke camp. But he makes a lot of sense in the leadoff spot with all the injuries right now. I thought that was a good series. And there's a good note. You mentioned Dickerson's note on the radio broadcast. Benetti on the TV side quoted an exchange with A.J. Hinch and Justin Henry Malloy. Apparently Malloy, he's like this very polite young man. And he goes, can I swing more to A.J.? And A.J. goes, man, you got the bat. You can do whatever you want. Like, buddy, it's your decision. You're holding the stick.
Can I swing more?
And it's trust yourself, basically. You got a good eye. If you get in a hitter's count, you could do some damage with it. I love his approach as a young baseball player. I mean, we need some of these homegrown guys to develop, and he makes a lot of sense in this lineup right now.
Well, but I think when you hear that type of a story, and then you see the plate discipline and forcing pitchers to throw more pitches, and you watch Colt Keith. Now, Colt Keith hasn't really been hitting. There's been nothing impressive at the plate other than the discipline of getting as many walks as he's had 12 walks. I think he's in the top 7 now in terms of walk percentage across Major League Baseball. Like it's okay. You don't want him to be over aggressive and try and make something happen because he's trying to force hits. Just get on base. That's the whole key. And I think the hits will come, like Dickerson said on Friday when he joined us. But I think those moments when you have the threat of a Riley Green or you have the threat of Spencer Torkelson coming up with bases loaded, bottom of the 9th, got to have it, and you can't pitch around him, and he comes through, it's just huge.
248-539-9797. Ticket text coming in. We got open lines. You want to talk about this baseball team, best and worst from the Tigers homestand so far. You got 3 games in. They won all 3. Let us know. It's 97-1. If you're injured in a car accident, you deserve a law firm that cares about you. I'm talking about KG Law. Lawrence KG is a Detroiter who built his business on the idea of going above and beyond for you. The phone number, 877-KG-CARES. You can check him out online, kgcares.com. He's won millions because he fights and wins big. You'll have someone that sees you as more than just a number. If you or a loved one who's been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. That's spelled K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com. That's kgcares.com. Our guy, Javier Bays. Is he the best of the weekend? You let us know. 248-539-9797. Tigers at home. Brooms out. 3 straight wins against the White Sox. Look, if we're going to say baseball's a lot less fun when you play the Dodgers, let's highlight how much fun it is when you play the White Sox. They did what they're supposed to. They came from behind on Sunday, showed that grit, and a little bit of that 2024 Tigers that we were waiting to see. Some ticket texters. The best is Torque. The worst is Kenta. Tim in Chicago. Yeah, they let Kenta just kind of wear it on opening day, huh?
Yeah.
Best thing about the weekend was the fresh white uniforms, the Old English D. That's what's best. Have a great day, guys. I'm trying to find a way to simultaneously praise the Tigers and make fun of cookies. Help me out, John. That's from Scott and Carlton. Torque, no more dork. Wilson, what a weekend for Torque. Texter says, I like how Torque pointed out in his last AB, the pressure was all on the pitcher. It's a great mindset for him to have.
Well, it certainly was. I mean, you walk a couple of guys, you walk in a run. Now, it wasn't all on the pitch that was in it. I don't remember what his name was.
They made the change.
They made the change. But, yeah, the pitcher, the pressure was all on him. He was going to have to come at Torque at some point because bases were loaded. They're down 1. If he walks in a run, that's the tying run. So he was going to have to come at Torque with something.
Are you guys forgetting who the Tigers played this weekend? Only the worst team in baseball ever last year. They lost how many games? And they aren't any better this year. Let's wait for real competition.
Well, that's okay. I can support that text.
Says, like, say, the Yankees who are coming to town today. What do you think, John? Do you think they're going to win 2-1 against the Yankees? Maybe 1-2 if they're lucky. What about you, Jim? You're so high on the Tigers early in the season. I don't think so. Give us a break. Back off.
Okay, I bet you're fun at parties. But you've got Mize on the mound today, and then Skubal and Flaherty. I am excited to see this team play against the New York Yankees. Do I think they're as good as the Yankees? No. Do I think they can beat the Yankees? 1, maybe 2 of those? Sure.
It's all about survival in April, to me. Right?
Sure, it's all about survival in April, and it's about survival because if you can be right there 1 or 2 games above or below 500 the entire time, and then Vierling comes back, and then Meadows comes back, and you pair that with Spencer Torkelson, Riley Green, and the Margot and
their everyday second baseman Torres, and you get them all in there, and you realize like you have a lot of good bats. We were talking on Friday, good problem to have if they get healthy, and Torque's legit, and Carp's playing every day, and Riley Green's an all-star who stays healthy. And yes, someone may get hurt along the way. That's why you got to survive right now. Survive, get your reinforcements, pitch, win, compete, get healthy. It's a winnable division. I'm not selling anybody anything that's unrealistic here.
Yeah, don't mistake the fact that we are excited that they swept the first home series. But they did what they were supposed to do against the Sox. They won them all. And in the last one in dramatic fashion, so it made it even more fun. Now they've got 3 against the New York Yankees at home. I do want to see what they're going to be against the Yankees.
When are we raising the banner and having the parade for sweeping the White Sox? Take a step back, guys. All right. Actually, they suck. They're not going to do anything this year, and the season's over. Go home. Is that what people want to hear today? They won all the games. That's what we said. Hang in, stay afloat, win games. The division's lousy. Win games.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. All right. Sorry, John.
You are allowed to have some excitement about what this team is. Maybe they're just a little bit better than you thought. Maybe they're just a little bit more exciting than you thought. It certainly is a better start than I was expecting.
And I think a huge part of this is the Torkelson thing. You and I did not know what to expect from him. And if we're being honest, much like the Tigers organization, they didn't plan for much from Torque this season. And if he hits, and he hits like this, take whatever you thought about this team before the season and change it. Right, add 4 or 5 more wins. Put them in a different category.
And can they be a team that gets to the 86 of last year? Because that's what we're talking about. You were at 82, and what does 4 more wins get them?
Well,
gets them to the same spot they were last year. I was at 80, and it gets them near the same spot they were last year. And if Torkelson hits like this, if Green hits like this, if Justin and Henry Malloy, they're able to keep him up, and he hits like this, bring back the other reinforcements, I mean, it's just, can we just be excited?
Yeah, and listen, we've got room for both. We said best and worst. Best to me was Torkelson. Worst to me was Ryan Kreidler.
Yeah, it's clear.
You guys are hit this weekend and then his play in center field on opening day. You're here for your defense. That can never be a question. You're here batting 143. You got to be a vacuum in center field, or you can go back to Toledo. That's how that's going to go.
You guys aren't raising banners for anything. They went 0-3 against the World Series champs. They went 3-0 against the worst team in baseball. You went 2-1 against a team that won 85 games last year. I thought that got a little dismissed last week.
Sure.
The Mariners were one game worse than you last year, okay? You're breaking down individuals that are looking good. You didn't expect something from him. Here's a guy that we thought was going to get 250 minor league at-bats a month ago. Spencer Torkelson, who's looking pretty good. Do we know if it's long-term? We don't, but it's encouraging. Here's the stat I like right now. Tigers are 4th in all of baseball in OPS, 808, above 800 as a team. Yet, they're 14th in homers. Now, the homers kind of started to come this weekend. That's a good sign. Again, what we said last week about the base runners, the action on the bases is going to help them make up for some of the defensive miscues they're going to make right now. Like, to me, against a team like the White Sox yesterday, you're going to pay the price on that Job throw against other teams, against better teams. You didn't pay the price yesterday. The Kreidler miscues, you're going to pay the price eventually. But if the hitting's there to make up for it.
If you told me this team, with the injuries, cold weather, tough schedule, would start 5-5 through 10 games, I would have taken it. And if you told me the offense was contributing, yeah, I would be optimistic. If they lose today, they're 5-5.
Right, and okay, the 3 against, because we only have a very small sample size to go off of what we think this team will be, and we are allowed to change our expectations as the season goes on, for better or worse. But at no point have they looked out of place, outmatched, even against the Dodgers. Yes, 0-3, right? You didn't win a game against the Dodgers, but you didn't look like you were out of your element.
Yeah, that's what a ticket texter says. He says, I'm not pumped because they beat the White Sox. I'm hyped up because they're doing what they need to do, which is win games. He says that's what's supposed to happen with this team. You're supposed to beat teams like the White Sox. I'm excited. Terry in Rochester.
Well, if you're just judging this based on who they played and what those teams did last year, then they're playing the 86 win role.
Sure.
Exactly. Like, to me, it has carried over with some positivity from guys you didn't expect. And if you can get a little bit healthier, then guys like, Ibanez had an okay game yesterday, finally, but he's not doing what he's supposed to do at the plate against left-handed pitching. He's hitting 125 this year. Eventually, he's going to get weeded out when you get healthy.
So people might not realize, because he had a great postseason moment, Ibanez was not good in the second half last season. He's a journeyman. He's over 30. He's a platoon bat. Look, they'll find ways to use him, but in a world where they're healthy, he might be one of the guys that's not here. I don't know. I mean, that's the thought, though, is you upgrade, and he's a spot they could upgrade from.
I think this is a big series for the pitching staff, too. You don't know what you're going to get exactly from Mize today, but you got Skubal and Flaherty going. There's no way you should get swept here, right?
No.
Because then that's just going to go back, because you're playing the other World Series participant from last year.
Even if you only take 1 or 2, your 500 ball club, fighting, surviving.
Yeah.
And actually thriving in the case of Spencer Torkelson. Best and worst from the Tigers weekend. We've got open lines, 248-539-9797. Oh, Saturday night, we saw Duke choke. One of the great things in all of sports. We'll talk about that next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Spencer Torkelson helped the Tigers sweep the White Sox with a 4-3 win yesterday afternoon. Tork delivered a walk-off double to score 2. He said he felt calm in the moment. Audio courtesy FanDuel Sports Network Detroit. Jackson Jobe allowed 3 runs in 5 innings, 2 of which were earned. He also walked 3 and struck out 4. The Red Wings defeated the shorthanded Florida Panthers 2-1 at Little Caesars Arena yesterday. Alex DeBrincat and JT Compher scored goals. Cam Talbot didn't give up a goal until the last 40 seconds of the third period, making 32 saves overall. It's the first time they've won 2 in a row since late February. History in New York yesterday as well. $8.95, that audio via Monumental Sports as he passes Wayne Gretzky. The Las Vegas Raiders are parting ways with corner Jack Jones. It'll save them $3.4 million in cap space. Before the move, they attempted to trade him. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Monday morning, 7 o'clock hour, we'll have JB Bickerstaff at 7:50 today. Pistons head coach clinched a playoff spot outright. No play-in. Looking like a 30-win improvement. Talk Tigers throughout the hour, and of course, got to get to Duke losing. One of the all-time chokes.
Up 6 with, 45 seconds left?
Yeah, up 9, I think, with 2, but you're right. Even in that final minute, they had a couple possession cushion, and they blow it. And nobody's shedding a tear for Duke. Everybody loves when Duke loses. They are on the short list of fan bases and teams you like to see lose, correct?
Oh, yeah. There's no question about it. Even if you I have nothing against Cooper Flagg. I think he's a tremendous ball player. I like watching him play. Wish he didn't play for Duke. But, yeah, when Duke loses, there's always a little bit of, there's always a little bit of you that starts celebrating.
The game itself, but also we want to know fan bases that you like to see lose the most. And if Duke's number one, great, but if not, who is? 248-539-9797. The game itself, they miss a free throw. They can't get the ball in. Cooper Flagg short, your best player short on a shot inside. Like, it was the anatomy of a meltdown. They get outscored 15-3 to close that basketball game.
And I know there's controversy over the foul on Cooper Flagg, which I didn't think was a foul. It doesn't matter. They called it.
Right.
But the point of it was that was the front end of a one-on-one. They could have put a little bit more distance between them and the Cougs.
Yeah, if Proctor hit, I think it was Proctor at the line. If he hits that shot, we're not even talking about, well, is this a box out? Is this a foul on the is it over and back? Make your free throws. Yeah. Guys, you got a big lead. If you don't make your free throws, you're going to blow this. And they did. Mm-hmm. And they did. John, annoying fan bases.
Well, I mean, I always love the easy go-to for me is down in Columbus. Okay. I always love to see them lose. There's nothing that's more joyous and more fun than watching a Columbus fan base, a Buckeye fan base, just stand there like, I can't believe that we lost the game.
Their brand of meltdown is specific. It's unique. They just start flailing, and their meltdowns are epic. Ohio State.
Yes. On the professional side of things, I'd have to go to I guess I would call it the Buckeye version of the NFL, and that would be the Dallas Cowboys.
Yes.
I mean, when I played against Dallas, right, it was at the old Dallas, stadium, and the whole saying was, well, they left the roof open so that God could watch them play.
Oh, nauseating.
And anytime they lose, I that's one of the scores that you wake up, or even before you go to bed Sunday night, what did Dallas do? Oh, they lost last year. It's epic that they just had a terrible season, and it was so much fun to enjoy every loss that they had.
There's something about being America's team, like self-anointed America's team that hasn't done really anything in, about 30 years here now?
Yeah.
Yet they will work themselves into a delusion every season. It's our year. We them boys.
Yeah.
Cowboys going to the Super Bowl. And to see them crash out is pretty fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say they belong on the list. Duke, Dallas.
Notre Dame.
No, Notre Dame.
I'd put them right there. It's always fun to watch them lose.
Yeah.
But, yeah. I mean,
well, there's a look. You got
was it Northern Illinois? That was fun.
Like, as a Michigan fan, you got to be careful calling people arrogant. But Notre Dame is arrogant. separate from any Michigan fandom or otherwise. Notre Dame has special rules. They can play in their own conference in football. They're an independent. They make their own rules. They've had special exceptions and rules and provisions.
We'll dip our toe into the ACC,
but when we
don't
need
really
it in a
want
pandemic, we'll do a little 5-gamer, or we'll kind of latch onto the ACC in a pinch. In hockey, they do their own thing. Like, they just make up their own rules. So, when someone who gets treated as this, like, special golden child finally gets put in their place, their tears taste so delicious.
I don't think I want to drink their tears, but I can get the metaphor.
248-539-9797. Ticket Texture says, the team I like to see lose is the team in town right now. It's the New York Yankees. Like the next 3 days, let's watch them lose. Mike and Napoleon.
It would be a lot of fun to beat the Yankees. And you go back to the struggles that they've had with the Yankees, recently over the last few years, where it was 2 years ago. There's a pop fly, a sky, and then the Tigers misplay it. Is the catcher going to catch it? Is the pitcher going to catch it? Is Tork going to catch it? No, it drops, and they're running around the bases like that. It's just painful. But if you are able to, that's why I bring up Mize, Skubal, and Flaherty. Now, the best of those three is Skubal.
Yeah.
And we're dying for a Skubal win. It's at home. Now, let's go. That's one where I think, we got the advantage on that one. I want to see him on the mound. I want to see him have that Cy Young form. Flaherty, I'm excited about what he can do on the mound. And Mize, I think we're all excited about him, and now we want to see him against a good team. We want to see this team against a good team. You lost against the Dodgers 0-3. Now what do you do against maybe the next, highest paid team?
Sure. The other World Series team from a year ago. Ticket Texture says the teams that everybody rips: Duke, Cowboys, Lakers, Bama. That's the list. I think
it was sweet beating Bama twice in 1 year.
Here's the thing with the Yankees, though. Historically, at least they back it up, right? Like they're in the World Series this last year. They have 27 rings. They're consistently one of the better teams in baseball. It's not like the Dallas Cowboys.
No, it's not like the Dallas Cowboys.
Yes. I'm not. I'm just saying compared to some of these other teams. To me, it's one thing if you're big, braggadocious brand and you never win anything. You like seeing them humbled.
But at least in the NFL, right, there's a salary cap, and you're all playing by relatively the same rules. In Major League Baseball, you're not. And for the longest time, they were just the team that would just outpay anyone for the best players. That's why they have the most championships.
Duke, Ohio State, Bama are the top of my most hated list nationally. Personal fave is MSU, and that happens a lot, so I'm happy pretty often.
I wonder if the most hated teams are college teams. Because that one right there is because college athletics, especially college football, is more of a religion than it is in pro sports.
This one says, outside of Ann Arbor, I feel like Michigan football is one of those teams America wants to see lose. And another one, Tim in Howell says, guys, from a national standpoint, the Wolverines are on this list.
Oh, I'm sure they are. There's no question about it.
Leaders in best. Yeah, we'll see about that. Yeah, it does happen. Teams I like to see lose: Toronto Maple Leafs in the playoffs. Well, you are a happy man just about every single calendar year. Only exception is when they don't make the playoffs. Tim and Taylor says, any team LeBron is on, it's a team I love to see lose. It wasn't the same this year with Duke because no Krzyzewski. Says that cheese-eating rat coach wasn't there.
I was wondering if that would change anybody's feelings about Duke.
Where they're suddenly...
John Shire doesn't seem to be a guy yet that I'm willing to hate, but Krzyzewski was certainly... I mean, he was intertwined. Like, you think Duke, you think Krzyzewski. And part of the hate was, it's Leitner, it's all of those different guys that we talk about, but it was, the common thread was always Krzyzewski. He's not there. Is there anybody that's like, if he's not there, I can't hate him as much?
Yeah, I wouldn't go as far as to say Duke becomes likable, but maybe not as unlikable.
Yeah.
Because I kind of like Shire as a coach. He was getting on Cooper Flagg earlier in this tournament, like actually coaching. And we wonder about, in the modern college game where guys are going to transfer if you yell at them. It was nice to see that relationship between a player and a coach. Wants to be coached hard. A coach willing to coach hard, knowing, hey, if you don't like it, we'll find somebody else. We're Duke.
Yeah.
I kind of like Shire. That doesn't mean I like Duke. I don't want to go that far yet.
But it goes to, like, Cooper Flagg. I kind of want to hate him because he's wearing the Duke jersey, but he didn't do anything this year that I was like, oh, okay, there's the D-bag.
He's not Grayson Allen, like tripping people or anything like that.
And he didn't have the I just want to punch you face like Leitner.
Yeah.
Yeah, my hate wasn't quite there for Duke the other night. And usually in the past, I would have taken great joy in the way they lost like that. 'Cause that might be the biggest choke they've ever had. How about this one? For me, the last probably 7-8 years, the Packers. And I think it started with Aaron Rodgers and the way he kind of changed. But then Matt LaFleur, too. He borderline looks like he's going to be in tears when he loses a game. He's just got that kind of puppy dog sad face.
He does.
And I like seeing that. And another one I did, if you go more individuals here, I really enjoyed some of the epic Matt Eberflus losses. From Washington this year, the Hail Mary. And then the one here.
Thanksgiving, not taking the time out.
There was an extra joy. It
Well,
almost felt like, yes, the other teams have bad coaches like the Lions used to.
They make stupid choices like Lions coaches used to. Taking, not taking the wind or taking the wind or, it's just, it's those moments. And I try and guard against that's. Is that why I hate the Cowboys? Is because I was in division with them? I kind of feel the same way against the Giants.
No, everybody hates the Cowboys, whether you played in the league against them or not. Everybody hates the Cowboys.
Yeah, there's a universal hate there. And for you, that was their biggest rival. It's one of the greatest rivalries in the NFL, Washington versus Dallas. So you were born into it, much like Michigan, Ohio State.
Yeah, yeah. Which is because you don't have embedded rivalries, and they've kind of been a little bit worn away because of free agency when you have guys that were on the team that you hated, now they're on your team, and the player movement. And I'm wondering how much will that change with coaches leaving. We already talked about Coach Krzyzewski, but with the player movement in college athletics now.
It does change. To what extent, I don't know. But, John, we are sensing a bit of a theme here. Ticket texters, back-to-back. Duke was a very likable team. Guys that played great, tough defense, great guy for a coach. Ben in Lake Orion says, I'm a North Carolina fan, and with Coach K gone, I do hate Duke less. I actually enjoyed watching them play. Did you not get the satisfaction you normally get watching Duke
lose,
bounced in the tournament? Because that was one of the most epic collapses. A 14-point lead, 9 in the final 2 minutes and 15.
6 in the last minute.
They're missing free throws. They can't inbound the basketball. That is pure ecstasy. If you're a sports fan, you watched Duke blow at this loaded super team. They lost all the money. The number one player, they blew it. You would normally feel a type of way. Maybe we don't anymore. Maybe times are changing. It's 97.1.
Hey, a personal injury of any sort is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Feminino has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need to put your life back together after an injury. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Feminino. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell him to call David Feminino at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Late Saturday night, Duke falls, chokes. Normally, this would bring us lots of joy, but we've stumbled into something. Multiple ticket texters pointing out they didn't get the same joy they normally get when they watch Duke lose. And ticket texter points out maybe we're losing some of the hate watching, which is one of our bedrock principles as sports fans is we hate Duke. We hate the Cowboys. Mm-hmm. You don't ever want to see these teams win. Ticket texter says my takeaway was how good Con Knippel would look in a Piston uniform. Mm. And Cooper Flagg is not Grayson Allen or Christian Leitner, and Shire isn't Krzyzewski, and maybe they're onto something here. We didn't get the same joy we normally get.
I don't know. I still woke up the next morning thinking it was nice to see Duke lose.
Texter says teams they love to see lose. LSU and Brian Kelly, underrated hate factor. Don't leave them out of this.
Yeah, I mean, so this goes to the coach. Like, without Krzyzewski at Duke. But if you put Brian Kelly down at LSU, it's a celebration every time they lose. And think back to Coach O. I mean, Coach O, okay. Ed Orgeron, in case for those that it's been 2019, so it's been a few years. He was just a likable guy.
Because he felt Louisiana to his core.
Right, but it was a great team, and like I had no hate watching LSU that year, and then all of a sudden, Brian Kelly goes down to LSU, and boy, is it fun to watch him lose.
Guys, you're missing a big one. The Chiefs can't stand them. They win games you think they're about to lose, and don't even get me started with Taylor Swift.
If Patrick Mahomes was someone I could hate, or if Andy Reid was someone I could hate, I could get behind that, but I just can't. That's why I didn't put Philly in that the same as the Dallas Cowboys and the Giants, because when I was in division, that's when Andy Reid was in Philly, and he was always just a class guy.
Yeah, so they're the best quarterback and coach in the league in my mind, and I think like me and John, we will look at that and they're so good, it's hard not to respect. I will say this: I think we're missing the boat. The young people do not like the Chiefs. My kids hate the Chiefs.
Really?
Even Anna is not the biggest of sports watchers, but football and the appeal, even with the girls, it hits a button sometimes. But she'll say things about the Chiefs that I've never heard her say about anything else.
Even though, the last time they played, the Lions beat them.
Right, but beyond that, it's the winning. They're sick of them. And then the Taylor Swift thing, they just don't like. Now, some girls like it. Anna's a little bit younger to where she's not really a Swiftie. But
the Taylor Swift thing doesn't play a factor at all for me.
But it does for younger people. They connect to that. She's the most popular pop icon in the world for them.
Still relatively young.
I'm not trying to call you out here.
I mean,
it's a much different tune than Heather, who calls herself old.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I am.
No, you're younger than John, though. How can you be old, but he be young?
Well, he is really old. I'm just old. I mean, I'm older. I'm aging. Oh,
I just don't understand. Like, if you don't like seeing Taylor Swift or any of the stars when a team is playing and they've got famous fans or famous girlfriends, okay, I mean, that's your thing. So I just don't understand why it makes you hate the Chiefs, and I don't understand. Here's what I don't understand. I don't understand why winning and being really good at what you do eventually turns into I hate the fact that they win.
So one of the things I grew up with was Michael Jordan and the favorable calls he got. And I never thought they cheated, but they without a doubt got a favorable whistle. The kids now, that's the Chiefs. They think that some of them think the script is true, but the reality is they do get favorable whistles. And they've gained that respect. You get that in sports, right?
I think
but the kids hate it. Like, you don't care. Like, if that's your team, like if the Lions were getting the favorable calls, they wouldn't care. But because it's somebody else and they keep winning and winning, it compounds it for them.
I think I'm with John in this sense that it doesn't bother me when teams are great. It bothers me when teams are mediocre and fans treat them like they're great.
Right.
Those are the teams I root against. The delusion of it all. At least teams that back it up, I can go, hey, I'm watching history. I'm watching them chase a three-peat. I'm watching one of the great quarterbacks, coaches, the combos, winners of all time. That to me is different than going, America's team, and they haven't done anything in 30 years. 248-539-9797. JB Bickerstaff going to join us at 7:50. Pistons head coach. First, Heather with the news.
Kellogg's is under investigation over claims their cereals are healthy. So Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton announced that his office is investigating Kellogg's for potentially violating customer protection laws. So his office says that Kellogg's advertises their products as being healthy, despite containing all of these different color food dyes, red, blue, yellow, green, orange, right? And they say that these food colorings have been linked to all sorts of health issues, obesity, autoimmune diseases, cancer, other health-related problems as well. Plus, his office says that Kellogg's has failed to remove the artificial food dyes from versions of its products sold in the U.S., despite previously announcing that it would do so by 2018. So the FDA does say approved artificial food dyes are safe when used in accordance with regulations. In many other countries, they do not ban the use of these artificial food dyes, but require that there is some sort of an alert to customers on the label of what is included in these food products.
Right.
I mean, anybody who thinks Fruit Loops are healthy, I mean, that's
right.
a whole other issue.
And I'll just echo what they're saying on Twitch, right? Sugary cereal isn't healthy.
Exactly. Like you're going to buy any, I don't even care if it's non-sugar. You're going to buy cornflakes.
Yeah.
It's not a health food. It's cereal.
Right.
Like it.
It's been processed a little bit.
Yeah.
Just a tick. Yep.
Well, our weather, Michigan weather has struck again. The Detroit Tigers series against the New York Yankees today, Tuesday and Wednesday, have all been rescheduled to afternoon games because of evening wind chills. So today's game, instead of being a 6:40 start time, it's going to be a 3:10 start. Yeah. And then Tuesday and Wednesday's games will be played at 1:10.
Mother Nature finally doing us a favor. I like day games versus night games. So.
Well, and I don't like being cold. I prefer night games. I like the atmosphere, the ambiance, the lights, but I don't want to freeze.
I feel bad for fans that bought tickets to go to the night game because they work. Typically, the Tigers don't do this. Early in the season, they'll play more day games because, hello, Michigan weather. It's supposed to be in the 20s this evening and the next couple evenings. I think because it was the Yankees, they're trying to get those night game gates. Got a little greedy. Got to move it back to what they normally did.
Yeah, and if you do have tickets, obviously they'll be honored for these new start times, or you can exchange them for a different game, and hopefully that's what people will do.
Better weather,
somebody was arrested on Friday after they flew a drone into Comerica Park during the Tigers' home. I obviously heard about it too. I'm telling you about it, but I didn't hear about it when it happened. I heard about it much later. Detroit police say that the drone was being piloted into the stadium right around 1:43 p.m. So it would have been about 33 minutes after the first pitch. They said it was pretty easy to find the guy who was piloting this drone. He was apparently on the top of a parking structure right there at Brush and Adams. They identified him quickly, took him into custody. They say the FBI and Michigan State Police are investigating along with the Detroit Police Department. Haven't identified who this was or what he was doing, or was he just trying to get a cool shot? Like,
Jim, did you see it?
No, I didn't.
No. Because you were there for a concert and you saw it at one of the concerts.
You didn't see it, did you, though, at the concert? Or you did? Or you did?
It was like a dot.
Me.
Like it's if you tell yourself you think you can see it, but it's so high up in the air.
Yeah, and it's small. I mean, it's not like it.
Yeah.
Either way, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Do you guys know Wade Cunningham? Right? You know Wade Cunningham?
Oh, boy.
Right? You heard of him, right?
Heard of Cade Cunningham.
Yeah. Well, Wade Cunningham does exist. He's an IndyCar driver, former IndyCar driver. Anyway, Stephen A. Smith went viral over the weekend after comparing Walter Clayton Jr. to Wade Cunningham in a tweet. Obviously, he was talking about Cade Cunningham, but Clayton dominated Saturday night's game against Auburn. He scored 34 points. He helped the Gators win 79-73. Anyway, basically, as the game was kind of wrapping up, whatever, Smith shared his feelings about Clayton's performance. I mean, he's praising him. And he said, "Ladies and gentlemen, just in case you do not know, this brother from @Gators MBK, his name is Walter Clayton Jr., and he is something special." Goes on to say, "This brother is the real deal. Reminds me of @Detroit Pistons, big time guard Wade Cunningham."
Come on, Stephen A.
A lot of people had fun with it, though. Like, there was side-by-side comparisons with the IndyCar driver.
Yeah.
Yes. But people were just poking fun at him, like,
Good.
it's just a typo, I guess.
But he kept it up.
Yeah.
He did, and a lot of people were pointing out what he makes his salary, and
should know the difference.
but it was
probably a typo, but just
because
don't
he was
keep it up.
typing Walter. I'm guessing that W, because the C and W aren't close to each other to do like a. Who knows?
Yeah.
Anyway,
Heather,
we did.
news.
Yeah.
We got JB Bickerstaff coming up at 7:50, Pistons head coach. 8:02. If you watch the Tigers this weekend, there was something that was staring you right in the face. We'll get to it. It's 97.1.
Hey, we've got some great baseball. We got some championship basketball on tonight, and America's favorite place to watch all these is at Stadium Swim. Located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest moments and games at a viewing experience absolutely built for us, the sports fan. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view, no matter where you are, of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Ken Cal's call, Wings win. They actually won both games over the weekend and made up no ground. Other teams are allowed to win too. 6 points back with 6 games to go. But they were playing alive, blasting it as fans left the arena last night. John, you like to tease me and text me. Alive, Jim.
Because I knew you were there.
Yeah, I know.
I should have included
too.
Heather on it because Heather was there as well, but I just felt like it was more. I was just trying to needle you, but I should have allowed you to jump in on the text and say, "Oh yeah, they are."
Well, at the time, Montreal's losing, Wings are winning. You get within 4, and then you play Montreal Tuesday. Then it's down to 2. Then we're to the final 5 games, and you never know. And here I get all. I'm not going to get all worked up because they are still 6 points back with 6 games to go.
Too little, too late.
Yeah, for the second year in a row. Too little, too late.
Third year in a row. But yeah, I mean, it's just third March in a row. I'll say that.
Yeah. Heather, you were at the game.
Yeah, we had a blast. It was so much fun. The kids' first game, really their first. I took Emily to a Tigers game when she was maybe 7 months old. But this was really their first game, and it was so much fun.
She wasn't able to compare the two.
She really wasn't. She didn't have any memories. No, it was so much fun. Everything was great. It was my first Wings game at the LCA.
You had not been to LCA.
Well, I've been there for
like concerts
and other events, but never for a Wings game, which seems wild to me. But we took it all in. We did everything for their first game. We got their first game certificates. We walked around. We had a suite with my sister, so it was perfect for the little ones because they could still move.
Maybe the perfect introduction to sports for kids, sporting events, because there's always so much going on. There's a lot of sights, sounds. There's always something going on.
Yeah. So much.
Emily had seen Disney on Ice before.
She had. So I talked to her about it before. And she was so pumped that we were going. And she was like, the whole family's going, but not the dogs. I was like, no, the dogs aren't welcome. But she liked watching them skate. She liked the Zambonis. She liked the lights, the sounds. They did the beanie drop.
Yep.
And we caught one in the suite, so they were into everything.
Yeah, Mickey doesn't check Goofy into the boards in Disney on Ice.
Exactly.
No, but it would make it more fun if they did.
It would.
Yeah,
I
would go to that one.
Yeah, there we go.
Nice.
Take that, Goofy. Gorsh.
It was a fun weekend, right? Wings win 2. Tigers with the sweep. Pistons, they won on Friday, which clinched a playoff spot. We'll talk to JB Bickerstaff coming up in 10 minutes.
What's better, his Vital or his Mickey Mouse? I'm not sure.
I think his Disney characters are
the
better.
Disney character is spot on. The Dick Vital is more of a just because he can. As he's not paying attention to us at all.
He's got a million things going on back there.
Apparently, we're just a conversation for 3.
8:02, we'll talk about the obvious thing you couldn't miss if you were watching the Tigers over the weekend. But, John, what did you make of the sweep of the White Sox?
I thought it was awesome. It's exactly what I expected them to do. And if they had lost yesterday, I would have been really disappointed because it may be the worst team in baseball. Now, they've played inspired baseball to start the season. They don't want to be known as the team that just had, one of the worst records in baseball last year, followed up again this year, but they're going to. They're just not very good. So they did what they were supposed to do. And yesterday, being able to do it in dramatic fashion in the bottom of the 9th, Spencer Torkelson, bases loaded, and that was fun. And so I don't want to oversell what they did, but leading into the series against the Yankees, now you've got Casey Mize on the mound, and you mentioned it after his last start, his first start. The excitement that we have about a guy that was a 1-1 and 2 years removed from arm event. Now let's see if that splitter is really legit. Does he have the confidence to throw it as hard as he has, against Seattle, against the Mariners? Like, I want to see this. I am excited about it. And then you follow it up with Skubal and Flaherty. I'm really excited to see what this team does. And I think maybe the most surprising thing, least surprising, is that the offense at times does struggle, right? And we know that they're going to be
on base, I think.
Yeah, they're going to be. But it's the 10 on base. It's the 15 against the Dodgers. And when we talked to Dan Dickerson, he kind of got me jazzed up about it as well, because it was, they missed some opportunities, but just imagine if they continue to generate those opportunities, at some point they are going to score some runs.
First place
Tigers.
Commanding 1-game lead. But first place Tigers. And we know this division doesn't have a runaway team. So it's important that this team survives the early stretch with injuries. I did not think the offense would be this good early. I did not see this from Spencer Torkelson. The team didn't see this from Spencer Torkelson. They had Colt Keith ready to replace him at first base. They're going to win people over playing that way. Sunday was a game they played last year. Sunday was a game where Riley Green's not in the starting lineup. Colt Keith's not in the starting lineup. Just Kerry Carpenter's lower in the order. It's a lefty on the mound. And they're well on their way to losing to a bad White Sox team. But a lot like last year, there's no quit. They battle back. They find a way. It was vintage gritty Tigers. And I think that's what's exciting about it is they can carry over that mentality. They don't get any credit for last year, but that mentality is there. And if you've got that mentality, you're going to stay afloat until you get Vierling, until you get Green. And if Torque keeps hitting, great. But really, I just need it right now. I mean, even if it fizzled out, even if it was like Chris Shelton, Red Pop, it fizzles out after a month or two. I need it for a month or two, and ideally longer. But keep this team afloat. He's swinging a big bat right now. I think that's the right-handed bat we all complained about. They need to get that guy. Maybe he's here. It's early, so I say maybe, but right now is so critical for this baseball team.
Well, and so they lost 3 against the Dodgers. It's not breaking news, but it didn't look like they were out of place. Now they get a chance to test themselves against one of the better teams in baseball, and that's the New York Yankees. I want to see that's at home. I already mentioned those the lineup in terms of the pitching staff. And then it's 3 against Minnesota. They're going to play Kansas City, middle of the month. They don't play Cleveland for quite some time. They don't play Cleveland until the end of May. But you get a chance to measure yourself up against some of the other division opponents, and it's an exciting stretch.
Torque's getting a lot of love today. I want it to get lost that Trey Sweeney, hustle. That's exactly what they did last year. Hustled to beat out a double play. Kept him in a great spot for that inning. Ended up being one of the runs that came around to score in the 9th inning. That's that gritty baseball that they really relied on a year ago. Texter says the Tigers have won 5 out of 6, but we'd be talking about a 6-game win streak if they had just signed Bregman. Jim Costa probably. JB Bickerstaff joins us next. You guys are unbelievable. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank, and I think you should as well, with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you and build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. And they're willing to modify that plan as much as they need to because we all know life happens and your situation is going to change. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. They volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
John, they got to give this man Coach of the Year.
I would think so. I don't know that there's anyone that's even come close to the job that JB has done with this team from where they were last year to where they are now.
Back to the playoffs, back to work, playoff spot security. Joins us this morning, JB Bickerstaff. Good morning.
Good morning, fellas. How we doing?
We're doing great.
Great. We're waking up with a playoff basketball team.
That's awesome. How about that?
Let me ask you this to start off, because you start the season with a team that won 14 games last year. And I know you weren't a part of it, and the message last year, that has nothing to do with you. But for a lot of these guys, just learning to win was a thing. And now all of a sudden, what was the message at the beginning of the season to this young team versus the message to them now?
Well, you know what's funny is it didn't change. Our thought process was just focus on whatever's right in front of you and how we can compete in every single moment and how we can win every single battle and pay attention to all the details. And you know, we thought that would lead to success with the amount of talent that we had. Obviously, you know, we didn't know what to expect and how far it would go, but we knew that we would get better that way. And then, you know, learning how to win comes down a lot of times to fourth quarter basketball. And we had to learn how to play fourth quarter basketball. And we saw it kind of early that we were going to be in games, but we knew we needed to figure that out. And then, you know, as we kind of grew in our consistency and figured each other out, you know, and then we learned how to win and play fourth quarter basketball. So stay attached to the moment and stay attached to the details. And we thought we always had a chance.
I don't know if you can answer this honestly or not, but are you at all surprised in looking at this team to start the season and the way that it started with where you guys are now?
I mean, we took a jump. I'll say that. You know, like when you sat back and watched the film, and then, like I said, even early in the season, you know, we had some games against Boston. We had games against Indiana where we had a fourth quarter lead and then ended up losing the lead in the fourth quarter and losing the game. So, you know, it kind of opened our eyes as a coaching staff that we could put ourselves in position. Now we needed to figure out how do we close. And I think that's the one thing that we learned how to do and a little bit more quickly probably than normally happens. But we learned how to close games. We learned how important our defense was in the fourth quarter, how we can get stops on demand, and then offensively where we needed to go with the basketball and our sets in order to put ourselves in that position.
How quickly it's happened, I think, is what's caught everybody off guard. You guys could end up with a 30-plus win improvement year over year. Only 5 teams have done it, and you guys didn't add Tim Duncan or Kevin Garnett this offseason. When we tell the story of this team, what should we focus on why this turnaround has happened this way?
I mean, the honest commitment to one another. I'll say that. You know, our guys' willingness, you know, to be different. You know, I think that's one of the things that stands out is like we're not your typical NBA team that just runs around jacking threes. You know, we're a team that really decided to get it in the mud and committed to that. Like, we're a physical team. You know, I mean, we're a defensive-minded team. And that's not easy to do, especially for young guys, right, a lot of guys who haven't made their second contract or whatever it may be. You know, those things a lot of times don't show up in stat sheets, which, you know, affect contracts in young people's minds. So our guys bought into being able to do the dirty things to make us different, you know what I mean? Like physical basketball, you know, sometimes confrontational basketball, but like our guys do it every single night, and that makes us different and makes us hard to deal with.
You mentioned confrontation. I'll ask the beef stew question. How do you harness that mentality without it boiling over? Because the stakes only get higher, and we want to see this guy, and I'm sure you do too, playing in those playoff games and not getting kicked out.
Yeah, he will, and I think it's a process for us all. It's a process for him to play with that passion, you know, to be the guy that protects his teammates and looks out for his guys. But it means so much to us. You know, he's an elite defender. You know, offensively, he's a great playmaker as well. And he just plays with that spirit that uplifts everybody else. So we need him on the floor. And I think he understands that, you know, sometimes circumstances happen. And he, again, I stand by his decisions in Minnesota to look out for his teammates for what was going on. But we understand that teams are going to try to bait us, and they're going to try to get into those types of things so that our best players can't be on the floor. And sometimes without backing down, you have to turn the other cheek, but understand that it's the ultimate sign of respect, right? Like if they have to go there, they know they're in trouble. So that means they respect us a ton.
I think there was a collective sigh of relief on Saturday when everybody saw Cade Cunningham take the court. How do you ramp him up to make sure that he is playing the way he was before the injury when it comes time for the playoffs?
I mean, we'll be patient, obviously. We've got 2 weeks, 1 week of games, and then the week during the play-in series to make sure that we get him where he needs to be. He's, knock on wood, he's feeling good right now. So, again, we expect him to go tonight. And then, his minutes will start to ramp up, and then we'll do more that play-in week to make sure that all of our guys are ramped up and ready to go.
Does that include Jaden Ivey? Does he need to play the next 4 to be, in a spot where you're comfortable using him in the playoffs? What would you say his status is?
Yeah, I mean, again, we're not going to rush J.I. back in any sense. It's just too important, his long-term health. So, again, he'll take his day by day, and if things work out, they work out. But we're not going to rush him and, put him in any danger of long-term things.
Any level of concern with Jalen Duren and the reported nerve issue?
I mean, again, it's one of those things day by day. I'll find out more information this morning when I get into the office. We'll see how he feels, and if he's feeling okay, he'll go tonight. But, it's one of those things that from my understanding of it right now, it's a day-by-day thing, and just see how, he continues to progress.
Talking to Pistons head coach JB Bickerstaff, I'm not going to ask you to put a target on your back and pick who you'd rather play, Knicks or Pacers. But what do you have thoughts on either of those teams as potential first-round opponents?
Yeah, I mean, they're both really good teams. They're both different, the way they play stylistically is different. Indiana, likes to play a lot faster. They've got, a ton of depth, and balance throughout their roster. The Knicks, are also a very good team, a little bit more slow-paced, a little bit more rough and rugged in the trenches, defensive-minded, obviously with Brunson and Towns still have offensive threats, but look, we're accepting any challenge, and that's what our guys have done all year. We're going to play these last games out here, try to get as high a seed as we possibly can, and let the chips fall where they may.
What is the approach for these final 4 games? You already talked about, ramping Cade back up, and you mentioned Ivy. If he's good to go, that's a different decision you guys got to make. But what's the approach for these final 4 games as you do prepare for a playoff seed?
I mean, we want to play well. We want to go into the playoffs, confident, understanding what we're trying to do, collectively, individually, because it's one of those things like once you get to the playoffs, it's hard to just say, okay, now we're going to turn it on after, you mess around for the last, week or so. So our aim is to go out, try to play as well as we possibly can. We've got some great games in front of us. We got some great challenges, opportunity tonight, obviously with the Kings, but the Knicks and the Bucks, who we could see in the playoffs and who we're competing with for a spot. So, we got some challenges, but we want to be playing our best going into the to playoffs, and that's our aim.
What do you make of your case for Coach of the Year?
I don't do that. I'll let you guys make that case. Yeah.
Okay, we'll do just that,
Well, we'll
JB.
champion as much as we can.
No, I appreciate that.
Pistons head coach JB Bickerstaff, we appreciate some of your
Thanks,
time.
JB.
Good luck in the playoffs.
All right. Thank you, guys. You guys take care.
It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Pistons host the Sacramento Kings tonight. Jalen Duren, Tobias Harris are both listed as questionable. The Tigers have now won 5 of their last 6 after a 4-3 triumph over the White Sox. Spencer Torkelson, the hero, thanks to a 2-run double to walk it off in the 9th. Javi Baez had 3 more hits and played the last 2 innings in center field. In other MLB news, it looks like Blue Jays star Vlad Guerrero Jr. has his extension in place. ESPN said it's worth $500 million over 14 years. It's the 3rd highest deal in MLB history behind Soto and Ohtani. Vlad Jr. is a career .287 hitter with 160 homers and 6 full seasons as a big leaguer. The Red Wings beat the Panthers 2-1 at LCA. Alex DeBrincat scored the first goal and says things are starting to feel like the end of last season. According to Jeff Goodman, Oakland University transfer Alan Mukeba is committed to Arizona State. He averaged 15 and 7 for the Golden Grizzlies this year. Backup point guard Jalen Jones has signed with Jacksonville as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, that audio got a chuckle behind the glass, so we'll play it again here just for a second. Alex DeBrincat said what now? Oh, the cut about him saying, no, it was something about, you said he wants what's feeling like last year?
The air needs to be cleared here. Alex DeBrincat, he got blamed for what Jeremy said.
Oh, okay.
Jeremy's lead into it was, it's starting to feel like last year.
Oh, okay. Which is not a good
That's
thing.
not a good thing.
No, we want to avoid the ending of last year. Anyway. All right, guys. Good morning, 8 o'clock
Poor Alex.
hour.
I mean, I hate the guy, but no, I'm just kidding. You know, I've been a little
35
critical.
goals.
I've been a little critical, but please, let's not put words in his mouth.
He plays bigger than his, 5'7" stature. Anyway, 8 o'clock hour is here. Tigers, if you watched over the weekend, there was one thing staring you in the face, and I mean quite literally staring you in the face.
Yeah, the home plate club. Right behind home plate there. Obviously, that's how it gets its name. And it was the big, cushy seats, first class seating, heating,
and cooling. Yep.
Food. It was all right there. And I didn't get a chance to see it until yesterday. I was listening to the game on both Friday and Saturday. And then Sunday, I got a chance to see it. And
So, look, I've done the bit about ass cooling technology and the Marie Antoinette Society seats, the rich and famous. I don't need to dunk on them. The seats look nice. The market's going to dunk on them for me. No one's paying for those seats. When we see the reports that it cost $100,000 for a pair, that's $50,000 for one. That's the average salary for a person in the state of Michigan. That those seats are going to go empty. And it's a bad look when it's the thing you see on TV.
Well, it's corporate. They're going to have to, sales going to have to hop on the corporate buyers, and the tickets that are given away to their employees going to have to show up, because there were people that were there and then fourth, fifth inning disappeared.
So on opening day, there were people in the seats. I'd say it was about 75% full to start that game. It did not stay that way. Like Izzo is there. I don't think Izzo paid for those seats. I think they had some celebrities show up and show out early, but those seats are going to have to come from fans. And I don't think fans are paying that price.
No, and it's just not a good look when those seats are empty behind home plate. That's what you see every time the pitcher throws. Every time they're taking swings, you're going to be your impression of how full or empty the stadium is. And they had a good showing all weekend in the rest of the stadium.
Oh, yeah. Well, the team also showed up. They won all 3 games.
They're going to have to win a lot of games for somebody to pony up for those seats.
And I was looking, you can buy secondary market. Like you want to wait till right before the game, or you want to wait the day before the game, or you pick a spot. You can end up enjoying those seats for less than the $600 a pop that they're supposed to be going for.
That's how they're going to fill them.
Yeah.
It's going to be the secondary market.
Yeah.
I hope they do fill them. It was very distracting. I mean, also it's a whole new setup, right? Everything is different. The tunnel is gone. The seats have changed, but that's really what I focused on the entire, at least opening day. I watched that game. We had it on all weekend, but kind of distracting. I felt like they look like airplane seats. They look very comfortable.
Sure.
Don't get me wrong. But because they're so tall, they have like headrests. They stand out a lot more. They remind me of airplane seats a little bit. Like I felt like I was looking at like a cutout of an airplane with like, oh, which seat am I going to choose? Because they're all available. I could choose any row I want.
Yeah.
It was distracting. But it's also new, so my eyes were going to it, I guess, maybe.
Well, and in reference to the new, like I knew it was going to look different.
Right.
And obviously I knew they were at home. And one of Jack's comments when he saw it was, I thought they were playing at Comerica. Like because it looks different.
It does.
Different. It doesn't look like when you turn on the TV to watch the Tigers and they're at Comerica, you know exactly where they are. This gave it a completely different look, and it didn't look like they were at Comerica.
And maybe that's why it was distracting, because it was such a different look and not the fact that they were empty, but who knows?
Yeah, the tunnel not being there. 'Cause
Right.
I saw people doing the side-by-side screenshots of last year and this year. Not even factoring in who's in the seats or not in the seats. It just optically looks different. It's just a very different backdrop. Then you throw in the fact that, wait, hold on, it's opening day. It's the 6th inning. They're winning. Nobody's in these seats.
Would it look better? And this is the minutia of it, and I know that they matched the rest of the seats in Comerica with the color that they chose for those chairs.
The green.
Yeah, but would it have looked better if it was like the navy blue that the Tigers actually use?
Didn't the Red Wings go through this? When they opened LCA, they had red seats.
Or they rendering, did they have it and then they put like you're right.
Covered them.
They covered them.
Because red looked really bad on like when the Wings first
see
broke
the
into
empty
LCA,
seats.
they were a bad hockey team. They're not much better now, but they were a bad hockey team. And it was blatantly obvious on TV.
They should be tan, the color of the brick.
You're saying the Tigers seats should be tan?
So
Well,
they
you
all
want to make
just
them camo?
Just blend right in if no
Right.
one's going to be sitting in them. Don't distract me with these green seats. Just make them like brick colored.
First text on this.
Or bright green so they could be like a green screen so they could just make them anything they want.
Yeah, they could actually put people in the seats.
But hold on, then we're doing COVID where you got
CGI 'em?
cutouts.
Yeah.
Oh.
Go CGI the fans.
Could be.
I don't know if this is fixable in terms of, I don't know if the color would change it. The thing about LCA is that there is a bit of a darkness to the background. So that's why the black works. It's night and day. Like that was a great genius move because it looked bad with the red.
They had
but
to
they
make the
fixed
change,
it. And
yes.
you never notice empty seats. You have to look for them now.
Correct.
You didn't have to before. I don't know if this is fixable because especially in a daylight game.
You can't hide it.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, in being fair and crunching the numbers, the attendance yesterday was 20,000. And I thought that represented the rest of the stadium basically on where how those seats were filled. That there was, there was half a crowd.
Yeah.
But I
So
don't think
why not half a? I thought that was half full yesterday when I was watching.
Yeah, but see, the difference is without and I'm guessing those aren't seats that you can, in the 5th inning, sneak down into.
Probably
No.
There's probably some stiff security there, but you used to be able to sneak around.
Well, there's a wall.
Yeah,
They're back there.
You used to be able to sneak around and make your way into some better seats.
Like I noticed, look, this is the look watching on TV aesthetically. One of the views they'll show like in between pitches is a batter up close, and I kind of just thought it was the same as it used to be in terms of fans being in the background. Sometimes you see fans doing silly stuff or something like that. But I do think on the straight direct pitch that it is noticeable. I just don't know how you can fix that without it just having people there.
Well, you got to cut the price.
Yeah, I mean, look, and maybe they can do that selectively. Maybe that becomes like an a la carte type thing.
Because again, I'm not even mad at the desire to give people a better experience. Heating and cooling seats, understanding we start the year in frigid temperatures, understanding it gets hot in the summertime. I'm actually not mad that they want to provide luxury for fans. Now they got to get this food court situation addressed, and that's not going to come in until All-Star break, right? That they're going to actually have the full functioning kitchen experience.
Yeah.
I mean, that's also not great when you're not out of the box ready to give all those amenities to people, and it's priced in a way where you're not selling those seats to people.
Yeah, but
they got to
looked
fix
really
that.
comfortable.
They did look
For
comfortable.
a 9-inning game,
Yeah.
they looked really comfortable.
But fix the prices. I'm not saying it's got to be dirt cheap.
Well,
I get it. They got to pay for themselves, but this
the-
pricing doesn't make sense for people.
Fixing the prices is getting out on the secondary market moments before the game, starts. That's where you can, you don't have to pay the $100,000 for the season. You could pay, I don't know, what was it? You had looked it up. It was like $130 for a seat.
Yeah,
an
I was looking
hour before the
pre-show.
game.
Yeah, so first of all, I was looking on Friday from Comerica Park for Saturday, and you could get in for like $130 for the home plate club secondary market. And then I was looking for today, and I think it was about the same, which is significantly less than what the seat retails for.
That's not awful. I mean, because it includes parking as well. It includes, I mean, I like that there's
the parking and
the food,
all
the
you
bathroom,
can eat and drink.
Yeah, like that's not bad.
Texter says, John, you're right. How are those seats not navy blue? Ticket Texter says 100% the seats will sell out. Corporate sponsors will scoop them up. $50K per seat. I can have someone wear my company on a T-shirt behind the plate of every game, no doubt.
Well, then where
I think they do it.
Yeah, where were they on opening day or opening weekend?
Heather would immediately try to recline those seats into the lap of the poor guy trying to eat his nachos behind
I would,
her.
as long as it was a smaller gentleman. I totally would.
Yeah.
They should
recline.
I don't know, but that would be awesome.
I'm sure they got to rock a little bit, right?
I don't know.
Texter says, I'm not worried about the seats or the fans. I'm watching the game, not the spectators.
Well, of course you are, but it is distracting.
Your eye.
Yes, your eyes go to those seats that were empty, and it's all new, so your eyes look that way.
The new seats behind home plate look bad. They will only get worse when they open up food and drink area. They should have put those seats behind the dugouts.
Well, I think location does matter. Obviously, those are the best seats in the house.
Right.
You want to be able to see everything, and for those that want to pay the money for it, that's great. But if you're worried about selling them out, and maybe they're not worried about selling them out. Maybe they have them sold. People didn't show up for the national holiday, the state holiday that is opening day, but they should have been behind the dugouts.
That way, if they're not there, it doesn't optically look as bad as it is. 248-539-9797. If you sat in them, we'd love that perspective. If you saw it on TV, your first impression, your takeaway. One of the many changes at the ballpark this season, Tigers went 3-0 at Comerica Park on the first homestand of the season. It's 97-1.
Hey, you want a nice, lush green yard? We're talking about the green seats. You want a nice green yard? Get green, stay green with Natural Way. Call by the end of the month for the early bird discount, and that number is 888-GET-GREEN. You can find more information on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. Purchase a full lawn program right now. You're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1 the ticket. And when you hire Natural Way, this is what you get. It's the Natural Way difference. They're going to use fewer chemicals and environmentally sound practices. I love that part, especially with the kids running around the yard, me as well. Each lawn is assigned its own specialist. They're going to custom tailor a solution specifically for your yard and your home, and it's been locally owned and operated for over 3.5 decades. So keep your money local. Go with Natural Way. They also offer pest control services, so it's a one-stop shop. They're going to give you a 100% satisfaction guarantee because they know they're going to get the job done, and you've got to take care of that crabgrass right now. We know, even though it's cold today and tomorrow, that grass is going to continue to start growing. It's going to green up. Take care of it now. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, 888-GET-GREEN, naturalwaylawn.com on the web. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
No, they don't. That's Dan Dickerson with a great walk-off call. Tigers with a sweep of the White Sox, a winning record, first place, a lot of good. We've asked you the best and worst from that home series. A lot of good with Torkelson, Javier Baez. Malloy is a leadoff guy. Riley Green, Carp. Right, he had a homer off a lefty on opening day. A lot of good. Some of the bad, Kreidler, Ofer, bad play in the field. One of the bad things people have pointed out, home plate club looking empty. That's a bad look for a team, especially on opening day. Second half of that game, nobody's sitting in those seats.
Yeah, I mean, if they win, nobody's going to really care.
And in fact, if they win, more people will be in those seats.
Show up. Yeah.
Yes.
But it really does come down to this team and the fact that they are right now 5-4. They're a game above 500. It's only 9 games in. Now we get a chance. Seattle, it's a like team last year in regards to where they finished and the Tigers finished in terms of wins, losses. Sox, bad team last year, still not a great team this year. But when you have the Yankees coming to town, now it's a measuring stick. How do you measure up? We got a chance to measure up against the Dodgers and didn't get a win. Can you find a way to get a win, 2 wins? Because you got Skubal and Flaherty the next couple of days. You got Mize today. I mean, let's see what happens.
Yeah. Texter says, optically, the backstop looks better on TV. I think the problem is in baseball, there are no long breaks between innings. So the people who go to get food and beverages, it's going to look more empty. Whereas hockey, there's a long pause, the intermissions, people get food, and it doesn't look as noticeable. Texter says, the seats being empty tells me the city hasn't fully embraced this team quite yet, and that opening day isn't as big a deal as you guys make it out to be. It's fine, just not a holiday like everyone keeps saying.
Oh, no. The opening day is still a holiday. It's the fact that those cost so much.
Yeah, I even looked today. So there are 2 seats available in the home plate club. One is $140 a piece. Someone's clearly marked them down to move them because they can't make the game. The other one is listed at $561. And for the pair with fees, we're talking well over $1,000 to sit in this home plate club. And that's discounted from what the people paid. That's just not. It's going to be hard to sell that.
Yeah.
Okay. Texter says those seats being empty. Nope, just read that one. Ticket Texter says they were listening to Caputo over the weekend say that it reflected poorly on the fans. Texter says, I disagree. It reflects poorly on the Tigers.
Yeah, I'm not going to put that on the fans because they don't want to spend that much money to sit in those seats. I mean, those are premium seats. Those are seats that everybody wants to sit in, even if it wasn't the home plate club. They want to sit behind home plate.
Texter says, Heather, don't worry. Even if you can't recline, you can still kick back, pop your shoes off, and put your unwashed feet on the back of some poor guy's seat.
I would never do that.
I noticed the strange color immediately. I wonder if they should have done blue or orange, make them tiger colored. Vote for what John said.
Yeah, I think blue. I think orange would have made them stand out even more.
Yeah, I don't think you want bright orange.
Hunter orange?
There. No. It says, I think they should randomly give away the seats to people already in attendance when they don't sell. Promote them. This would be like a first-class upgrade type of thing.
Oh, yeah. It'd be like, Heather, did you give away seat upgrades?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, this would be one of those opportunities.
Find a family up high and we'd move them down lower. Kind of not that close, but in that area is where they got to sit. That would be sweet.
That'd be a big win.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you and your family want to go sit in the home plate club? Hell yeah!
They should.
That would be awesome.
Especially right now when the demand's not there. That's what it comes back to. Like, we're not trashing them. No one's trashing them. The market's going to tell them whether this was a good idea or not. If those sit empty while the team wins, you priced them wrong. Give people a discount. 50% of what they cost is probably what it should be. And you'd have people sitting in those stands, especially to price it as they did when it's not finished yet. That's the other part of this. But they did that. That's not us. That's the market telling them they mispriced this.
To me, it's not a reflection of the fans. The fans are just being, financially responsible. It's kind of ridiculous to pay for that.
Oh, yes. Sit 2 rows over for
the average fan.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. We're going to talk more about the baseball from this weekend coming up at the end of the hour here. Let's get to Heather's news.
You guys, Alex Ovechkin is the NHL's all-time goal-scoring king, right? Mm-hmm. So he scored his 895th career goal on Sunday against the New York Islanders, breaking the NHL record held by Wayne Gretzky since 1999. Pretty cool, right? He scored on a power play during the second period, which was the Capitals' only goal in a 4-1 loss. But this overshadowed that for sure. Gretzky was there in attendance to watch, right? He said that he was very proud. They did a quick little on-ice ceremony, right? And Gretzky went on to say that records are made to be broken, but I'm not sure who's going to score more goals than that.
Couple nice notes. The class from Gretzky, he wore the 9 pin for Gordie Howe because that's who he passed. It shows respect for the tradition. The other thing cool on Ovechkin's part, he didn't want to win it on an empty net. He could have broke the record on an empty net the game prior and said, I want to do it with a goalie in the crease. And he did it essentially from his spot on the power play. Vintage Ovi. He did it in more goals in the same number of games as Wayne. Just a very cool poetic moment. And he is the greatest goal scorer in hockey history.
Yeah. Pretty cool. So somebody was arrested on opening day because they were flying a drone over Comerica Park.
Who knows everybody knows you can't do that.
What they were trying to capture. Maybe they just wanted a cool video. Who knows of opening day. But police say this guy was piloting a drone right around 1:43 p.m., which is about 33 minutes after the first pitch. They were able to find him pretty quickly. They knew he was on top of this parking structure at Brush and Adams. He was taken into custody. Now the FBI and Michigan State Police are investigating along with the Detroit Police Department. Obviously, the second time somebody got busted for flying a drone over Comerica Park.
Yep.
Yeah. A Memphis, Tennessee weatherman is responding to angry fans who criticized his network for posting tornado warnings during the Florida-Auburn Final Four game. So, obviously, over the past week, Memphis, other areas, other cities nearby have been experiencing some really extreme weather, including deadly tornadoes, right? Where people are losing their lives in this weather. And on Saturday night, the station, this local CBS station in Memphis, had a continuous weather update while showing the game without sound. So people could watch and see the game, but they couldn't hear it. Instead, they were hearing, a weatherman talking about the extreme tornadoes. And a lot of people were not happy with this. There was one sports personality local there that just said he couldn't keep quiet anymore. And he was so upset and saying, if you want to hear the weather, you can watch it anywhere else. But this was the one place we could watch this Final Four game. We didn't have other options, and we had to watch the entire game silently. Well, this weatherman said, finally got enough. This is all on Twitter, right? It wasn't, no one was saying anything. They were typing things, but basically saying, hey, better get used to my voice because you're going to keep hearing it. When this weather is this extreme and people are dying and I could be saving a life, guess what? You can watch your game in silence.
Good for him.
Yeah, standing up for himself.
Do you remember this happened for a Lions preseason game?
I do.
Yeah, it was 2 years ago, I think it was.
Sounds about right, 2 or 3, yeah.
I remember.
People were mad.
Oh, yeah.
It's a preseason game. You got people's lives that are in the balance.
Exactly. After Morgan Wallen turned some heads with his abrupt walk-off from the SNL stage, the show poked fun at the incident twice this past weekend. So first, during the cold open, the actor who was playing President Trump said Morgan's now famous phrase, the "get me to God's country." That was poked some fun there. And then also during the weekend update, Colin Jost made a joke about Morgan Wallen. They say no press is bad press for him, and I don't think it's hurting him in any way.
He's had his share of bad press.
Oh, yeah,
yes, he has.
Oh,
he has. Listen to this. 7 emotional support tigers were seized from a home in Nevada last week, and their owner was arrested for resisting an officer. So police say the tiger's owner, Carl Mitchell, didn't have proper permits to have 7 tigers. And they never planned to arrest this guy. They were just going to seize the tigers, right? Because let's keep everybody safe. Let's keep this man safe. Let's keep the tigers safe as well, right? Let's make sure they're being taken care of. But after they came to take the tigers, the owner started making threatening remarks, struggled with a deputy. So he was taken into custody. And this guy claims that he had the tigers for 7 years. They were emotional support animals, and he claimed that he got some of them from Joe Exotic.
I was going to say, I thought Joe Exotic was in jail. This is a different guy.
This is a different Tiger King. He, Joe Exotic, Mr. Joe Exotic says, no, this is a lie. None of those tigers were mine. So anyway, who knows? But the tigers were taken to an out-of-state sanctuary, so they'll be in some good hands. Finally, there's a man from Rhode Island who says he lost 132 pounds by eating nothing but Chick-fil-A for an entire year. Well, it sounds like he did eat some other things, but he definitely ate it every single day, incorporated it into his diet. So this guy, Tom Carroll, he started his weight loss journey in 2023, weighing in at 600. No.
Oh, boy.
That's a lie. I'm inverting numbers. 360 pounds.
Still a lot.
Still a large gentleman, but not quite 600 pounds. That's a lot. So he says he was doing the a salad with grilled chicken every single day. He would get that. And when they're closed on Sunday, he would pre-order. He'd buy multiple of salads, so he would have them.
Have it. Yeah, didn't want to miss a day.
Yes, so he never missed a day. Yes, he also had some yogurt and fruit for breakfast. But on top of all that, he started going to the gym. He started cutting out pop and alcohol and things like that. So a little bit of both. Some fast food and some.
Well, good for him. I'm glad he's been able to lose a bunch of weight.
Yes, me too.
Heather with the news. It's 97.1. 2-1 win for the Wings. 2 wins over the weekend. No ground made up. Still 6 back with 6 to go. They'll play another season-defining game on Tuesday against the Montreal Canadiens. We're going to get to something that, oddly enough, both Heather and John experienced separately this weekend.
Yeah.
Before we do it, can we get to Mean Dean?
Oh, yeah, let's please do.
I don't know if you saw we had Mean Dean on hold. Dean in Milford, do you have some thoughts on the home plate club? This ought to be good.
Hey, I honestly think it's the most ridiculous thing in the world. I don't think that there's enough air blowing out of there come June, July, and August when it's 80 or 90 degrees to prevent you from having swamp ass. I remember I used to take my kids to those games, and all 3 of us could sit behind home plate for less than $600. And now it's $6-something a ticket, not including the shipping fee, the docking fee, the aerial fee, or whatever bull crap fee that they almost flipped.
Thank you.
Any horrible fee that they put on there just doesn't make any sense to me that it's that much, and I agree with you guys. I mean, the market's going to definitely change that. And for all the people that are like, oh, my corporation would buy them, sweet, it's empty already.
Right.
So if it's empty already, your corporation's not going to buy them. Because if there's any time that you're going to buy something like that, it's going to be around times like, opening day. And for the people that are like, oh, it's not a holiday like you think it is, you're an idiot. Shut up, stay home, because apparently you've never been downtown.
It is a party.
During the time of opening baseball.
Dean, it's a party. I appreciate you sticking up for the people with that.
Yeah.
It is a party. And I think the seat idea is a good idea. It's mispriced. The idea is a good one. Give people a comfort.
What's going to happen in August when it's 90 degrees and you're surrounded by concrete and steel?
It's going to be hot. I mean, no one's disputing that.
How much air is blowing out of that to be worth the extra $400?
Dean, if I ever sit in them, I'll let you know. The thought here is, climate-controlled seats. Sounds like a good idea. A luxury experience for fans. Why not? Every ballpark has some variation of it. Great. The idea is great. The execution, they don't even have it finished, and no one wants to sit there for the price they're charging. It's a pretty obvious, and that's the issue too. It's a pretty obvious signal to the world because it's there for every pitch for everyone to see. The idea is good. The execution's been poor.
And we'll see if we get a report on one of those 90-degree days. I got to imagine it'll be nicer to sit there with
something
blowing on your backside versus a regular seat with no shade. So there is no shade.
Yeah, you're just going to bake. So I get the thought. You and Heather both experienced something this weekend separately. The same thing.
We did in different circumstances. But Heather, I'll let you set this one up.
Okay, so we had a great weekend, right? So opening day, we were downtown for the show on Friday. And then I saw somebody post on social media that the Book of Mormon was playing in Detroit. And that's the show we wanted to see when we were in New York. But we kind of just did that thing in New York where you wait last minute and you get what's available. And we saw Wicked, which was great. So I saw that it was here and I thought, oh my gosh, we should go see it. Try to make a date night. If we can get a sitter, which we did. And we were very thankful that my mom was able to watch them. So we went downtown and watched the Book of Mormon. We went and got dinner beforehand. And when we were in New York, Colin does have a little bit of hearing issues. He recently had surgery on his ear. So when we were in New York, we thought maybe it was where we were sitting. Like sometimes it was hard to hear what they were saying, especially when they're singing their words, right? So in New York, we were able to go and get this closed captioning device so we could see what they were saying. And also,
how big was the screen?
Oh, it's handheld, so it's very small. I mean, it's like a Game Boy size, like smaller than your phone, but it was, you were able to read it well. And I actually enjoyed it as well. So here we thought, you know what, let's get it before the show starts. Let's go see if they have something like this as well. And it turns out we were the only ones. Some of it maybe people were using. You could do it wirelessly if you had a hearing aid or other things like that. But we were the only ones at the entire show to basically rent their headphones that they provide.
Was there a cost to rent them?
No, we did have to give our IDs. So we made sure we returned them. But we asked her later, we're like, so did anyone else use these? She's like, oh, no, you were the only two. I'm like, the only two in this whole place that are like, and I'm so glad we got them because it did help. You could hear the words a little bit clearer. So it did help because there was times I would take them off because it was kind of annoying to be wearing headphones the whole show. And I would look at him. I'm like, what did they just say? I missed that. Like, why are people laughing? Because I didn't hear what they said. So I am a huge fan of the closed captioning. The headphone. I would have loved to have had closed captioning at the Fisher. Like, and she said they typically do have those, but that day they didn't have them provided. But if we would have went on Friday, we could have used that, but they didn't have them Saturday. So anyway, so it comes down, I know this is a hot topic. People either love the closed captioning, not just for plays and Broadway shows, but for at home when you're watching a movie or watching TV. I am a huge fan of closed captioning. In fact, when I turn on the TV and it's not there, I'm instantly like, oh my gosh, wait. How do I turn it on? I need to see these words.
That blows my mind. Now, closed captioning has its uses.
It does.
If you are hard of hearing, so if Colin can't hear the TV.
He can hear. He just does have trouble in one ear.
Just can't hear you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you need the sweater with the screen on it with the closed captioning.
I do.
So he can read the words.
It's exactly what I need.
It might save a lot of marriages. Maybe that might be our Shark Tank thing. But unless you are hard of hearing and you can't hear the words, closed captioning drives me bonkers. All weekend long, we were at a relative's house. It was a great visit. But in watching the basketball games, or even if it was Sports Center, they're big sports fans. So it was Sports Center, was something sports related on the TV all the time. Then obviously we were watching the games on Saturday night. And they had closed captioning on. Mm-hmm. We could hear it just fine. Kids are running around, right? But they weren't that noisy, and everyone could hear it.
What do you hate so much about it? That it covers up part of the show?
Precious space on the screen?
Yeah. It covers up
it's
eye space.
Distracting.
It is distracting. It's all of those things. It takes your eye away from what's actually happening, and it does cover up part of the screen. Drives me nuts. And then last night, because there's one of the apps that you put it on to watch a movie or a show, and even if you're watching a series and it flips to the next episode, the closed captioning automatically comes on. Then you got to go in, you got to use the remote to scroll down, hit off, and then find a way to get that off there. I can never find the right buttons, and all of a sudden I've reset it and I got to start over. The closed captioning drives me crazy. I don't know why, if you are of sound hearing, why you would want closed captioning on your TV.
John, I used to feel just like you. I used to hate it. But I don't know. Now that I'm old, I appreciate it so much. I think it started after we had kids and we were watching the TV quieter at night because Emily likes to sleep with her door all the way open. So I had the TV so quiet I needed to hear or needed to read.
Hearing. Yes.
But it is now, I don't care how loud it is. I still want.
Do you find yourself listening to the words and reading them at the same time?
Yes. And what I like too is sometimes they give you like
watching the show.
Yes, my eyes can focus on both, and I'm watching the show and reading and listening at the same time. And what's cool is they give
She's got one eye up here and one eye down there.
They give you you can hear or read, I guess, more of what's going on in the background than you even knew. I'm like, oh my gosh, I can actually see what these people were saying, even though I probably couldn't hear it. I know their words. I just love closed captioning.
Closed captioning is an abomination. It should not happen.
Well, not only that, but like in sports. So if you're watching a TV show, they know the words that are coming. It's pre-programmed in, so it's current. If you're watching and looking at the words, they don't match up with the action going on.
That's true.
And sometimes they're not accurate because this poor person is
scrambling to type.
Yeah.
But even this morning, we played sound of somebody chatting about the gender reveal. And I'm like, what did they say? If I could have read that, I would have known for sure. He said, whatever he said, girls are great, instead of
buttering the baby or whatever you heard.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what she heard.
Something about butter and a baby.
248-539-9797.
So do I.
The closed caption debate. You guys both experienced it this weekend. Heather loves the closed captions. John, I'm right there with you. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you found yourself hiding in the back when somebody says, hey, let's take a group photo, you don't want to be in the front because you don't like how your clothes fit, you don't like how you feel, you don't like how you look, you got to give Ideal You a shout right now. You could do it at idealu.us. You could be up to 40 pounds lighter in just 40 days with Ideal You. And I know the program works I know it really works, and it works fast because I lost 50 pounds in 40 days with Ideal U. Book today, and Ideal U is going to give you a free body composition analysis. That's a $150 value, absolutely free. And book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. Ideal U is different than other weight loss company because it works, and it works fast. And not only does it work fast, and when you reach that 40 days and you've lost your weight, they're there to help you keep that weight off. I'm 3 years in, and I'm still down a lot more than just the 50 pounds I lost originally. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy taking those pictures yet again. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your body composition analysis. $150 value, absolutely free.
Worlds collide. We throw the show together. You guys had closed caption experiences this weekend. John, you're trying to watch hoops. Everybody's got the closed captions on the TV. It's infuriating. Nobody likes it. Well, Heather likes it.
I do. And and this all stemmed from us going to see the Broadway show, right? That I wish that I could have had closed captions for that, because people would laugh and I'm like, what'd they just laugh at? Like, what was so funny? Because I missed what they said. Like, I was missing things because I couldn't hear it well, and I wish that I could have been reading the words.
Yeah.
But I do enjoy closed captioning at home too, when I'm watching TV, when I'm watching a movie, whatever it may be.
Texter says closed captioning is great for movies and shows. Absolutely a no-no for sports, though. John, are you out just in general? Because I'm just out in general.
I'm out in general. Now, there are certain... No, I'm out. Never mind.
Well, this person tries to make
because
an
if you
argument.
can't hear, like sometimes when you're watching a movie and like the fight scenes or the plane, like they're super loud, and then if you try and tone it down, then you can't hear what they're saying, and then you got to turn the volume up. Those shows annoy me, but not enough to put on closed captioning.
Texter says, I started using closed captioning so I could understand people in Game of Thrones. Now I can't watch any movie or TV show without it.
Yes.
It's the result of being a parent. Closed captioning on the cartoons helps the kids learn to read. Then you just get used to it. Adam in Brighton.
I was wondering about that because Emily hates closed captioning. She's like, Mama, turn those words off. She hates having. She hates.
Love that kid.
She doesn't like
great.
it.
She loves hockey. She hates closed captioning.
Yeah.
This is beautiful.
But here's the other thing, and is because I'm in somebody else's house, I'm not even going to ask. Could you take the closed caption off? It's their TV, it's their house, it's their viewing experience. I'm there as a guest.
But for sports it's
just bonkers.
I did get
That's
my first feel
diabolical.
of that this weekend watching the Tigers game, because we never had Bally's. We never were able to watch the game before. So we did get whatever it is, FanDuel now, so we could watch the Tigers. So I did see how off the closed captioning was, and it's like, okay, that's almost...
delayed.
It's very
wrong.
delayed. Yeah.
Heather is cray-cray. I would rather watch the TV on mute than watch captions. Let me read the pictures.
Yes.
No.
The game itself tells the story.
Give me the full screen to truly take in
But you
what
get
I'm watching.
used to it.
I don't want to get used to it. I want to watch the show and consume the show and listen to
yeah,
the
I
show
don't
and
wanna-
see
I-
the
I've-
show.
It adds another dimension to watching a show.
No, it takes away from.
No.
Yes. Josh and Warren, you're on 97.1.
No, I agree with Heather. The closed captionings for shows and movies is 100%. You retain what you watched. You pick up words that you would have never heard before, because dialogue in movies and shows now is trash. And the big conspiracy that it's a fact. I'm not even going to say it's a conspiracy, but they purposely make audio for commercials 4K Dolby Atmos to where I hear every Ozempic commercial or Bundle Bros commercial, but I can't hear my TV show. And audio is just terrible, and you need the closed captioning to pick up on words and stuff that in dialogue that you would never hear, or even like what was that word, and they spell it out for you, and it's say it's a fantasy show, or they spoke really fast and you didn't pick it up. But if you can read it on there, it helps you retain it, and you also know what they're saying. But it's mostly just because the audio is just terrible nowadays, unless it's a commercial. You can't watch closed captioning on sports. That's just idiotic.
If I'm watching a show, it's a mindless few minutes for me, and I don't want to be learning new vocab.
No,
and how to spell words while I'm watching a show.
It's not necessarily about that, but I totally agree
There'll
with
be a
everything
test
you
on
said.
Friday.
But especially shows that have people talking with accents that are kind of hard to, whether it is to hear them or understand. It's just so helpful, and it is another way to retain things. I mean, you're reading, you're listening, you're watching.
You're learning.
It is.
You're
it's
such
a must do.
teacher. You're such a teacher. I am not watching any of the shows that I watch. I want to be able to shut my mind off and just be entertained. I don't want to read it. I don't want to. If I want to read something, I'll read a book.
I do both. I like to read. I like to watch TV, but I don't think my brain is going because I'm reading closed captioning. Like, it's not like I'm like, oh, I got to be super engaged. There's words. Like, it's just you just do it.
So I find closed captioning makes it less immersive. It's less immersive.
Yeah.
There's this black background with white text taking up precious pixels on the television. Now I'm not immersed in just absorbing what the TV's giving me. The scenes, right?
I mean, you missed like an inch of somebody's forehead. Like you're not missing anything.
But it takes you out of it a little bit.
Yeah.
Would you want closed captions on a movie theater?
I wouldn't mind, but a movie theater.
Oh, no.
I love closed captioning. Movie theater, the sound is different at a theater than it is watching it on your TV.
Well, you bring that up, though, but I mean,
Sure,
subtitles goes right along with this.
Oh, well, if you don't know the language, then it's a necessity, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, I find...
I'm out.
Well, remember
subtitles
when
You're
Parasite,
not a foreign film guy?
I'm out.
that movie Parasite won, I don't know, an Oscar, and everyone hated it, and I loved it. It's all in subtitles.
One
It's
of
a
my
great
favorite
movie.
30 for 30s is the two Escobars, which is on the Columbia soccer team, but it's all subtitles, and it did take away from it.
Let's get to Donnell. And Fenton, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up?
Hey, so couple of things. One, so my parents, they're both deaf, so I've always been hard of hearing, and it's even worse now that I'm 50. But so for me, it's not any less immersive to watch a show or a movie that's got closed captioning. It's, you can stay right along with it, just like Governor said. Just as soon as it comes on, you're just reading it. It's not that hard. And then, but it is annoying when it comes to sports, like absolutely infuriating, because first of all, it's happening live. So when it's coming on, it's delayed and it's not lining up with what's actually happening on the screen. And then two, it is taking up too much space on the screen because you're trying to watch like the puck or the golf ball, the football, or you're missing something because you got the closed captioning on. But it's different in a movie because it's just dialogue. And it's just people on the screen. It's not like you're not missing it. You can be completely immersive in a scene.
So you would be okay with closed caption at the movie theater because it doesn't take away from the immersion in your mind?
No. It'd be just fine. I mean,
I think people would
don't
strongly
need it
disagree with that.
I don't need it in the movie theater because it's loud enough. I mean,
but why not? Then you could be reading it too and comprehending it greater and richer and better, right?
I mean, I guess so.
There's a reason they don't do it at the theater, Donnell.
I guess it doesn't. I capture all the feelings and the feels when I'm watching a movie with closed caption. I'm not missing anything.
I agree. I'm in agreement. See?
Yes. I don't know. Let's go to the governor. Governor.
All right. That's actually the nickname, but it got shortened.
I know.
Getting angry about closed captioning is such an on-brand meathead take for John.
Me like food. I can't imagine. I'd love to watch a John Wayne movie with you where the sound's off.
No.
Boom,
Yeah,
boom, boom.
I could narrate it for you, which annoys the hell out of my wife, which is the same as somebody asking, what'd they just say? What'd they just say? I mean, like in the middle of what just happened? I don't know. Pay attention. Put your phone down.
I'm all curious now too. We had the recent passing of Val Kilmer, and me and John last week talked about Heat with the shootout and Steve.
Yeah.
I wonder what that's like in closed captioning.
Yeah.
Gun noises.
Yeah.
For 7 minutes, it just says gun noises. I mean, it comes completely.
All right, we stumbled into closed captioning because it impacted both of your weekends. The Tigers impacted a lot of weekends as well. We'll mix them in the 9 o'clock hour, including a PSA I have with the Torkelson stuff. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Pistons coach JB Bickerstaff joined the guys at 7:50. John asked him about the health of Jalen Duren. Both Duran and Tobias Harris are questionable ahead of tonight's game with the Kings. Hear it over on WWJ News Radio 950 at 7. The Tigers defeated the White Sox 4-3 at Comerica Park. It marked the first sweep of Chicago since 2017. Spencer Torkelson drove in the tying and winning run with a double. Javi Baez made his regular season debut in center field in the 8th. Jackson Zobe started lasting 5 innings while giving up 2 earned runs. The Tigers have also shifted their game times for the Yankees series. The opener today will now be played at 3:10, while Tuesday and Wednesday, previously scheduled to be night games, have been moved to 1:10. Capitals star Alex Ovechkin has broken Wayne Gretzky's goal record by scoring his 895th in the second period yesterday against the Islanders. The game was paused for a quick ceremony on the ice. Gretzky was a part of it. Quote, "They say records are made to be broken, but I'm not sure who's going to get more goals than that," end quote. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for Morgan at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Tigers break out the brooms over the weekend, sweep the White Sox. So much more fun when you play the White Sox. Spencer Torkelson with a walk-off winner to wrap up the weekend. He's the talk of the town.
Mm-hmm. Should be.
The redemption story that is Spencer Torkelson. The right-handed bat that we were bitching about. Here he is.
See, all you had to do was not block him. Oh, wait, no, he was one that wasn't blocked.
Actually, they tried to block him. They moved Cole Keith over to first. They didn't see this coming, which actually brings me to a PSA on Torkelson. I've heard from people who say it's early. And early's a critical juncture for a team that's missing a couple key bats. We expected nothing from Torkelson. Anything we get is great. So
we didn't even expect to see him.
Right. So to say, well, it's early, let's not get carried away. No, let's get carried away. Let's get excited about a right-handed power bat that can elevate this team and change the trajectory of the season. One of the big reasons that I and many people thought they were going to miss the playoffs is they didn't have guys to step up in the face of these injuries, and Torkelson's been the brightest spot. The other thing that I'm seeing in a little bit of this, and maybe I'm getting early, a little ahead on this, he's proving all the doubters wrong. In other words, like the real fans believed. Guys, we don't need to fan police Spencer Torkelson. The team didn't think he was going to be contributing.
Right.
It's okay that everybody doubted him. In fact, it's what makes this so spectacular and fun. We don't need to fan police.
No, it's the right-handed bat that we wanted them to go out and add because we didn't think Spencer Torkelson was even going to be here. Mm-hmm. He was going to be in Toledo and didn't think he was going to be up here. Maybe he would come up if somebody got hurt and, just some spot duty, but he would be sent back down to live the rest of his major league days in the minor leagues. And now he had a pretty good spring training. We didn't know what to make of it. And we still don't know what to make of it because it's so surprising.
But that's what I would say is just hop on and enjoy the ride. Because, yeah, maybe it's Chris Shelton, Red Pop, where it only lasts a month and then it fizzles out pretty hard. They need a boost early in the season right now. Give them a little bit of a cushion, right? This division doesn't have a runaway team. Maybe the Tigers jump out and grab control of this and then get healthy.
Well, and maybe it was the way that I was taking in the end of last season because it took me a little bit longer to believe. And I know there was a bit that we did here about, when was I going to say that they were actually going to be a postseason team? The team of destiny. Don't let the Tigers get hot. All the cliches from last year is, okay, we saw them lose against the Dodgers. We have no idea what they're going to do at the Yankees. Seattle, not a top 5 team in Major League Baseball, and the White Sox, certainly a bottom 5 team. So those are your wins, is against those two teams. To this point, just like Spencer Torkelson, can we just not enjoy the moment? Because there's going to be some downtimes this season. There's no question there's going to be games that they lose. They've already lost games that all their warts came to fruition, and they lost a game, and it's frustrating. But whether it's against the Mariners or the Sox, or who knows what they do against the Yankees, it's a chance to test against one of the better teams in Major League Baseball. But for the wins that we do have, especially with the way the one came yesterday, can't we just enjoy those moments and then see at the end of the year when we get to July and August and September let's see how many of those moments we have versus the downtimes.
Look, there's no issue with taking inventory as we go, and nobody knows if this Torkelson thing is going to last. I just would stress to people the thing that they needed most to start the season was someone to step up with right-handed power, and they have him in Spencer Torkelson right now. If it doesn't last, it doesn't last, but they need it right now out of the gates, and they're getting it right now out of the gates. So it's a big deal, and we don't need to get into this like who believed and who didn't believe with Spencer Torkelson.
No, and you talk about the, what do you like about the Tigers? What do you don't like
I think that's a
from
good
over
question.
the weekend? Yeah. And Spencer Torkelson is going to be one right now. Everyone's going to jump on that because, we like him. You could jump on what Riley Green has been able to do since, it started off slow in a couple of games against the Dodgers, but since then he's been on fire. And obviously the dislikes. Ryan Kreidler.
Yeah.
Andy Ibanez at the plate. Like, it's just that's nothing.
Maeda.
Maeda, yeah. But I think there's more to like than dislike. There's more to be excited about than bummed out by.
Yeah, when I started doing a list of best and worst from the Tigers opening weekend, I had an easy time coming up with the best. Like, even Javi Baez had a 3-hit day yesterday, right?
And a great tag.
Right. Carpenter hit a home run righty and lefty on opening day, right? The number of good things. Green continuing to hit. Torkelson continuing to hit. I think something that shouldn't be lost in all of this, yesterday, Torque walk-off winner, is Trey Sweeney in that ninth inning.
Legging it out.
Fielder's choice. Hey, get on base. Put a little pressure on the pitcher. Keep pressure on the pitcher. The hustle, that's the stuff they did last year. No one's giving them an extra pat on the back because they beat the Chicago White Sox, but seeing the brand of baseball that led them to the postseason a year ago, that's something to be excited about. There's a lot of good. The bad, it's a short list. Yeah, Kreidler, he didn't have a hit over the weekend. He's batting 143. He's not a major league hitter, and he's not a major league center fielder if you watched him on opening day. What was that route to the ball? He's supposed to be here for his defense. I don't know that they're getting plus defense out of him.
Well, we need Veerling to be back sooner than later. And we know that Parker Meadows is going to be out he's on the 60-day IL. And so until he gets there, we're going to have to live with some performances with Ryan Kreidler. And we're hoping that the errors in the field don't happen as much, and maybe every once in a while he does get a hit.
Yeah.
That's the hope. But when you're looking at, and when Gleyber Torres comes back, what's he going to be? What do they do with Colt Keith? Because Colt Keith has not been great at the plate, but he's got 12 walks.
I said that's part of being at the plate, though, is
right. Yeah,
taking what you're given.
Getting on base.
He has not been throwing a lot of strikes. Go.
And he's not
bag.
Yeah, he's not taking extra swings because he just wants to make contact. He is showing really good plate discipline. He just hasn't made contact.
Well, another guy in that same boat is Justin Henry Malloy. This team doesn't have a traditional leadoff hitter, and they had him lead off against righties and lefties. And he draws walks to the point where he's like, hey, AJ, can I swing more? Yeah, dude, you have the bat. You could swing as often as you want, but they trust his eye at the top of the order, and it does set the tone. You want to own the zone? You need players like Justin Henry Malloy. What stood out from you guys? 248-539-9797. You watch this Tigers team sweep the White Sox. They have a winning record. They're in first place in the division. There's a lot of good. There are some concerns. 248-539-9797.
How about AJ yesterday working the lineup? And, Manuel Margot is in, and then all of a sudden, hey, they bring in Colt Keith. They bring in Trey Sweeney for Ryan Kreidler. They bring in Riley Green for Justin Henry Malloy. This is something that is... It's so AJ Hinch. I don't know if you're ever going to go through a game without pinch hitters or him working the bullpen. Like, it's just the way that it's the chess pieces that he moves around.
The lineup comes out and you see no Riley Green, no Colt Keith, and Carpenter's lower in the order. Some of that's a lefty on the mound. Some of that's giving guys a day off. But the lineup's not going to be stagnant. It's not going to sit. You got a chance to get Riley in the game. You got a chance to get Colt in the game. You got a chance to get Sweeney in the game.
So I'm pleasantly encouraged. I know some people are like, again, and we talked about this earlier in the show, and again, they're hitting at the 3 games of the White Sox and we're reacting. Well, first off, they did beat Seattle 2 out of 3 last week on the road, and Seattle won 85 last year. I think Seattle got a little trash for what they were. It can never be saying, oh, you're losing to the Dodgers, that's the real team, blah, blah. This team through 9 games has an OPS of 808. That's fourth in baseball. That's the money stat right now, hitting wise, right?
Yep.
And they're 14th in home runs. So if they can get a little more power going here, that OPS is only going to go up. I'm encouraged in general by like a big broad picture, their approach to the plate. Like Riley Green, Torque so far, Carpenter, the way they take at bats. Even Keith is not hitting, but he's taking walks. Like they have this universal philosophy as a team. And I think that's Scott Harrison, what he's brought to the table, and AJ's been managing it up. Like there's a good universal symmetry from front office down to the minors on how the Tigers are going to go up to the plate. They're swinging more. FanDuel was showing yesterday, swinging more at first pitches, which is the best pitch usually that you see.
Yeah, it's actually kind of an oddity in that they are a team that swings at a lot of first pitches, but they also see a lot of pitches.
Yeah.
Which you'd think you'd only get one or the other. Either you're jumping stuff and you're super aggressive, or you're sitting back and taking pitches. They're striking the balance because you're right. A lot of pitchers see the numbers. If you start first pitch strike, you have a much better outcome. Well, the Tigers have said that's going to mean we're getting something over the plate. We'll swing then and work backwards and then force you to give us something.
But think about that as a team collectively doing that.
Yeah,
from batter to batter, you're recognizing strikes and you're pouncing them or you're taking because it's a bad pitch.
What has gotten into people? This first page of Ticket Text is just all out of whack. This one says, do you guys want a participation trophy for being swept by the Dodgers and a parade for sweeping the White Sox? Let's slow down on handing Torque the MVP trophy right now. Another one says, false hope. The real team was the team that played L.A. Well, that's convenient. The games they lose are the real team, but not when they win. 10 games in, give it a month before we draw conclusions with this team. Nobody knows what they are right now. Just give it time instead of jumping to wild conclusions.
So that's why I say just, be excited about some of the moments. And whether it's a ninth inning, bottom of the ninth win, and Spencer Torkelson, I understand it was against the Sox. It was a hell of a lot of fun to watch.
When the season ends, do they subtract the wins against the White Sox, or do those stay?
No, those stay. Okay. Those count as same as all the other wins. And if they, if they sweep the Twins, because the Twins haven't had a good start, and again, it's still 3 wins.
I'm not patting them on the back because they beat the White Sox. I like seeing come from behind, gritty baseball. I like seeing the formula that worked last year to start the season this year. And I like Torkelson, who wasn't part of that push last year, being a much bigger piece of this year. And I'll stress again, no one knows how long it's going to last. It is early. It might not last, but it's important right now. So it's okay to celebrate right now how important Torkelson's start has been, how much he changes what this team is capable of. The trajectory of the season changes when Spencer Torkelson hits the way he's hit this season. And if it doesn't last, it doesn't last. No one's promising you anything. But take advantage of the hot bat while he's here. 97.1. Guys, you don't like going to the dentist. I hear that from people. It stresses them out. They get dental anxiety. It doesn't have to be that way. Brightside Dental, there's no judgment, whether it's been a while, even if you have a couple cavities. Just get back into that routine. Life gets in the way, but Brightside Dental wants to get you back. $35 new patient special. They cover exams and x-rays. 9 Metro Detroit locations means there's one right around the corner from you. So make an appointment. Get back in the routine. Call 1-800-PAINLESS. Go to brightsidedental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. And you hear Dickerson referencing it, the grit from last year, that brand of baseball. And beating the White Sox isn't anything to get worked up about, but having that never say die attitude is exactly what got the Tigers up off the mat a year ago, and it's what we've seen to start this year. 5-4, first place in the division. And Torkelson, I keep harping on how big a deal Torkelson is because they didn't have him like this last year.
Yeah, at any point.
And the bat that we all wanted them to add. Maybe he ends up being that guy. And I stress maybe because we all know it's early. That's my PSA on Torque. We all know it's early. You don't have to remind us. We're well aware that 5-4 equals 9. That's 9 games. We're well aware that it's early. But they need someone early with all the injuries. So let's stop using it as a qualifier. Well, I don't know if it's going to keep up. Maybe it doesn't. But if I could only pick 1 month of the season for Torkelson to hit, this would be a pretty big one while they wait for Veerling and Meadows and reinforcements to come back. And the other thing I would stress, we don't need fan policing about who, quote, believed in Torkelson. No one did. That's the point. That's what makes it a great story. You know who didn't believe in Torkelson?
The Tigers.
Scott Harris. A.J. Hinch, they moved someone to his position. Multiple people. Colt Keith, Justin Henry Malloy. Yeah, maybe Tork's in the mix here, but they had largely given up on him as the franchise first baseman. And I'm not shaming them. I'm not shaming any fans. We all were watching the same thing, and it's part of the story and why it's such a great story that he's bounced back. Let's just celebrate that.
And remember when we had Evan Petzold on?
Yeah.
And he said, I don't think there's any way that Spencer Torkelson starts the roster on the Major League roster.
Yeah.
He was going to be in AAA unless those injuries happened, even with the spring that he had, because the reputation was he wasn't going to be able to hit Major League pitching. Now, through 9 games, he has hit those pitchers.
Yeah, ticket texters. This one says, imagine if Torque can sustain it. I was prepared to spend $500 million on Vladdy Jr. Now he's off the table. Let's allocate that money elsewhere. Tom in Flat Rock.
I don't think he's ever going to be
a $500 million ball player.
No, but he could just be enough juice for this team to be a good team. And here's the other thing about this team being or mirroring a little bit of what they did at the end of last year. When you listen to those guys after that game, now I know it was an emotional win, and yeah, they're all feelings are going to be positive at that point. But even when they were playing against the Dodgers, this team believes that they can win any of these games. And I think that's a huge move that is carried from last year to this year. And before that, early even last season, I don't know that there was no sense of belief coming from this baseball team. They didn't believe that they were going to win a lot of those games, and it showed on the field.
You're right. I'm not going to steal Doug's stat, but I heard Doug Karsh referencing a stat out there in the bullpen. Well, I don't have it specifically, but it's something along the lines of if you look at base runner traffic, like hits and walks, they have more than the opponent in every game. Which, again, doesn't mean you're going to win every game, but you're going to put yourself in that position. You tell me I got a good staff, maybe even a great staff when everybody settles in here, right? Skubal hasn't won a game yet.
Right.
And you tell me I'm going to consistently put foot traffic on the bases, and I'm going to play with this mentality of never say die, pass the baton to the next guy in a regular season. Look, I don't know if it wins them a World Series, but it can absolutely win them a division, right?
It's the foot traffic on the bases, and it's continually forcing other pitching staffs to throw more pitches. We talked about it even with the Dodgers. And yesterday, 148 pitches to 127. Those 21 pitches matter. How long does a starter last in the game? How long do relievers last in games? And how much through a 3-game series do you force a team to go deep into their bullpen so that when you get to the third game, they don't have any arms left?
Tom in Flat Rock is a big-time texter. He's also active on social media. He just tagged you and I in this. He says, I feel like the Tigers are seeing more pitches, so I looked it up. Pitches per plate appearance. Currently, the Tigers are seeing 3.97 pitches for plate appearance. For context, last year, the league lead was 4.02. So they're
right there.
Yeah, that's exactly where you'd want to be. Texter says, we need to look back at those comments that Torque made in the offseason about not watching as much video, getting back to basics. He took some heat. People thought it was unearned arrogance, but really it was a sign that he had gained some of his confidence back.
Well, and if you go back to, and this is before you were here, Cookies, we had AJ on. It was Stoney and I talking to him about Spencer Torkelson, and he mentioned at that time that Torque was a guy that was going to overanalyze everything, his swing, his angle, all of these different metrics and stats. And sometimes you just got to get out of your own head. And maybe that's what happened. He just got out of his own head and said, you know what, I'm going to go back to playing baseball.
There may have been a F it mentality. All right, it's now or never. It's my career. I'm going to just do it. His stance, people have pointed out, looks a little more like his college stance. I'm going to do it like me. And that's not going to be ignorant. AJ clarified he's still going to look at his swing on tape.
Sure.
But he's going to simplify things a little bit and just stop trying to get in your own head about what I got to do to be the best baseball player. Be the best Torkelson.
Yeah.
You're drafted number 1 overall.
Hit the damn ball.
See ball, hit ball.
Yeah.
Don't overthink it. Let's get to Heather with the news.
So there's an investigation underway right now this morning after an employee at a Stellantis plant in Monroe County died on the job. Wow. Yeah, early this morning. So details are very limited, but the automaker says that a worker at the Dundee engine plant was involved in a deadly accident. Ooh. So they have not confirmed the employee's identity, they say, out of a respect for the family, but they did release a statement, obviously giving their heartfelt condolences to everyone involved. They also say they're working with local authorities and they will provide counseling for those who might want it. Tough to hear.
That's really tough.
Alex Ovechkin has surpassed Wayne Gretzky for the all-time NHL goals record, which was pretty cool. He scored his 895th career goal on Sunday against the New York Islanders, breaking the NHL record held by Gretzky since 1999. I just watched it because I hadn't seen it before. Man, the celebration afterward, his swan dive, that was awesome. It was fun to watch.
He is, if you remember when they won their Stanley Cup, he is a lot of fun. He's got a big personality.
It looked like a blast. Obviously, Gretzky was there as well to witness it. He did give a quick speech during an on-ice ceremony. He just said that it was pretty awesome. He was very proud. He said records are made to be broken, but I'm not sure who's going to score more goals than that.
Ovechkin scored more goals than Wayne in the same number of games.
Oh, really?
And at this point, played the same number to the exact number. He did it on the power play. He did it his way, essentially in that dot that he always scores those goals. And he didn't do it on an empty net, something he said he didn't want to go back in their last game and get it that way. So awesome moment for Ovi.
It was really fun to see. So the Pirates announced on Sunday that they're going to be adding the number 21 logo back to the right field wall to honor Roberto Clemente at PNC Park after his family expressed a lot of unhappiness that the sign was removed and replaced by an advertisement. So the Pirates president, Travis Williams, released a statement, and they said they never intended to disrespect the legacy of Roberto Clemente. And they noted that it was an oversight to not keep the number 21 logo. And he also took full responsibility, said this is on me. This was my bad. And I'm taking responsibility and we're going to add it back. The family said that the change came without any communication to them. There was no consultation about it. They just put an ad where his
number was.
Legacy was, right.
They screwed up.
And they said they did appreciate that the Pirates have acknowledged their failure to inform them. But they said there's more to this than anything, that there's a lack of meaningful collaboration between the organization and obviously their family. So Duke was mocked in epic fashion after their absolutely outrageous Final Four loss. So right after their collapse to Houston, fans jumped online ready to go with photos from the White Lotus.
Oh, the dad?
Yeah, looking all sad in his Duke shirt, contemplating taking his own life, I believe.
Yeah, it gets kind of dark.
I didn't watch the series yet. I plan on watching it later.
Just so people, without spoiling anything, the father of one of the families is a Duke grad. He's a business guy. He gets caught up in some financial fraud, so he realizes his whole family may have to deal with those consequences, so he gets into a very dark place.
Yes, and it's a photo I've seen before. I think it was already kind of made into a meme, but people were ready for it after this loss, and it was everywhere. Duke has actually said that they're not pleased with the representation of Duke in the White Lotus, that they're not happy that this guy was wearing this licensed shirt and it's being portrayed the way it is.
It's not a reflection on your university.
No, it's not. But anyway, that was trending for sure.
Well, if that's trending, then it does mean people do hate watch Duke, John, that we have not been
the
rid
only
of
ones,
that pastime is still around.
Should have iced out Houston with a 6-point lead.
Yeah.
Finally, the Olive Garden has been dethroned as America's favorite casual dining chain after 7 years. So for the first time since 2018, Texas Roadhouse is now the top casual dining restaurant in America.
I didn't realize Olive Garden had a dynasty going. 7 years?
7 years. That's followed by Chili's, Applebee's, and Buffalo Wild Wings. Yeah.
Given a choice, I would prefer the Texas Roadhouse.
Me too.
Over
unlimited
Apple.
breadsticks.
Yeah, but those rolls from Texas Roadhouse?
I've never had them.
Oh,
Heather.
Oh, you're going to have to try
I
it.
don't think I've ever eaten there.
Probably not. It's a steakhouse.
It's not my go-to, obviously,
right.
restaurant
They have
choice.
other things other than steak, so
They
you
do.
could have something on the menu.
I do like bread.
Yeah.
Just
You
go
would
for the
like
rolls.
these rolls.
Yes.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, Pistons are on a roll. How about that for a segue? JB Bickerstaff joins us next, 97.1.
Hey, if you're like me and you know that you want to make fitness a priority, Planet Fitness is the place to do it. You've got like-minded people in there because they're not going to judge you. And working out for me is different now than it was 15 years ago, 20 years ago, even 10 years ago, as it is for so many people as we get older. And I don't want to be judged by how much I have on the bar, what type of exercises I'm doing. Like-minded people go there. They don't want to be judged, and they're not going to judge you. So it's a comfortable environment. You could get there right now at Planet Fitness, $1 down, and this deal goes through April the 11th. $1 down at $15 a month. If you like what you see, they have the Black Card Fitness, the Black Card membership, which gets you all the amenities, the Black Card Spa, as well as unlimited guest privileges. So if you don't like going alone, hey, I don't either. Take somebody with you every single time, and access to over 2,600 locations nationwide. And find your reason. My reason, I want to be able to play with my kids now and in the future. Teddy's only 3. There's a lot of fun to be had. I want to make sure I take care of myself now so I can continue to have fun with them. Find your nearest club and join today, in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
That signed Ovechkin jersey you got picking up some value.
It's picking up some steam. I have to pull that out of the storage box.
What's the backstory on that, by the way? You guys are both Washington.
We're Washington athletes at the same time, which he's still playing and has been for a while when I haven't been. But
is his Jansen jersey gaining any value?
No, it is not.
Okay.
No. But it was, so I used to host a Monday night radio show, a TV show actually, with Chick Hernandez there in D.C. on Comcast. And he was one of the original guests that we had. I can't remember if it was the first or the second year that we did it. And it was that was maybe the most challenging interview I had because it was through an interpreter. That's the first time I experienced that, of having a live TV show with interpreter. And so it was, and there were some things that he could say, but closed captioning would have been helpful.
I was going to say, if only you could have had it there.
Yeah. So it was a challenge, but it was awesome to have him on, obviously. And it's more awesome for me now because of what he's done throughout his career.
Where was he in his career at that point? Very young?
Oh, yeah. His first year or two. This would have been, I'm trying to think back to when I was doing it.
So it would have been early, mid-2000s?
Oh, yeah. It would have been 3, 4, 5, somewhere in there. I don't remember what his rookie year was.
So he was asked early in his career, would anybody ever pass Wayne Gretzky? And he said it was impossible.
Yeah.
And now here he is. He did it.
Well, I mean, it takes so many things to go right? I mean, first of all, you got to be amazing, which he is. And there has to be a matter of health because it's a very physical game. And I don't know if you've seen any stuff that comes out about like his diet and nutrition and everything. Oh, yeah. He basically eats what he wants to eat, doesn't take in nutrition into account at all. And it's amazing. Some guys are just built to do what they're doing. And he was definitely built to be a hockey player and a goal scorer.
So that goal that went in yesterday was a trademark shot.
Vintage.
It's actually what I asked for on Friday when we had talked about, well, how do you want to see him win it? That's perfect. And people, I think that was the head coach of them said, I don't know how that went in. And what you just said there about some guys are just meant. Yeah. I mean, to me, he's got God-given ability. He's got it. He's got, and that puck going in yesterday, how did it make it all the way through? And it didn't hit anything.
So his first season was 05-06.
Okay, so it probably would have been his first year.
He scored 52 goals as a rookie in the National Hockey League at 20 years old. Some more poeticness of all this, when the Capitals won the lottery to get Ovechkin, it was April 4th. When did he break the record? April 4th.
Mm-hmm. And then same amount of games as Gretzky.
Or April 5th, whatever the day was. It was the same day, the 5th.
Yeah.
Same exact amount of games as Gretzky. It's unbelievable. It's like his durability is what's done it for him. But I do think now modern day athletes in general, we're seeing it across sports. Look at LeBron. It's whether you side on LeBron, it's unbelievable what he's doing at his age. Brady did it.
Yeah.
The GOATs are playing longer, and that's just the way it is. I mean, maybe that's the one knock here for Gretzky. Well, Gretzky played in this era, he would have done this and that. I doubt it because, the Smythe Division hockey back then has helped him get that many goals too, the way it was, the style of play.
I was going to say, there's trade-offs and eras. So Gretzky's peak would have been 80s, right? I have it in front of me right now. Goals per game in the league, flirting with 4 most seasons, almost 4 goals per game in the league. This year, 2.99 goals per game. In much of Ovechkin's career, it's a lower scoring league. So to best Gretzky in the same number of games when scoring is nowhere near what it used to be, there's really no need to argue it. He's the best goal scorer.
No, but it's another example, and this is just, Tom, you could relate to this because we're almost the exact same age. And Cookies, I know you're a little bit younger, but to be able to watch Gretzky as a kid, to be able to watch Ovechkin throughout his career, and then you think about other sports, that the performances that we've been able to see, Brady in football, Jordan, LeBron, Tiger Woods, the sports life that we've lived has been phenomenal.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I mean, to me, for Gretzky is hands down to me the best hockey player ever.
How about this?
The points are unbelievable.
Well, the stat is if Gretzky scored 0 goals, he'd be the all-time points leader in the NHL on assists alone.
Right.
I mean, he's one of one. I don't think that's a very good point. No one's saying Ovechkin is a better hockey player than Wayne. He's just a better goal scorer than Wayne.
Right. And I think I have no problem. Like anybody that tries to find a flaw in Ovechkin, I think you're being a hater.
Yeah.
To be quite honest. Like he did it. Again, same amount of games as Gretzky and all that stuff. Just seems like the exact right way. And he was a pretty decorated number 1 pick, but he wasn't revered as like Connor McDavid. coming out. Now, maybe that was a little bit unknown because 20 years ago, Russian hockey, we didn't have the handle on even scouting then that we do now, and it was way worse before that and stuff. We saw that with the Russian 5 here, but he's so good for the game. It's like he's everything you want in a superstar.
By the way, we had JB Bickerstaff on. Pistons play tonight. Don't want to gloss over something that we brought up, which is the Pistons win tonight would give them 30 more than they had a season ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I referenced it with JB, but there are only 5 teams in NBA history to improve by 30 or more wins from one year to the next. The 08 Celtics, they did it adding Kevin Garnett and Ray Allen.
Mm-hmm.
The 98 Spurs, who added Tim Duncan. The 90 Spurs, the Admiral, David Robinson. The 05 Spurs added Steve
05
Nash.
Suns.
Or sorry, Suns. Yes, the Suns added Steve Nash. And the 80 Celtics added this Larry Bird guy. So all of them added a future MVP or previous MVP to their team. What the Pistons are doing, I mean, maybe Cade's going to be an MVP. Maybe that's the takeaway. But they didn't add Cade in the offseason. He was already here.
But they certainly put parts around him that allowed him to be the lottery pick that we thought he could be. And if they win tonight, it's 30.
Yeah.
They could tie the Celtics with 3 total wins. If they win out, they could tie the 05 Suns and move up to as high as 4th on this list.
And greatest turnarounds in NBA history. Before we get to Gator, who wins tonight? Not Pistons and Kings. The national championship. I know this national championship game that really doesn't feel like that's
in the family bracket. I'm out no matter what happens. I picked Florida to win it all.
Okay.
But I don't know. I mean, Houston's got a lot of juice going into this game, clearly.
Spread's 1.5, so.
In favor of Florida. Yeah.
I kind of feel like Houston's going to swarm them, though. If you wanted a team built in a lab to guard
Well,
Clayton,
we'll see. Who knows?
It'll be interesting. Anyway.
Why they play the game.
Gator, what's up?
What's that, college basketball?
Yeah,
right?
I know. Yeah, it's still going on.
I know it's not your thing.
Yeah.
We spent.
I mean, the teams, it feels like there's so much else going on that, like, okay, great.
Yeah.
I mean, Pistons play tonight, right? Against Sacramento.
Yeah.
And they're on a roll. Love watching the Pistons.
Cade's back.
Cade is back.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, Tigers play this afternoon, but yeah. A lot happening, man.
Yeah.
Busy.
Are you even going to turn on the championship game
yeah,
tonight?
of course. I do. I just, watch it with absolutely no rooting interest whatsoever. But
low priority.
It'll be on. Yeah. I'll be flipping back and forth between that and the Pistons.
Was there any Duke hate? Any celebration when Duke lost?
Duke hate? Not sure what you're talking about.
So we stumbled into something earlier in the show because everybody loves watching Duke lose. It is one of the great pastimes of being a sports fan.
It is fantastic.
Yeah.
But John pointed out Cooper Flagg is more likable than Leitner, and I pointed out he's not like Grayson Allen tripping people. And it's no more Krzyzewski. And we stumbled into is Duke not as hateable as they once
No, they're
was?
still hateable.
Okay.
They're very hateable.
I disagree.
Well, first I'll say this: Cooper Flagg is not
we agree on something else.
in that ilk for sure.
Yeah,
he's nowhere near that ilk, and I get that, and he's a fantastic player, but doesn't mean I got to start liking Duke again.
I didn't say like. I said don't hate him as much.
Yeah, just less hateable.
Which is
on a relative scale, I think this might be the most likable Duke team ever.
Doug's going to be on an island all day today, I think.
Oh, well,
on a relative scale.
Doug just likes everything. I mean, it's his favorite 5-4 team.
Right.
It is my favorite.
And it's his favorite Duke team of all time.
It's his favorite Duke team of all time.
Might be. It doesn't mean I like them.
I agree.
Understand.
I agree, yeah.
There's a scale, right?
Yeah.
And if hate, pure disdain, Leitner, Hurley hate is pegging the meter on the left, this team is well right of that.
So what else are you guys talking about today?
Obviously, the Tigers, Mondays mean champ and chump. Got some Lions stuff to get to. It will be a busy Carson Anderson program.
Starts next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. The Pistons have 4 games remaining in the regular season. 3 of those will might be at home against Little Caesars Arena, including against the Kings tonight. JB Bickerstaff joined Constant Jansen today. Talk about how the team's mentality differs from everybody else. Jalen Duren is questionable to play tonight with a contusion. He missed last game against Toronto as well. Late scratch. JB Bickerstaff said earlier that he felt good he would play. Tobias Harris is also questionable. The Tigers begin their 3-game series with the Yankees this afternoon. If you're traveling to downtown for the game, take note that it's been moved up to 3:10 to accommodate the cold temperatures. Tuesday and Wednesday's start times are now 1:10 as well. Casey Mize back on the mound for Detroit after a strong first start. He'll battle Carlos Rodon, who's made 2 starts spanning a total of 11 in the third innings, allowing 5 earned runs. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The College Basketball National Championship is tonight as well. 2 number 1 seeds battle as Florida and Houston tip at 8:50. The Gators are favored by a single point. According to Adam Schefter, Penn State defensive lineman Abdul Carter at breakfast with Giants head coach Brian Dable. He's expected to be a top 3 pick this season. Blue Jays slugger Vlad Guerrero Jr. has inked a 14-year, $500 million extension to make him the 3rd highest player in MLB history. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning and welcome to the Karsh and Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. I am Doug Karsh. That is Scott the Gator Anderson. Scott, how are you?
I'm doing just fine, Doug.
That's good. How was the weekend?
It was fine.
Yeah.
It was nice. Celebrated a couple birthdays over the weekend.
You had 2 birthdays in one weekend?
Well, not me personally. Mine was a couple weeks ago, but my friend's birthday and had people at my house on Saturday night watching the games, and that finish was fantastic on Saturday night.
Mm-hmm.
And then we celebrated my niece's birthday yesterday. Just went out for a little brunch.
Happy birthday to her.
Yes.
Cool.
So it was nice.
Yep. Kang, did you have a good weekend?
Yeah, I did. I'm still it's good to be back home. I was gone for for vacation most of the last week. I get back Thursday.
Yep.
So you get those 2 days. You go to work. You're kind of still out of it a little bit. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah.
The weekend gives me a good reset. So I'm back to normal, man.
You're back. Kang is back. Back to regular. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Tigers had a very good weekend and sweeping the Chicago White Sox and Gator. Look, man, Yankees come to town, right? This offense, which is just loaded with heavy bats. Their $300+ million payroll against our little team that could. Can the Tigers move the needle at all in Detroit? Gator, I mentioned it last year. For us, it was such a strange baseball season. When we have a good team, in Detroit, we get to ride the wave with the fans. We get to have the fun all throughout. You get to lean into having a good team. We really didn't get to do that last year for the Tiger season. Last year for the Tiger season, the entire season felt like it was condensed to 1 month at the end. Like people had unplugged from a team that then came back from the dead, and in September we had an intense baseball month, which was awesome. But it's way different than a typical playoff season where people are riding the wave all season long. If they win this Yankee series, I think we'll get a little buzz going. I think people will be we might be able to, start the kind of baseball season where the Detroit Tigers are on the front page of our show and creating excitement. If they win this Yankee series, I don't want to overstate it, but it'll make it really feel like it was a continuation of last year.
Maybe. I think it's tough. The beginning of the season is always tough to generate any kind of buzz just because it is the beginning.
Yep.
I think they're going to have a real hard time getting people to come down to the ballpark for this series because it's going to be so cold.
Yeah.
And, it's not like football feels like it's more of a fan participation spectator sport. The fans, there's a lot for them. They stand up a lot. There's a lot of cheering, a lot of yelling and stuff, and you can keep yourself warm. Baseball is almost like an innocent bystander. You like to sit down and just kind of relax and watch it, and it's cold. It's going to be tough to sit there. So I get that part of it. But, there'll be, if they were to win the series, maybe a little bit of a buzz, I guess. I think you get the buzz from the opening weekend, and the finish yesterday was fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
And trying to carry that over against a team that is absolutely clobbering the ball like the Yankees are, maybe. I mean, the Yankees are all the talk. The torpedo bats, the 25 home runs they've hit in 9 games. They're averaging, 8 runs a game. I think it is. Yeah, it's like 73 runs in 9 games. I mean, that's crazy what they've done. I think 5 of the games they've had more than 10 runs.
They lead the majors in home runs and OPS. Like this is, and here we go. We're throwing Mize, Skubal, and Flaherty at them. Like this is, I don't know if they're the 3 best pitchers. You can make a case. Obviously, Skubal and Flaherty are what they are, and you can make a case that Mize might be in their top 3. Like this is a great early season test getting underway this afternoon. And the one thing you are exactly right about is we're going to have this weird push and pull between the Yankees are here. People go watch the Yankees series. It gets people out, and the weather is going to be brutal. Like you're right. Football in outdoor weather and conditions like this are what we're accustomed to. It's what you're prepared for. You're packed tight in a stadium, usually when you're outdoors in East Lansing and Ann Arbor. I guess it doesn't, not necessarily the case with the Lions, but for people who've road trip to Chicago or Green Bay, you know what it's like. But in baseball, as you put it, a bystander, it's a soak up the sun, take it all in kind of sport. It's hard to soak up the sun when there is no sun. It's hard to kick back and have what we think of as a typical baseball. But it's still the Yankees. Like it's still Aaron Judge. It's still a team that brings out the fans. It'll be interesting to see. And plus, on top of that, as much as, it makes sense to move the games, there are probably people out there with tickets that are going, well, I can't go now because I have to work.
Right.
And so that there's that inconvenience that, I love the flexibility from and honestly nothing to do with our show. I mean, we're going to get preempted Tuesday and Wednesday, but it makes sense for those that can make the change and go. You'd much rather have it be when the day is at its most comfortable and not its least comfortable. But I don't know, man. At the very least, people be tuning into the TV broadcast and the radio broadcast because it's the Yankees and it's a chance to prove yourself. I mean, if they win this series, I'm like, all right, let's go. Let's put the pedal down. Let's have a full baseball season with a team that looks like it's playoff worthy.
Yeah, I'm down with it. I'm looking forward to watching the games. I'll watch them on TV more than likely. Maybe get out to one of the games. But it's the fact that it is the Yankees. I still think the Yankees still have some pull, with the fans. I feel like it's gotten less and less because baseball isn't as much. I don't know. When we were growing up, it felt like the Yankees were the thing, because they were winning World Series. They were all the pomp and circumstance about the Yankees. And then our generation got locked into that kind of mentality. And then it felt like, okay, here we go. And then they get successful again with the Jeter teams, and they take over a whole other generation. Now, because baseball isn't as popular with the younger crowd, although maybe it's starting to build up again a little bit, I don't know if they're still going to have crazy Yankee fan from all over the state of Michigan. Like, it was annoying before. You'd go to the Tiger Stadium or even Comerica Park in the early 2000s. The Yankees come to town. There'd be a ton of Yankee fans. And I was like, God, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Where are you from? And they're like, I'm from Westland. And you're a Yankee fan? What's the matter with you? I think it's changed a little bit now. And I'm hoping it's changed a lot. And we don't see as much of that. And let's hope that we're, raising a generation, a bunch of Tiger fans here.
248-539-9797. We'll get to some Tiger stuff coming up here momentarily. It is Carson Anderson. Got a question for you out there. As this team off to a 5-4 start, they're in first place, and maybe, just maybe, we'll have a full season filled with Tiger discussion and excitement and people buzz in the air about this team. It'd be good to kick it off on the right foot. I feel like this could be kind of a fulcrum series here for our Tigers early in the year to set a tone. Let's set the tone, Tigers. Set the tone of what this season's going to look like in this Yankee series starting today. Mondays mean champ and chump, so let us know who had the best weekend. Who do you want to praise, and who do you want to call out for having a weekend that stinks? We tally up your votes and post on our website on Tuesday who you people select the champ and chump of the weekend. Gator and I get a vote, and I will tell you I'm voting for the same person for champ in back-to-back weeks.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
Doesn't always happen. We'll get to that today. Our nominations at 10:35, but we want yours. Get them in. It's Carson Anderson on a Monday here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builders First Source has you covered because they got 4 Metro Detroit locations. They specialize in top quality composite decking. Brands. How about that? Brands you trust like Trex, TimberTech, and AZEK, although they'll be a pretty sweet name for a band. AZEK. Devil horns. Or not. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team is going to help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. So visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value. That's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, look, the Dodgers series notwithstanding, they're 0-3 against a $400 million team. Got it. They're good. Kind of they're almost like this baseball cheat code that tips the scales so far the other direction that I throw out the data points of the Dodgers series because thankfully we are not in the same league as the Dodgers. They are in the National League and the Detroit Tigers are in the American League, and hence the Dodgers are only a problem in the World Series, which is a problem I will greatly take on. I very enthusiastically take on said problem. But if you throw out those data points, the Tigers are 5-1, and look, like they are a continuation of last year. And I guess the question is do people think it's sustainable? Like, what are your concerns? Because what they did in August and September last year feels like it's continuing into this year. At least it does to me. Like, I got it. If you don't want to throw out the Dodger data points, then go for it. But I do throw them out and measure them against their peer group, which is far more importantly the American League, and even more important than that, the American League Central. And so, Scott Anderson, do I think it's sustainable? One of the reasons why I said they were my favorite 0-3 team of all time is because I do think it's sustainable, and I like the way that they played in that Dodger series in spite of the fact that they got swept. So I think it's sustainable, and right now the biggest thing I have is really injury, and specifically I think one player is incredibly important to them, and it's Casey Mize. And Casey Mize staying healthy and pitching the way that he has been pitching. Do you think this is sustainable? Do you think this whole thing, what they're doing, is sustainable?
I mean, I think that what they're going to do with the pitching staff this year is completely different than what they did last year.
Sure.
So that's automatically different, and it's kind of weird. But it's back to being normal, so it shouldn't be weird. The offense of this team, which is averaging almost 5 runs a game, is that sustainable? Because if you're going to tell me they're going to average 5 runs a game, I'm going to tell you they're going to win 90 games and win the division, which is what I think they're going to do. So is it sustainable? I certainly hope so. The thing that has me hesitant about it is it's just 9 games. It's 9 games of watching Torkelson with a different approach at the plate, a different stance, and being able to come up with some pretty big hits. He was 0 for 4 going into that at bat last night in the 9th inning when he hit the 2-run walk-off double. But he does look different, and that's huge. You talk about the injuries. It's key, obviously, not to lose somebody, but it's key to get somebody back. Mm-hmm. And I need to see what Parker Meadows looks like when he comes back. That, to me, is going to be the key for the rest of the season. Is Parker Meadows going to be the Parker Meadows we saw last year? Because, frankly, if that guy shows up all season long, that's an all-star player that you have in center field, if that's what you've got. Yeah. I don't know if that's what they've got. I don't know if they just caught lightning in a bottle last year and then he's due for a step back. He hasn't played. He's got this nerve thing that they can't seem to figure out. So that, to me, is the one thing that has me kind of hedging my bet on this thing. But I do like what I've seen.
Yeah, Tiger fans, you think this thing is sustainable? 248-539-9797. I've been chesty about this team, and I do think they win the division. And look, there are some things that are different than last year. Certainly, the way they're going to use the pitching, like it's not pitching chaos by design, and certainly the way that they are, what they're getting out of Spencer Torkelson and Tork. We went into the weekend series, and he had his first offer going into the series. And then what did he do? He came out, he had a hit in every game and an RBI in every game. And we're not looking for snapshots in time where Spencer Torkelson looks great. We're looking for consistency all throughout. And he'd given us a few years of snapshots. We had snapshots where Tork looked good. It was just watching 0 for 4 turn into 1 for 9, turn into 2 for 18, turn into 3 for 35, turn into 4 for 50, and the next thing you know, he's back in Toledo. And that's where the real test is. And I think the ebbs and valleys, can he when he dips into the valley, how quickly does he crest and come back up? And early test was good to see. The Tigers have still, Scott, in every single game through 9 games, out-hit and out-walk their opponent in every game. They are winning the walks and hits per innings pitch 9 times out of 9. And that stat, I think, is one that we value in pitching, and I value it at the plate as well. And that is, you're earning the base runners. The way they do the righty-lefty matchup thing, too, feels a bit extreme, and they don't always do it. Like yesterday, here they got Andy Ibanez up there, short on the bench, of course, and you run into that late in games where if you're flipping out Kerry Carpenter for Ibanez in the middle of a game, and then they go back, you're stuck with a righty-on-righty matchup that you might not necessarily want. But at the end of the day, it feels like a modern-day Moneyball, where they've found gimmick has a negative connotation to it. I don't think it's a gimmick. I think it's a strategy that A.J. Hinch really excels at. And so I do think there's a degree of sustainability. Now, what is a ceiling for a team like this? I don't know. Let's go ahead and explore that over the next year or two, right? And if they get the most, they squeeze the most out of they can of this constellation of players, and it's still not enough, then you got to give the engine more gas. But over the next few years, they might have elite players going to be introduced into the lineup.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Now, they have some statistical anomalies on this team. Colt Keith is hitting just $174, but his on-base percentage is .457.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's incredible. Yeah, 12 walks in 9 games. That's not bad. He hasn't gotten enough hits this year, but he's getting on base, that's Moneyball. He gets on base, right? That's the whole thing. Zach McKinstry's off to an incredible start. He's hitting just under 300, but his on-base percentage is .424. I don't suspect that's going to continue. But if he ends up being a player that is average, you'll take it because you don't expect that out of him. And he's actually become an important piece in this team, McKinstry has, because he's so versatile, plug and play him wherever you can. Trey Sweeney's off to a really good start this season, hitting .267. That's somebody you expect to be your everyday shortstop. And Javi Baez, much to many people's chagrin, I'm sure, he's hitting .333. Now, it's a little misleading because he's only had hits in 2 games, but both of those games he had 3 hits like he did yesterday.
Yeah.
So, and he's also only played in 6 games. He hasn't walked yet, but in a couple of games, he's really delivered and finished the game yesterday playing center field too. So he's showing off a little bit of versatility, and we all know why. It's completely by necessity. That contract is why he's still on this team.
Yep.
And there's no other reason for it. But if he's going to, show up every couple games and have multiple hits, then we're here for it because you'll take it every day.
Feedback coming in. John in Sterling Heights writes in, it seems like they do this every year. They schedule the Yankees early in April and crappy weather. It doesn't seem like that. I don't know if it's necessarily true. I haven't gone back to look at it, but I do feel like we see the Yankees early in the season.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm okay. Plus, they spent the first week out on the West Coast, so.
Yeah. It was a weird start. I almost feel like they started the season in the dark because I'm not sure how many people took in a lot of the West Coast trip.
Well, not only that, but they started, was it in March when they started? I guess technically, or no? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like the last day of March? I think yeah, it was, right? Next one. I'm not going to take this team seriously yet because the organization didn't take them seriously this offseason. Why should I buy in? That's from an unnamed texter. That's your choice, okay? I mean, they're saying if the organization's approach, it's not that they didn't do anything. They didn't do anything massive. They did add a major league caliber second baseman. They did add a starting arm who got hurt. And then they did some stuff on the fringes to try and make themselves better. And then they made one aggressive move for a big money player that failed.
And they signed Jack Flaherty.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
That's kind of a big deal.
I know. People don't look at that as an addition because he was here last year. You're right, though.
They should. They signed Jack Flaherty.
It's a weird psychology to it because it is an upgrade.
Yeah, and they had an upgrade at second base. Or I don't know if it's an upgrade at second base necessarily, but it's an upgrade to the roster with Gleyber Torres, even though he got hurt in the second game of the year. But an upgrade to the lineup with Gleyber Torres. You sign Flaherty. You sign another pitcher, Alex Cobb, who we haven't seen. And after they did all that, after all that was already done, that's when the offer came in for Alex Bregman. It wasn't like they offered Bregman early, that deal fell through, and they went, oh, well,
yeah, but
I guess we'll bring back Flaherty, and then that'll be it. I mean, they literally did all that stuff first and then tried to get Bregman and had made him a legitimate offer that Bregman shut down.
But they didn't even sign Juan Soto. No, look, I mean, these
or
are
trade for Vlad Jr.
That when you bring back a guy that you previously had but traded away, it doesn't feel like an addition. It doesn't. It is, but it doesn't feel like one.
Whatever you want to, people want to feel, they can feel, I guess. But I'm legitimately, this is what they did.
You don't like that text at all.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Not only because it dismisses the fact that they did add to this team and, oh, by the way, tried a massive move that they thought they had, that even Alex Bregman thought that it was done.
But
Bregman thought he was coming to Detroit. And then Boris said, hang on, I got one more fish on the line. And they went out and said, okay, how about this deal? Which is...
Yeah, Holmes here is not impressed.
No. So be it. Then Holmes isn't impressed. He's allowed to not be impressed. He's going to sit there, watch games with his arms folded, and probably missed out on a really enjoyable run last year. I'm guessing he missed out on an enjoyable run last year.
Well...
Because what the Tigers do for last year's team.
Not much.
And they traded away guys at the deadline.
Yeah.
They made the playoffs.
Scott Nunn.
They won a playoff series. But they didn't do it how I wanted them to. Good God.
It's Carson Anderson, Champ and Chump. Our nominations at 10:35, 97.1 The Ticket. No, they walk it off, quite literally walk it off, as the White Sox couldn't throw a strike, and the Tigers had some patient at-bats and a great hustle by Trey Sweeney getting down the line to keep from getting double up and keep that rally alive in the ninth inning, which resulted in that Spencer Torkelson walk-off hit yesterday to provide the sweep. Is this sustainable? And right before the break there, we got a text from somebody who is not on board. And we like to say you have the right to feel however you want to feel. And we will tell you why we might feel differently. But the text was, I'm not going to take this team seriously yet because the organization didn't take them seriously this offseason. Why should I buy in? Now, there's some truth to what you said, Gator. I know you kind of went to extreme with a little bit of mocking the attitude. What? But there's some truth to they didn't do it my way, so I'm not going to enjoy this, or I'm not going to support this, or I'm not going to believe it's going to work.
They're not supposed to be good.
Yeah. But, it's kind of a continuation of last year. And look, they're 5-4. It's not like they're 9-0, but I think they look like a pretty good baseball team right now. And one of the things that they didn't want to do, they didn't want to block the youngsters, and they made a big deal out of that until they were going to get Bregman. And that tells you a lot about where they were with Jace Young. Like, okay, maybe this youngster will block him, or maybe he'll get repurposed at another position, or maybe he'll figure it out. But that was one of the times where they decided they were going to block him. And in some ways, getting Gleyber Torres was saying we're blocking Spencer Torkelson now. He's no longer in our future plans because we're going to move Colt Keith to first. But they kept Tork and didn't trade him or outright release him. And I don't think there was much trade market for you. And now he is rewarding them with a hot bat to start this season. But it's a long season. There are ebbs and flows, and I cannot emphasize enough that it's a long season.
At one end of the spectrum, when you look at the Torres acquisition, you can say it's brilliant because it's just a one-year deal. And the one-year deal you'd get steady offense from second base that you would expect. If you like Colt Keith, then you expect to get steady offense now from first base, which you weren't getting. And the other effect it has is lighting a fire under Spencer Torkelson so that he can do something. Well, effectively, that's exactly what's happened.
Yeah.
Torkelson has a fire lit under him. He went into the offseason with a good attitude, changed some things out. It's so hard to change. Ask a golfer when they make a tweak to something that the simplest thing in the world.
I'm a golfer. Ask me.
Try to make one simple change to your swing. Mm-hmm. It may sound simple, but it's not, and it feels awful. And it takes a while before it feels normal. Change isn't easy. And Torkelson has definitely changed his stance. And he's changed a couple of other mechanical things that have made him so far through this season a better hitter. Colt Keith isn't hitting all that great, but is he getting on base with regularity, and you'll take that. So far, that acquisition of Torres has done some nice things, even though he got hurt right away. So with him being hurt right away, it's given Torkelson the opportunity to show that he can hit, so he can go back to first base, and Colt Keith goes back to second base. And maybe the defense at both of those positions just got a little bit better. And now you've got this piece in Torres that's going to come back soon. Okay, we'll see what happens and where it goes. But it looks like it'll go back to Torres playing second, Keith at first base. Or you have a combination of Keith and Torkelson between first base and DH. Because Tork's an upgrade over Keith at first, defensively, for sure. So there's a lot of good that can happen out of this. Now, there's bad that can happen, too. If things just go south quickly, and then you realize that this isn't going to go well for Torkelson. But in the meantime, it is going well. And it is a good acquisition, even though he's hardly played.
It's funny because you think about it. That attitude, and I think I fall victim to this too. For some reason, you know what the Tigers did this offseason? They went out and added a starter from a World Series team who nearly led his team in hits in the postseason in Gleyber Torres. He had 14 hits. Only Soto and Stanton had more. He scored 10 runs. He had a couple home runs. He drove in 8. That's a starter on a World Series team. They added at a position. They also added a starting pitcher from a World Series team in Jack Flaherty.
The team that won.
And And I guess I've undervalued that too. If you think of those things on the surface, those are big additions. I'm not taking this team seriously because the organization didn't take him seriously this offseason. Do we need to rethink that position, dude? I mean, right? They went out and they got guys who were regulars on two teams that battled for the World Series.
Yeah, and I understand where, look, I'm making fun of the guy for having that stance and all this, but yeah. I kind of get where he's coming from because fans have been waiting for so long to, spend some money, and they've been so measured with the money that they've spent and the players that they've acquired. I get it. I get it. You wanted to see the big splash, and there were some big names out there like Santander and Bregman for sure. Those are big names that were out there, and they didn't get either. And they probably missed out on the first because they were putting their eggs in the basket of the second.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, what they have is, even if they don't add Bregman, they have the team that made the playoffs last year, right, and a team that won a playoff series and got within the game of the ALCS. That's how good that team was at the end of the season. And to your point, they've kind of picked up where they left off last year. The difference being that now they have starting pitching. They have 5 viable starters that can actually go, 5 or 6 innings each time they take the field. So that's big. That's a big difference from last year. And we're going to see injuries. They just happen. We know how that works. And will they be able to handle that when it comes? You certainly hope so.
All right, Champ and Chump. Let's get to our Champ and Chump nominations brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights. Gator, my champ of the weekend is Spencer Torkelson. Hits in every game, RBIs in every game, and delivered the walk-off 2-run single last night yesterday afternoon in the bottom of the 9th to provide the Tigers with the sweep over the White Sox back-to-back weeks. I am champing Spencer Torkelson.
I'm going to champ Cam Talbot, the Red Wings netminder. Oh. He almost single-handedly keeping this team in the hunt. 32 save performance yesterday really hammered home the need for better defense in front of him. But this guy has been really, really solid for this team lately. 3-1-1 in his last 5 games, allowing just 8 goals in that stretch on 146 shots.
My chump of the weekend is going to an organization that disrespected what I think is one of the most beloved and respected figures in sports, the Pittsburgh Pirates. Took down Roberto Clemente's number and name on the outfield wall to replace it with an advertisement, which I don't know if there is very many people in sports that command the respect that Roberto Clemente does as a player, as a person, as a humanitarian. And it's just unthinkable to me that an organization would maximize their ad space by removing that of all things. They put it back up, but what a terrible decision.
Horrible decision, and if you take them at their word, it was a horrific mistake and oversight that I forget it was the GM or whoever it was that owned it completely. He said, that's on me. We meant to put it back up and we didn't do it, and that's completely on me, and we're going to correct that, and they did. And now I guess they also have a plaque there in honor of Roberto Clemente somewhere throughout that stadium too, where they brought it back or whatever the case is. But yeah, Roberto Clemente is synonymous with selfless athlete. Yep. So that was a horrible, horrible mistake. My chump, the Montreal Canadiens, just lose for crying out loud. They went on a 5-game heater, Doug. A 5-game heater. Now they put themselves 6 points. They've got 6 points of separation between themselves and the rest of the field, which is the Red Wings. Big game tomorrow night in Montreal. It's a must-win for the Red Wings, but my God, this is just deja vu all over again.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Get your champ and chump votes in. We will tally up the votes, but it's the People's Choice Award, so go for it via ticket text, phone calls. You can post them on Twitch and YouTube. The feed's there. If you're watching the show, we'll take your tweets as well. Vote any way you can. And who should be singled out for having the best weekend, who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks, is what the Tigers doing sustainable? And have we undervalued their offseason? One of our early texts said the organization didn't take them seriously this offseason. Are we sure about that? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, the party never stops at Twin Peaks, and they have another action-packed week for fans out there. It's April in the D, and the Lodges are proud to bring you all the Detroit baseball, basketball, and hockey action all week long. Detroit hockey and basketball teams in the midst of a playoff push, and baseball is just starting their season and looking pretty good. There isn't a better way to enjoy it than with a bone-chilling 29-degree Oberon on special all month long. Pair it with any of their scratch-made favorites from their kitchen, and you're in heaven. But it doesn't stop there. This Tuesday is your last chance to attend one of their store photo shoot parties. Their Auburn Hills location is rolling out the red carpet to 8 of the finest Twin Peaks girls as they are competing to represent Auburn Hills at the Miss Twin Peaks International Competition in Miami later this year. The event runs from 6 to 10 p.m., so mark your calendars. They'll have a live DJ in-house as well as samplings from Modelo and Traverse City Whiskey. This is the last photo shoot of the season, so don't be late. There's always something going on at Twin Peaks. So cure those Monday blues and see for yourself. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views. Okay, so there it is. AJ Hinch following yesterday, and what a dramatic win that was, and a good weekend for the Tigers. Is it sustainable, and have we undervalued what they did this offseason? Let's get to your feedback coming in. Champ UConn on winning championship number 12. Chump Duke for the most epic collapse. You hate to see it. Ha ha. We'll talk about that a little bit. I got to tell you, when you get to great drama in sports, and I sit down and watch a lot of events and championships that for sports that I'm not. I'll flip on the Wimbledon finals, for instance. I'm not big, but I flipped on that women's game yesterday, and I'm pissed at UConn. Because that was so boring.
Because they're so good?
Yeah, they just absolutely blew South Carolina out. And I mean, I'm not really mad at them, but you know what I mean? I was like, well, this is not doing it for me. Champ the Red Wings with 2 big wins and not dying yet. Chump the Red Wings for not dying yet and keeping me hooked, even though I know the inevitable outcome.
Yep. It feels that way, right?
I mean,
still watching. I was cheering them on yesterday, and I'm like,
that's a fan that
I looked
wants
at
to
my
be.
phone and saw that Montreal had won. They were down 1-0 and won the game 2-1. Like, damn it.
I mean, is that a fan that would prefer to be put out of his misery? Like, he's like, just okay. I don't think this is happening, and it's understandable. I mean, the 6 games to go? They do have a game in hand, but they're 6 points back.
Yeah, but it's like,
is that game in hand worth 6 points? Could they play a 6-point game, please?
They can't, although they do have the game against Montreal, which is big. But it sucks because it's like, yeah, you want to be put out of your misery. With the 6 games left, you don't want to have any more. If you're not going to make the playoffs, then don't even win another game so you improve your odds of winning the NHL draft lottery. Because there are teams that are close to them. Like let the Rangers go ahead and pass you by. Go ahead and let the Islanders pass you by or Columbus pass you by. I mean, that's 3 teams right there that can go ahead and fly by, and it's okay.
I think
the other teams below that, that's harder for those teams to pass the Red Wings, but that's where you're at. You make the playoffs or have the best shot at having a high draft pick.
I've talked about this before, that just things that happen inside, like organically, when you're as a fan of a team, where you just stop having very specific feelings. And one of my feelings with this Red Wing team was about 3 weeks ago, where I'm like, they're not making the playoffs. I mean, I understand that it's mathematically possible, but I am giving up on the possibility of them making the playoffs. I just don't think it's gonna happen. And I didn't make that decision. If they win tomorrow night, if they beat Montreal tomorrow night, I mean, I suppose I could get back on board and start watching the games with that kind of playoff intensity. If they win tomorrow night, they're going to probably suck me back in. But like I said, I won't know until it happens in the moment of time. It'll feel like a big game.
Like, here's what, like, Montreal is my chump of the week, right?
Yeah,
because they won 5 games in a row, and they're
Sons
the team
of bitches.
They're the team everybody's chasing now. The previous 5 games they lost.
Right.
They went 0-3-2 in the previous 5 games. This is painful because Montreal's not that good. Now they're the Red Wings. But you want our team that's not that good to be better than their team that's not that good.
Sure.
Like, there's plenty to like with this team. Not enough to say, oh, this is absolutely a playoff team. But, I mean, I was just thinking about with the rookies that are playing right now, with Edvinsson on defense, who's played basically the whole season. And he's got improvements to make for sure. He makes rookie mistakes, but he also looks pretty solid. He's a top 4 defenseman. Then you look at Marco Kasper and the job he has done in his rookie season. He looks great.
Mm-hmm.
He looks like a future 30-goal scorer. I think he's got 16 on the season already. And then Elmer Soderblom, every time I see him play, I walk away more impressed. Like he did there was a sequence last night where he had the puck on his stick behind the net and made players look foolish that were trying to take it away from him. He was just playing keep away from him in the corners, and then turned it around and made it into a scoring chance. I mean, he has great potential, and with that size, it's like sky's the limit.
The stick length, and guys think that they're well clear of him, and they're not.
Right.
Champ is Torque. Torque Daddy's been raking, and even if it's not sustainable, he's giving us a lift when we need it with these injuries. Chump the Lions for ignoring the defensive line and all the talk from the owners' meetings that it'll be through the draft. Not sure this wins us the division. That's from Newt in Westland.
Well, it won the division last year, and that's what they're bringing back. But I'm holding out hope, and it's a sliver, but it comes with a price. Mm-hmm. Holding out hope that they can still be in on the Trey Hendrickson sweepstakes. But like I said, it does come with a price. But if you can read some tea leaves, maybe you can get there easier than you thought.
Well, I'm not there, but I also don't think that it's a prerequisite. Like, they have no shot if they don't get a second elite edge rusher. Almost nobody has two elite edge rushers. And if you go back and look, the last team that came close was like 7-8 years ago. There was a New Orleans team with two guys in the top 10 in sacks. But I mean, honestly, you're really asking for something that, well, I mean, you could sell a lot of what you have to add a second edge rusher. I think it's oddly being treated as a prerequisite to win the Super Bowl, and it's not.
Well, but it hasn't happened yet. But guess what could be the trend in the next 5 years could be having these two dominant edge rushers. Now,
could be.
I say there's that sliver of where it's possible if I'm reading tea leaves, and that is this. Trey McBride just signed an extension to be the highest paid tight end in football with Arizona, right?
Yep.
It's going to pay him close to $20 million a year. So Sam Laporta's deal, his contract will be up for an extension after this upcoming season will be his third year.
This will be his third year, so he'll be up for the extension next offseason.
Right. And we know about Jamison Williams, the same thing, except he's a first-round pick, so you get the fifth year that you can pick up the fifth year. So if you wanted to extend him, it would be after that one.
Yes.
Let's just
same
say
thing with Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah. I imagine you're absolutely they're gonna pay Aiden Hutchinson. They make no bones about that. But those other two, they could add up to money you could give Hendrickson. If you're looking at Jamison Williams, if he hits the free agent market, he's going to get well north of $20 million. Lions don't have to do that. They don't have to bring him back for anything more than that. If you're looking at Sam Laporta, by the time his deal comes up, it's going to be $20 million plus. That's two players that you still have for the next 2 seasons. And if you go out and before you have to worry about paying those guys, if you give those guys
Hendrickson,
if Hendrickson gets their money, then after 2 years, you don't have JMO, you don't have Sam Laporta, but now you have the two edge rushers for sure on this team and Kirby Joseph, and you might be in good shape to retain Brian Branch or others.
Yeah, you're sinking $70 million into one position, which, I mean, it would be a bold move if you could even pull it off, and I'm not sure that they want to, but hey, man, look, I mean, think about it. We just took a text already from somebody complaining the Tigers didn't do enough this offseason. Now we have a text saying the Lions aren't doing enough. One of the criticisms of the Red Wings, not doing enough. Like, this is a common theme, and I'm just wondering if we could do this in any town anywhere, with the exception of the Dodgers and the Yankees, right? I mean, is this every fan base everywhere? Our team didn't do enough. Are we just moving into the cliche criticism of should have done more?
No, I don't think so. I think here with the Lions, you can make that argument, though. I don't feel the need to shout it down so quickly, because you can look at it now. You can also, both things can be right. You can win the way that they're constructed now, or you can try to add a little bit more to it, go over the top of that position, try something no team's done yet, and do it that way.
Yeah.
And I'm just offering up, I think, because of what happened with McBride's contract, if you're willing to say in 2 years from now that you're going to move on from Sam Laporta and Jamison Williams, that the money that you would have spent to keep those guys in tow, that you instead draft the tight end and a wide receiver in the next couple of years to replace those guys, and then the money you had earmarked for those players you give to Trey Hendrickson, that you can get something done. You can make it happen. Now, it also comes at the cost of whatever, a first-round pick and whatever you're going to have to give up.
Yeah, I'm not quite as sure that it can happen. But 248-539-9797, Champ and Chump votes, get them in. We will talk some NCAA basketball. How about that collapse by Duke? Man, we'll get to that today at 11:05 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by DR Trailer Sales. The Pistons are back on the LCA floor tonight. They may be without Jalen Duren and Tobias Harris. Both are listed as questionable. Hear the game over on WWJ News Radio 950 at 7. The Tigers-Yankees opener today has been moved up to 310 because of the cold temperatures. Temperature at first pitch is predicted to be 43 degrees. The real feel 9 degrees lower. Casey Mize heads back to the bump after a 5 2/3 inning season debut where he allowed just a single hit and no runs. 32-year-old lefty Carlos Rodon will make the start for New York. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 2:45. Meanwhile, in the minors. Nate Wengler on the call. That clutch home run put Clark on a minor league baseball's top performance list for Sunday. Clark is off to a 4 for 10 start this season. After CBS tallied their highest rating for a Final Four in 8 years, the college basketball national championship coming up tonight, Houston and Florida, just after 8. At the Corbel Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Tons of feedback coming in on this Monday morning. What a weekend for the Detroit Tigers. They sweep the White Sox. Great way to start the home portion of the schedule, winning on opening day big. Kerry Bonds got after it again with a 3-homer game. Then Spencer Torkelson with the walk-off.
2-homer game.
2-homer game. Sorry, 3 homers in the weekend. My bad. The walk-off win yesterday, which was awesome. I mean, look, the White Sox helped, but they were tough at bats. I mean, you have to earn your walks, and they did. I think it was total of 3 walks in the 9th inning. But Trey Sweeney hustling down the line, avoiding a double play, kept the rally alive, and then Tork comes through with the dramatics. 248-539-9797. Feedback champ Kerry Bonds for the 3 home runs, one off a lefty, and starting against a lefty yesterday. Chump anyone trying to belittle Ovi's record?
I don't think anybody is doing that. The only thing I saw about it might be that it was actually done tongue in cheek. Yeah, it was a video, a parody video with somebody pretending to be Wayne Gretzky.
Yeah,
and like informing him, hey, you know, Ovechkin's going to break your record. And he goes, oh, which one? For goals. Oh, for goals. Okay, that's great. That's great. Cool. How many assists does he have? He's got like a 700 something. Oh, 700. Okay, well, good for him.
Yeah.
Good for him to get the goal record. Because Gretzky's just, his records are insane. I think it's 1,900 assists and 2,500 points or whatever, 2,800 points. It's crazy.
Here's a text from someone who's clearly enjoying the show. They write in the following.
Oh, here we go.
Do you guys want a participation trophy for being swept by the Dodgers? Do you want a parade for sweeping the White Sox and handing Tork the MVP right now? It's 10 games in. Give it a month before we draw any sort of conclusions with this team. Nobody knows what they are right now, so just give it time instead of jumping to wild conclusions. Okay, I've stated this a whole bunch. To me, it's more than 10 games. It's August, September, April.
Don't forget October.
I shouldn't forget October. That's right. Wasn't a full month, but yeah, neither is April, I guess, at this point. It's a continuation of last year. However, sir, if you do have a trophy to hand out for getting swept by the Dodgers, please deliver it to the station and we'll display it prominently.
I mean, you have really leaned into that.
What, the Dodgers thing?
Yeah.
I throw the data
which
points
is okay.
out. Yeah, it's okay. Look, there's something that we do, okay, and you pick and choose your times. Obviously, it's an early call, bro. Got it. We could wait. I'll wait till game 150 and draw my conclusion then. Like, I mean, if you want us to tell you what we think's going to happen, I'm willing to put them out there, but I don't think it's that much of a bold prediction because to me, it's a continuation of what they did at the end of last year. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And if you want to call it a wild conclusion, I'm measuring them against their peer group. I will be awfully satisfied as American League Central Division champions. And I think they will be the best team in this division. If that's a wild conclusion, sue me.
Well, the wild conclusion is what he laid out there, is that you should get participation trophy for being 0-3, or that you're planning a parade because they swept the White Sox. neither of which, well, I suppose the participation
I got
trophy
on board.
is up for a debate, but no one's saying that because they swept the White Sox, we should be planning a parade. No one's saying that. So if that's your wild conclusion to draw from that, then so be it. I think at this point, we all understand it's 9 games. And how does the team look going 5-4 in the 9 games? They look like the team we saw play last year. Timely hits, and they're actually hitting more now than they did for the last 2.5 months last year. They're getting on base at a really good clip, and now they have a 5-man rotation instead of 1.5. So I like where they're going. I don't know if it's going to be this way the rest of the season. I feel pretty good about this team being a playoff team, and actually I said they'd win 90 games and win the division.
I feel like it's most definitely sustainable. I mean, it's just not 9 games because they did it for the last 40 games of last season. It's much longer than that, and they've done it with adversity and injuries and just pitching for real, dude. Yes, it's most definitely sustainable. That's from an unnamed texter. All right, Gator, we said we'd get to it. I want to follow up on this. Look, at the beginning of the March Madness tournament, this was everybody filled out their brackets, and some people took great pleasure in Duke losing. I imagine there's a lot of people that had Duke being successful and maybe even winning it all as a maybe for you it was a plug your nose, close your eyes, and I'm going to take the Dukies to win the whole thing as a pure investment. We had a fascinating Final Four matchup. Gator, you put on the show sheet about the ratings. Were the ratings good? Did you see if the ratings?
I haven't seen. I'm assuming that they would have been phenomenal, given that the game actually came down to the last couple minutes there. So when they do come out, I would expect it to be pretty good.
Okay. TV ratings, men's Final Four, 8-year highs for CBS. Google search shows the 2 games average about 15.3 million viewers, the best mark for men's Final Four since 2017. So there it is. Anyway, so look, if you have a rooting interest based upon your bracket, you might not have liked the Duke loss. There are many people that enjoyed the Duke loss. For the first time in my lifetime, I felt a tinge of sympathy for Duke because that is an absolute brutal way to lose. I don't think this is as hateable a Duke team, and I prefer to hate Duke. I don't think it's as hateable. They still have those 4 ugly letters across the front of the shirts that make me not like them. But as far as Duke teams go, it was the first time I felt like a pang of, oh my God. They were up 14 with 8:02 to go. They were up 6 with the basketball inside a minute to go. It took a turnover on a full court press. It took a questionable call. It took them missing free throws. It is an awful way to lose. And Gator, you revel in it.
Yep.
And I, for the first time in my life, I actually felt a pang of sympathy for Duke because I didn't hate this Duke team. But, like we always say, you may have absolutely loved every second of it. But I don't know that this is, I talk about a scale. Like, what was the most hateable Duke team ever? It was probably a Christian Laettner team where the meter was pegged to the left. This Duke team is well to the right of that. I'm not going to say that I liked them or rooted for them because I wasn't. I wasn't on a variety of fronts, including financially, because I had Florida beating them in my bracket. However, Scott, do you think I'm alone on this one?
Yep. Pretty close to it anyway. I mean, I understand what you're saying, is that you hate this team a little bit less than you hate typical Duke teams. Yep. But for you to say because of the way that they lost, because it was brutal and you felt bad for them?
Yep.
Come on, man. Grow up a little bit, right? This is what you want. That's how you want Duke to lose. You want Duke to lose one of 2 ways. Either just get soul crushed and smoked by 40 points, or you want to see Duke just give it up and blow their opportunity. And it was fantastic to watch them blow it and give away that opportunity. Shed no tears for Duke with their constant 5-star players coming in every single season. And the guys that aren't 5 stars are 4 stars. Like their class from this year that had Cooper Flagg and Maluak, whoever his name is, the big center.
Yeah.
Those are both 5-star players. They had 3 other players in their recruiting class who were 4-star players. They've got a 5-star player next year. I think it's Carlos Boozer's kid is going to play for him, along with a couple of 4-star players. If they wanted to hit the portal and grab the best player in the portal, guess who's going to get him? Duke. Because Duke is Duke. Always root against Duke. Never shed a tear for that.
Okay, yeah, I feel bad. It's both the Boozer twins are going to Duke, but yeah, I did feel bad for them. I felt like that has just got to be the absolute worst way to lose such a critical game. I guess the question is am I on an island with this one? Did you find this Duke team they were harder to hate? They were harder to hate. Kang, am I alone on this one, do you think?
I'm kind of there with you, Doug, and we might be alone together. It's not the typical, first of all, you guys know for a very long time now, I've wanted the Pistons to get Cooper Flagg.
Yeah, you were on the Cooper Flagg.
So I can't hate them that much if I want one of their players that bad. I was like, hey, Cooper Flagg's going to throw out the first pitch for the Tigers because he's going to be a Piston, right? All that stuff. Same thing you do, Doug. Mm-hmm. So I'm like, all right, there's only maybe one other Dookie I ever wanted was maybe Grant Hill. And even then, I'm not sure I really wanted him as a Piston until they actually drafted him. But never wanted Leitner, Boozer, any of these other guys, Jay Williams. Never, dude, couldn't stand Duke. And Coach K was the coach. Maybe because I think John Shire is not as hateable as Coach K. I wanted Cooper Flagg. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not a Duke fan. But do I hate him a little less? I think the answer is yes. I don't. And that brutal way they lost was, I'm not going to lie, a split second there, I was like, ooh, kind of feel bad for them. And then I'm like, all right, well, I'm glad Duke lost.
I think Gator's disgusted with us.
I'm not. I'm disappointed. Is what I am. That's where it is. It's just sheer disappointment that I feel right now for both of you.
248-539-9797. I'm not sure we are. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, good news is, even though it's going to be really cold this week, that the really warm weather is coming around the corner, right? We got to hope for that. The red, white, blue trucks, they're everywhere. They're out there to help people out. So call the expert technicians at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, and they're going to make sure that your HVAC and that your plumbing, that they're all ready to take on the heat that's just around the corner. But don't just take my word for it, okay? You can check out the A-plus rating they have from the Better Business Bureau or some of their 5-star reviews that they have on Google. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, a boiler, water filtration, your air conditioning that you want to get checked out, make sure it's ready to go, schedule an appointment at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
I'm a little scared to look at the feedback. Here we go.
Why, Doug?
Let's see. It's not so much that I hate Duke. I could never stay in Mike Krzyzewski's. And then I could never stay in Mike Krzyzewski. That's the reason why I didn't want Duke to win. And I can't even read this. I'm sorry. Whoever wrote it. Doug, I don't know if you're necessarily Tom Hanks alone on the island in Castaway. You're probably more like on Gilligan's Island with 5 or 6 other total people. But that's about it. Duke is Duke, and I'm glad it happened. Next text. I feel like the way modern society is, the good old-fashioned hate watch is gone. Now everyone likes to hold hands and sing Kumbaya together. I don't agree with that. Tom in Flat Rock, F Duke. I hate the colors. I hate the logo. I do not hate any of those players, so I'm with you, Doug. I didn't enjoy it as much as I normally would watching them lose. John in Lake Orion. A likable Duke team is like saying that you met a very friendly great white shark the other day. I always want Duke to get Godzilla stomped. Well, the funny thing is, the only way I win brackets, and I've got a chance to win 2 of them, is if Florida if Houston had defeated Duke. And so I was very happy with the result. I just found I didn't get the typical satisfaction of watching a Duke team lose because I didn't hate this group as much. 248-539-9797.
Is it just Cooper Flagg?
A lot of it, yeah. I mean, I for some reason I like Knipple because he looks like a big dork and he can really play the game. But it's also just a brutal way to lose. I mean, that was a brutal way to lose a game.
But you know what? The mustering up for the Duke hate is not the same because they used to have like 4-year guys. So you had 4 strong years to hate these guys. You know, like Leitner, Grayson Allen, Cherokee Parks, whoever.
Oh.
You know, but now they just leave in a year anyways, or they transfer, and I'm like, I couldn't even build it up all the way like I used to, and I don't care as much. So yeah. I'll never wear anything Duke related. I don't like Duke, but I do hate them a little less. I mean, it's not the same.
In some people's mind, it's very binary. You either love them or hate them. And I don't.
That's how it should be.
I don't either.
I don't know why you can't subscribe to that theory. Let's go.
Let's go to Mark in Commerce here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Mark.
Oh, my God, are you guys getting soft on us?
Thank you.
Are you gonna be rooting for Ohio State, Green Bay, Pittsburgh Penguins? I mean, geez, oh, Pete, how can you – the greatest sight I saw this weekend was Cameron Hall totally full and totally silent. I hate Duke.
Isn't it fantastic?
Come on. Grow a pair.
I mean, Doug, you can take the Yankee hat off, too, by the way.
Ha, 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 ha. Brad in Ann Arbor is next. Hello, Brad.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Great.
Yeah, I'm definitely with Gator and Kang on this one.
What?
If you grew up of the Fab Five era, I don't know how you can have any sympathy for Duke.
Well, first of all, Gator, would you subscribe? Would you say that Kang is in your camp?
No, I would say he's not in my camp.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
You're right.
Okay.
Kang's in Doug's camp. Yeah, I screwed that up.
It's okay.
And that was the lone exception of the years that I despised Duke. I despised Duke, but except for those couple years they played in the finals.
Oh, that's right. Well, that makes sense. My question is, what's because for me, Coach K was kind of the ringleader. As far as my hate for Duke, I mean, yeah, Leitner and Hurley and all that, but now that Coach K's gone, I'm just kind of wondering when, if that's going to be a possibility to actually not hate Duke for me.
So Coach K was the ringleader. He's gone. Are you saying you don't feel the same with him gone?
I'm wondering if I can get around to it. If I can come around to
now who's soft, Brad?
Yeah, you're getting
soft,
Brad. It sounds
Come on,
like you're
toughen up, Brad.
It sounds like you're actually closer to our camp than you realize.
No. I'm not saying I want to. I'm just wondering if it's a possibility.
Well,
you know what really did it for me though? The way that Coach K, Grayson Allen, is what really put me over the top.
He's just another in a long list of guys that are despisable from Duke.
Who is despisable on this Duke team?
I really haven't watched them hardly at all. I didn't watch that game because I don't care to watch Duke. I can't even enjoy watching them lose. I just don't. Nothing about Duke is good for me. It's a no.
I guess for people to sort of understand where I'm coming from, I think maybe that's a better way to put it. Was there a Grayson Allen? Was there a Cherokee Parks? Was there a Christian Laettner on this Duke roster? If I missed who I was supposed to hate, please send forward the memo.
Why am I not allowed to hate Cooper Flagg?
Do you hate Cooper Flagg?
I don't really care for him. I mean, I think he's the best player in college basketball. And once he graduates to the NBA, it's fine. But while he's in college at Duke, he sucks.
Let me be clear on this. You're allowed to dislike whoever you want to dislike. I find it harder to dislike this group of players.
You guys have gotten soft.
Yeah, maybe.
If Krzyzewski were there, do you think you'd have a different feel about this?
It's a good question. I don't know. I think I might because Krzyzewski was responsible for constructing all those hateable Duke rosters. So I might, yeah.
I mean, all those shots of him in the crowd.
Yeah, it didn't do it for me.
Still didn't do it for you.
No.
Wow.
And look, it was just let's be clear here. I was not rooting for Duke. What I was for the first time in my life actually feeling bad. Like, what a terrible way to lose. Can you imagine, let's just say, if Michigan State lost that way for you, how that would feel?
I'd be devastated.
It is as bad a loss as you can have.
Yeah, I've experienced those losses. This is a team I despise. Why am I having any kind of sympathy for them?
I don't know why, but I felt sympathy for him.
I don't know
for the first time in my lifetime.
It's like I don't even know you.
Yeah, well, I don't even know me either. I guess I've changed. I am changing. If you want to call it soft, call it soft.
It's got to be Krzyzewski that he's not there.
It might be.
That has to be it.
He was the master, the constructor of rosters that were far more hateable than this one.
I mean, it's the only reason that makes sense. It's not how they lost. I mean, how they lost makes you feel sympathy. But the only reason you're even allowed to feel sympathy is because Krzyzewski's not there anymore. That's it.
So if you think about it, my bracket benefited from Duke losing. There was, and yet for the first time in my life, I went, God, those kids have to be devastated.
Oh my God! Stop saying that.
It's true. I hope Houston. I get the cash out with Houston tonight. Let's go. Let's go, Cougs.
You don't deserve it.
I don't deserve it.
No,
you have to hate Duke to be able to cash in.
You don't even. If you can't enjoy Houston beating Duke. If you can't enjoy it fully like everybody else in this country is, that's not a Duke fan, then you don't deserve to win your bracket. You don't deserve to root for that gritty gutty Houston team.
Well, fortunately, it doesn't work that way. I want the Cougs to close it out with their stifling, perhaps over the top defense.
But I said you don't deserve to.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Did you actually not hate this Duke team? Hey, only 2 teams remain, but you can still get in on the biggest game of the season with FanDuel because right now new customers can get $200 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 extra bucks to bet on everything from team totals to point spreads and so much more. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug to get in on the biggest college hoops game of the year with America's #1 sportsbook. Late start tonight, but it'll be a reason for you to stay up, is to get in there and get your chance at the $200 in bonus bets. You can work that with a prop bet, by the way. If you want to work a prop bet, find a low total on some player, because you can get alternate spreads. Take sharp over 3 points or something. Tournament action's at its peak, and FanDuel will always, always be the place for you to bet and all the excitement you can handle. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. You do this job long enough, you realize you're going to say some things that nobody agrees with, and today might be an all-timer for me. I actually felt sympathy for Duke with the way they lost that game, a brutal loss. A great win for Calvin Sampson and company, though, a suffocating defensive team that was down 14 with 8:02 to go, and he made an interesting call. When they were down 6 inside a minute to go, he opted not to foul, and they did get the stop, got the ball back, made a 3, got a steal, missed a 3, got the putback dunk, and eventually the exchange of free throws. They found themselves up 1, and then Cooper Flagg missed a very, very makeable shot. At the end of that game, the thing about it was, if you recall, and I don't know how many people remember, but Houston lost to Duke last year in March Madness. And in that game, Houston lost by 3, 54-51 in a rock fight. In a low-scoring game, something gets amplified, and that is, in that game, Houston made 9 free throws and missed 8. They were brutal from the line. It became an off-season focus to make their free throws, and I believe they finished this game 14 of 18 from the free throw line, including the exchange where Knippel missed the front end and Houston made their 2. And, all the time and effort they put in the offseason paid off for them, because their goal, they thought they lost the Duke game because they missed free throws. And yes, they went 14 of 18 in this game against the Blue Devils. And do you like Calvin Sampson? I never really did, but I find him to be likable here at his old age. He's like old Calvin Sampson.
I don't mind Calvin Sampson. He's fine.
You don't mind him, you said?
Yeah, he's. Okay. I know he's got Judd roots. So
yep.
Judd Heathcote roots from Michigan State. So whatever. He's always been kind of harmless. Like, I can root for the guy. He seems like a good guy.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact he took down Duke, I love it. And the way they did it, I love it. It's fantastic. Legendary now.
Yeah.
You take down Duke in a Final Four game, that's a whole different ball game, man. That's awesome. You're the man.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. All right, so you want to continue talking about the Final Four. I got Houston winning tonight, cutting down nets on a Monday night. Don't forget late start, but I think, again, the defense travels. I think they can shoot it enough from the perimeter. I think they slow down Florida's attack. Early season Tiger games, 5-4 start. The criticism has come in because I really, really, really like this team, and they just swept the White Sox, which, this is – I feel like giving a team any credit for sweeping the White Sox, people interpret it as giving them too much credit. But we've had 2 really interesting texts we got back. One person who said the Tigers didn't do anything in the offseason, that he won't take them seriously because they didn't take themselves seriously with their offseason additions. And yet they got a critical starter from a World Series team, and they got a contributor who was an important cog to another World Series team last year. They got Gleyber Torres off the Yankees, and they got Jack Flaherty from the Dodgers. And the Flaherty thing feels like since they had him in the first place, they're not getting credit for bringing him back, at least in the eyes of that texter. But I would say most off seasons, adding 2 critical pieces from World Series teams would feel like an effort, would feel like you've added something. But I'm not sure even you and I have interpreted it in the way that we should. That's not insignificant.
Well, I don't think it's I actually have gotten on board with that. I think the moves they made in the offseason, they're absolutely moves to make this team better. Mm-hmm. This is a better team than what they were last year. Mm-hmm. I mean, how can you argue they're not? What did they lose that's not as good as what they had last year? I mean, and the other guy we haven't mentioned, Tommy Kahnle.
Yeah.
In the bullpen. That's another guy who had pitched with the Yankees. So it's they've made significant additions to this team in all 3 aspects: the rotation, the lineup, and then the bullpen. And after all that was done, they still tried to make the big move, which was to get Bregman, and it didn't work out. And that sucks. But we'll see where they go. It's a lot like, I think there's the Tigers are better off now in terms of, I shouldn't say better off. Where they are now, they're a better team now, more so than what the Lions have improved in the offseason. And I'm fine with what the Lions have done. The Lions are bringing back more. Yeah, the Lions are bringing back the gang, and it's a salary cap league, and it's different, and it's very difficult to make big additions to this team. And, they swapped out corners was the big move, and maybe the corner ends up being better than the corner they had last year. We'll see. And the Lions going to play at a very high level this year. I totally expect that. The Tigers did make significant moves in the offseason to a team that already made to the second round of the playoffs. So, yeah, I like what they've done.
248-539-9797. Guys, Alex Cobb was contemplating retirement before Scott Harris threw $15 million his way. Don't tell me that was some substantial addition. That's from Will.
I wasn't even talking about Alex Cobb.
We haven't even brought his name up. But you bring up Canely. Canely last year in the postseason had a 2.08 ERA for a World Series team. Stephen in Dearborn says...
And by the way, Alex Cobb last year had a 2.76 earned run average, only played 3 games. If he wants to come to the Tigers, doesn't he seem like this? He's going to fall in line with the last couple guys they brought in, like
veterans.
This situation. Whether it was Lorenzen or Flaherty, and now it's Cobb.
Could be
that he just gets back to being this reclamation project.
I have some serious skepticism about a guy at his age coming off an injury, but when you write, "Don't tell me it was some substantial addition," I can say for sure we did not
mention it as a substantial
not said it's a substantial addition. Stephen from Dearborn says the 5 runs per inning may be challenged to sustain. 5 runs per inning?
Per game, but yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's what he wrote. 5 runs per inning may be challenged to sustain. Yes, 5 runs an inning would be hard to sustain. If sustained, I'm right there with you guys. 90-plus wins should be a possibility. Need a lockdown center fielder. Kreidler is not it, but we're still getting it done. There is patchwork going on in center field. I mean, Javi Baez is out there in center field.
Yeah, they've got the guy. The guy just has to get back to being healthy and, waiting on each week there's a different medical update that comes out, and so far nothing's changed. So I think he's supposed to see a specialist again soon.
Yeah.
And with Vierling, he's supposed to get another MRI done. I guess Vierling is in decent shape to come back soon.
An unnamed texter says, here's a great question for a topic. Quote, when will you believe that this hot start is just who Tork is now? Because I believe Tork is here to stay. I fully expect him to finish the season around 250 with 30 home runs and over 100 RBIs. Okay.
Look, if you're forcing me into a corner to take a leap of faith and say, okay, fork to your nose, dark alley, as we say in the show all the time, do you think Torkelson has found his swing and this is who he's going to be? I don't think he's going to be as prolifically good as he's been, but I think he will be significantly better than what we saw last year and more consistent. So that, I mean, that's a little bit of a hedge, I guess, or somewhere in between. But I will be pleasantly surprised if he hits anywhere near 280 with significant power. I think he still is going to hit with significant power.
You make the early call on things you're comfortable making the early call on, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm early calling, and I don't think it's that early because of my what I've said about my continuation of last year. But I'm comfortable saying I think this team's winning the division. I think they're very measure it up against their peer group. I think they're going to do just fine. I think this is going to be a really fun division-winning playoff season. I am not making the early call on Tork yet that this is who he is. Certainly having him play the way he's had has helped them and directly led to wins. I think there are other guys that can give more. As you mentioned, Cole Keith, nice on-base percentage, but he's not really hitting the ball.
Right. And
they're
I
going
said
to get their center fielders back.
My Torque take is based on fork to a nose in a dark alley.
Yeah, if you have to make a call.
As far as the person's questions about when do you do it, I'd wait a full. I'd like the Sparky Anderson thought. 40 games in, sounds good.
Champ Cam Talbot, he looked great this weekend. Huge saves on Sunday. Chumped the Pittsburgh Pirates for the whole Clemente plaque being removed and replaced with a drink advertisement. Ridiculous. That's from Kevin at work. Yeah, the Talbot thing is interesting, right? Like, I mean, he's 37. The light has really gone on here.
But he's been through stretches in his career where he's been this goaltender.
Yeah, how do you elongate said stretches?
I don't know if you can count on it, but I mean, the 6 games left, they know, I mean, the team is going to play a different way in front of them now because it's all desperation at this point. Literally, this game tomorrow night is must win. You don't win this game, and then the gap is 8 points with 5 games to go.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. You got to do it.
Yep. Regarding Duke, Scott writes in, they don't have a typical punchable face that they usually have on the roster, and Coach K is gone. But that's the other thing about hating college teams. All that is left is the uniform. The teams are different guys every year.
Not with Duke.
Okay.
Well, just because it is the same thing. I mean, Duke has their guys that they've always done the we're going to recruit the one and dones. They've always got those guys.
Yeah.
And some of those players might stick around for a year or two past that point. But typically it's always been these 5-star recruits that are phenomenal, and then they enter the NBA. Duke and Kentucky have always been like that. Every year you look at you go through the draft prospects and you see there's 3 Duke players. What? And they're like 19 years old. It's just how it is. Don't be afraid to hate Duke. It's okay. Nothing's changed. Still says DUKE on the front of that jersey.
I know. It was weird that I know what you're saying, and I understand why some people, if you still felt that they were as hateable, you probably don't like my take. I just didn't find them as hateable this year. I didn't enjoy it as much as I used to. It used to be the double whammy of the team that I picked to win won and Duke lost. How great is this? And I was like, God, those Duke kids. What an awful way to lose.
Shire.
You can well up some disdain for him.
Yep.
All right. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
Hey, if you got any issues with your garage doors, here's who you call. Precision Garage Door Service. 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit precisiondoormi.com. If your garage door is suddenly not working, count on Precision Garage Door Service to answer your call 24/7 and schedule a repair appointment quickly, even for the same day. They can even send somebody out on holidays. Weekends are available at no extra charge. They can send them out for evenings. So when you have a garage door emergency with your car stuck inside, Precision Garage Door Service is the place to call. They'll have 24/7 emergency repairs that can help you out on the same day, including weekends, evenings, and holidays. Like I said, check them out on the web and schedule the appointment at your discretion. That's right. They'll come out at a time that's convenient for you. You can give them a call at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or as I said, visit the website at precisiondoormi.com.
So Scott Anderson, I moved into a new phase here in life where I'm now become a big advocate and a big fan of something that I'd always kind of sampled and really, really liked, but for some reason had never gone all in with said product. But when we were in Florida, for the first time ever, I purchased something, and now I'm all in. And that is Carolina mustard barbecue sauce. Have you ever had the mustard-based barbecue sauce?
Yes, I have.
How do you feel about it?
I'm fine with it. It's not my go-to, but I like to try all different kinds of barbecue sauce.
So I'm not, I said when we got back from Florida, I'm probably done as a general rule with going to Florida, and it's probably South Florida. I don't know that I have any need to go back there. But this up in the Panhandle, Santa Rosa Beach, Seaside, in the Destin area, I could end up back there. I really enjoyed that, and that was a little bit more my speed. But I might not go back. But there was one thing. We were out. We were going to barbecue up some chicken, and I got something called Four Rivers Smokehouse Carolina barbecue mustard sauce, and we mowed through it. I absolutely loved it. I got another kind of mustard-based barbecue sauce when we got home, and we've used that. Not only when we cook chicken, but I used it like as the condiment on a turkey burger instead of like ketchup or barbecue sauce.
Sure.
I am ready to try them all, and I am ready to go all in with all the Carolina mustard barbecue sauces. Yes, I have. I know this. I might be late to the table with, but as we enter grill season,
it's a totally different kind of sauce.
It's a totally different kind of sauce.
The lighter colored sauce. It's not your typical, molasses and smoky heat or whatever. It's different.
Yeah.
Mustard base is going to be different.
I'm a huge fan, and I feel like I'm just starting a new era where I'm going to be experimenting all summer long with different types of mustard barbecue sauce. Kang, how do you feel about the mustard barbecue sauce?
So I'm not a big mustard guy in general, but I enjoy the Carolina mustard sauce. I do. Yeah, and like you'll find that at places that are like more of like your artisan type barbecue joints. You know what I mean? Not your typical franchise, but like
you're not calling it pretentious.
I'm not. I think it's just they do like. It's hard to say this without sounding pretentious, like the real barbecue, places where they chop their own wood and everything's smoked.
You know what I'm talking
really
about. Established barbecue joints that they have a tons. There's all different kinds of sauces that are, relative to the areas that they come from.
Yeah, there's Memphis style, Carolina, like you mentioned, Texas, St. Louis. There's a bunch of them. I love that stuff. I used to work at a barbecue joint before it was cool. Honestly, before it was like.
Where did you work? Where was it?
It was called Red Hot and Blue. I still believe they have them in like maybe Virginia area. I asked Jansen about it actually. He remembered it when he played for the Washington Redskins at the time, and they had like one or two come up here in Michigan.
I remember that.
Yeah, and it was really good stuff. I mean, we had literally. Hickory smoked, wood ribs and meats and all that stuff. They had a huge smoker in the back.
Okay, let me ask you a question about that. Because I feel like sometimes when you work in an industry, you can get sick of something. Did you ever find yourself getting sick of barbecue?
Yes. I smelled like hickory smoked wood every single day.
Yeah,
that stuff does like.
So you smelled great.
For the first week.
Well, it's like
after that, it's like
being outside a campfire and you come home and you realize you smell like a campfire. And it smells great at the time, but you want the time to smell like a campfire, and not every day is that smell or that want.
You know what, Doug? You don't know this because you're a big barbecue sauce guy in general.
Yeah.
Like when you make your chicken and your turkey, you always have like barbecue sauce.
Yeah.
Dude, that's like sugar, right? Like
I know.
All right. I was gonna say
these are things I don't think about, but yes, I'm very well aware.
You like sugar, man.
It's funny because not every decision Doug makes is based upon how healthy or unhealthy it is. There are things that I'm like, okay, barbecue sauce, well worth it. I'm pretty much sure that 5th or 6th beer I had on Saturday was not worth it from a health standpoint, but. You every once in a while, I didn't need to plow through that entire bag of the Girl Scout cookie dots thing you got me that from
Are they gone?
From Costco. Yes, I went out and got my own bag. I'm working on bag number 2.
Oh, man.
the amount of discipline it takes to walk away with just one handful of those things.
I understand.
But yes, Carolina mustard barbecue sauce is something that it's going to be the summer of mustard barbecue sauce at the Karsh household.
I have a confession to make.
What's that?
I bought a bag of something the other day, and I think it lasted 30 hours in the house. That was it.
And is it better than the Girl Scout cookie?
It's not that it's better. It's just I know that it was going to be a problem. When I saw it, I was at a grocery store. I'm going down I don't know why I went down the cookie aisle, but I saw them, and I'm like, all right. Got them, and then opened them up and immediately knew that regret was going to set in shortly. And they were iced oatmeal cookies.
Iced oatmeal cookies.
You get them in the bag.
Where did you buy these? Just a regular grocery store?
Like a Meijer, yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't a Costco industrial size.
No.
You didn't polish off a family pack that's supposed to feed 10 people
I
for a week.
polished off a bag and like I said, in 30 hours. That was bad enough.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see how that might
happen. Bought
happen.
them like 3 o'clock on a Wednesday, and they were gone by 9 o'clock
by
on
puck
Thursday.
drop Thursday.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. And as I kept going into the bag, I'm like shaking my head. There's definitely feeling of shame. Like, what are you doing? You're still going in this bag? Really? You're gonna have those for breakfast too? What's the matter with you? Stop it. Save some for lunch when you come home.
And you didn't do it, did you?
I did, but lunch was 24 hours later, so it wasn't.
It was an annihilation. It was very lopsided what happened.
And I've had this problem before when I've gotten the iced oatmeal cookies. I knew it was going to happen, and I still did it to myself.
And you'll go back. Do you
Not
know?
for a while.
By the way, I just looked this up on their website. Do you know how many Red Hot and Blues are left in the United States, Kang?
No, I have no idea.
5.
Okay. They're still around, though,
It's like
right?
gone the way of Rax.
Or Boston
Yeah, but
Market.
they weren't like. But you had never heard of it, so I brought it up now, right?
No, that's
so
true.
It's not like
yeah.
it was like Chi-Chi's or something.
They had one in Southfield, didn't they?
Yeah, Southfield, I believe Novi and Sterling Heights, I think were the 3 places here. But
Did you
yeah.
learn something about barbecue that
Absolutely,
the
man.
average person wouldn't know? Like what?
Oh, I don't know about the average. Maybe back then for sure. Nowadays with cooking channels and shows, I think like everyone thinks they know everything.
Yeah.
But back then it was ahead of its time. I really believe. Like
Everyone
at least in
thinks
the
they
north,
know everything.
it's Gator. You watch it, And this isn't peanut butter. It's peanut puree. What? This is
cashew butter.
Yeah, right. This is what do you call it when it's like a hamburger? It's all messed up though. Like,
Deconstructed?
Yeah, deconstructed. That's the word.
Yeah. Go F yourself. Just make me a burger, dude. What we've done, we've taken the lettuce and the tomato and the onion off of the burger, and we have served the pate on top of it with a bun on the side. So now I got to assemble it myself?
Right? Do it yourself burger is what you just gave me.
Great. If I wanted the burger bar, I would have gone to a burger bar,
But back then, not everyone had like a smoker at home. You know what I mean? Like, so now more people are, I think, they're educated on barbecue, which is
Any Tom,
good.
Dick, and Harry can go and do it now. No, I like that Doug's embracing a new barbecue sauce.
Yeah. The first I looked down at Twitch and somebody was like, "Too bad Doug doesn't have any meat to put it on." It's chicken.
Yeah, if you start eating meat, you're really gonna love it.
Yeah.
I start eating red meat. It's great on chicken. It's outstanding on chicken.
What else would you like? Just chicken, or is there anything else that would you put
turkey
in?
burgers? I'll put it on turkey burgers.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering about because I'll grill up like salmon. I wonder if a Carolina barbecue sauce on salmon sounds a little weird. But what the hell? It's the summer of Carolina mustard barbecue sauce. So.
Give it a shot. Why not?
Why not?
Can't be. I mean, I think salmon's disgusting, but I'm probably I'm in the minority on that. I can
It's
agree
okay.
with that.
Yeah,
Lots
it's
of people
all right.
like salmon. I don't like salmon. It's too specific
What about
a
shrimp?
flavor.
You're a shrimp guy, Doug, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I could do.
Would you try a little like brushing it on your?
I think I
grilled shrimp?
might. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll report back and let you know how it's going.
So what about next time you go to Buffalo Wild Wings, where you look and see if they, do they
I don't
have a Carolina
think they
sauce?
have. I don't think they have a Carolina mustard at B-Dubs.
I think you might be surprised.
I might be. They roll through new things every once in a while. Same thing at Twin Peaks, but I've never had a Carolina mustard barbecue wing. But I should check it out. I'm on board. Anyway, change for me. 248-539-9797. Gator, as we get closer to the draft and we start to hone in on what we think is going to happen with the Detroit Lions, I think if old school Brad Holmes makes this pick, I think there are two players he cannot pass on. Old school, position be damned. I think there's two players that he will not refuse. If they're on the board, he will have to take them. Position be damned. We'll get to that today at 12:20 here on Carson Anderson on a Monday on 97.1 The Ticket.
It's a nice little story right during lunch, wasn't it?
Yeah, I didn't need that. Jimmy
What a jerk.
talking about worms coming out of salmon when you smoke it. What are you talking about, Powers? I don't want to hear that. That guy.
And he doesn't want onions in his car.
No, but he'll eat worms out of salmon. Ugh. Sorry, lunchtime. Probably shouldn't even brought it up. How's everybody doing today on this Monday? You know who's doing pretty well? The Detroit Tigers after sweeping the Chicago White Sox. Gator, how do you feel about late call to move night games today because the weather is too brutal? Are we getting soft as society, or is this doing everybody a solid?
I think it's doing everybody a solid. First of all, I can't imagine well, that's not true. The Yankees are in town. They probably, maybe I would imagine 20,000 people that bought tickets for this maybe at best, because it's early in the season. They always struggle to get people to come to the games early in the year. Mm-hmm. And I know that they're going to work with those people that had tickets already. Like certainly if you had a ticket for tonight's game, it works for the 3:00 start. But if you're screwed because of the time change, they're going to work with you. So it makes sense. The cold weather is, when you think of it, weather affects lots of, it can affect only football and baseball. Other sports are played inside. But with football, you play during the snow, you play during the rain, you play when it's windy, you deal with it, and it's just part of the game, the elements. In baseball, you don't play in the snow typically. You may see some flakes fall down, but if it's going to be actual downfall of snow, they're not going to play. They're not going to play when it's raining out. And when you get to severe cold temperatures, they don't want to deal with this either. I mean, you know how much it hurts your hands when you hit a baseball that's being thrown 90-plus miles an hour? And nobody wants to do it anyway because you're not getting fully warmed up when you're out there anyway. You risk injury. It is a risk. So it makes all the sense in the world to move these games up.
Yeah, I mean, if you had tickets and you can't go because of work, we get that might be suboptimal for you, and so be it. But Scott, the push and pull of, hey, it's the Yankees, which tend to draw out a crowd, coupled with how brutal the weather's going to be. This is going to be a rough few days, but dress warm, make great clothing decisions, bundle up, take a blanket, hot chocolate, hot coffee, whatever it is that can get you through the day. And this is a fascinating series, right? Because you've got a team coming in with Aaron Judge, you got Volpe, you got Chisholm, you got a team that was in the World Series last year. And look, this rotation, which is being hailed as potentially one of the best in baseball, Mize, Skubal, Flaherty, there's your starting three. And here come a $300+ million roster with the Yankees and a team that has an MLB high 25 home runs and a team that has an MLB high 950 OPS. They scored 76 runs in 9 games. They have been as potent as can be, and it's going to challenge this Tiger pitching staff. I'm excited. I'm excited to see how they do. I'm excited to see if they get another stamp of credibility. I'm also excited to maybe get people on board because last year was such a weird baseball season from our perspective. Like the Lions had a season where the fan base was all in and totally invested from week 1 through the end of the year. I mean, it was a totally invested fan base. We were a real NFL town doing NFL talk shows with a Super Bowl contender that was authentic and genuine and had a ton of respect from everybody around this city. We had a team that we thought could win it all. And it was kind of a different year. You and I, professionally had never had a year like that. In our previous 17 Lions seasons, we'd never had a team that was this credible. We have had Tiger teams that people have been all in from opening day into the postseason, right?
Yeah.
Last year wasn't one of those seasons. Last year, in fact, was for the most part the opposite. People didn't think they were very good even when they came home 5-1 from their opening road trip. They, eventually water found its level. They got to 500. They got below 500. Then the TV deal went south and they spent 3 months playing in the dark and making no significant progress in the standings. Then they started to get hot in August, but I really feel like we crammed in a month's worth of intensity into, like a season's worth of intensity into the last month of the regular season, September and into October. I don't know that it doesn't feel to me like this season is starting with a baseball crazy town where the fan base is vested and people are going to call and talk Tigers from game 1 to game 162. I think you take 2 or 3 from the Yankees. It might generate a little bit of that. I don't want to overstate it. But instead of talking about things like, oh, I don't like the the smaller logo or the bigger logo on the Tiger hats? Or, what about those new seats behind home plate? People will call up and say, what about the use of the bullpen? What about adding this guy? We can have some baseball discussions, but the team's got to warrant it. Their play has to go out and earn that. And I don't know, man. This Yankee series is a chance to do that, because here come the torpedo bats and launching home runs with their illegal BS. I know they're legal, but whatever. And can our little team that could, the strategic matchup squad that doesn't create mass hysteria, can they win a series against the Yankees? I'm fascinated.
I am as well. I mean, I'm a huge baseball guy, so just watching the early stages of the season, I mean, there's definite levels of interest in this team because of seeing, okay, Spencer Torkelson's off to a really good start. Is he going to continue on that path? I think he can, because he's embraced this new stance that he's got, and it's working out for him. When you're seeing results, obviously it's going to make it feel better. But what's it going to look like, a week from now when the new reports come out, when the new scouting updates come out, when pitchers realize, okay, here are the hot spots. Now we're going to make an adjustment, and we're going to pitch in this zone instead. Is he going to be able to make that adjustment as well? I mean, that's why it's such a long season to look at. 162 games to make any kind of judgment after 9 would seem ludicrous. But you can get excited about some things. There's nothing wrong with that.
Mm-hmm. 248-539-9797. Meanwhile, Spencer Torkelson, he was my champ of the weekend, Scott, because hits in every game, RBIs in every game, including the 2 yesterday to win it. It's one of the fascinating stories. Look, a guy who went 1-1 obviously has a skill set, has a quality to him. Could he have learned how to play at this level and figured it out? I think it's telling to find out what happens when he starts to slump a little bit, because snapshots in time, Spencer Torkelson has looked like a valuable asset to this organization, and then it would go away. He had an 0 for 4 in the last game in Seattle. I'm like, okay, what happens next? He bounced back and had a good weekend. Again, that doesn't mean that every question has been answered, but those are the times I'm watching the most, is what happens with Tork after he doesn't produce at the plate. Good weekend for him. Good to see. And it's funny because I think he's gone from being a player that people were very skeptical about, to the point that if you brought his name up and offered up as a chance, well, don't forget about Torkelson, people would react almost hostily.
Yeah, the difference is when he puts the ball in play, it's doing damage, and he's putting the ball in play more often this year to start off the season. He also has 13 strikeouts in 9 games, and he struck out 8 times in his last 5. Is that something to be worried about? I mean, keep an eye on it. You don't want to have somebody who's striking out north of 150 times in the season in the heart of your lineup, unless he's going to provide 40 home runs. You don't want to see that. So you hope that can get cut down a little bit.
248-539-9797. Feedback coming in is from a fan. The Tigers bringing in Gleyber Torres is a bad fit for the culture. He refuses to have position flexibility, yet we want everyone else to have to, and he's bad defensively. I'll just say this about him, is he's not perfect, but this goes back to why I was like okay with the Bregman signing. First of all, the Gleyber Torres contract isn't cumbersome. Secondly does he make them better? And I think you could make a strong argument that he does. Is he perfect? No. Are they better with Gleyber Torres than without? I think they will be. And, if you wanted the perfect signing, a guy that checks all the boxes, great for the culture, position flexibility, better defensive player, hell, you could even say better at the plate. However you want to phrase it, you can make a case that he's not a lot of things, but are they better with Gleyber Torres than without?
Well, here's what he is. He can hit.
Yep.
There's absolutely proven throughout his career that he can hit at better than average rates. So yeah, it's tougher now because he's only played 2 games. But expect that we'll hear something very shortly about his return to this team. And then do they have a decision? Who's got to go down when they bring him up? And who is that guy going to be?
Yeah, I mean, I understand sort of you could focus on all the things he's not, but he's got an above-average OPS. He's a professional hitter. And so you take that guy, even if he isn't perfect. The question isn't, is he perfect? The question is, does he make you better? Which is why I'm like, okay, Bregman would make him better short term. God, I would have. My issue is always with they're going to regret this contract eventually, and I don't know if it's necessarily worth it with Bregman.
Well, he had a monster day yesterday, but
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson open lines, 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Thursday will be 2 weeks away from round one of the National Football League draft, which is, it's kind of weird, considering the way that we have always approached the NFL draft. We've always approached the NFL draft like it was the biggest story, and it typically was the biggest story of the Detroit Lions season is basically what's next. We were always looking for what's next because whatever we were doing usually wasn't working. So we're always hoping that every draft pick was going to be the kickstart of a new era of Detroit Lions football. Well, we don't have to feel that way anymore. The what's next, in many ways, it feels like there's more riding on it because you're hoping that the draft will provide a missing link to put a team over the top. They have spent much of this offseason essentially bringing back the same team as they had a year ago, which is it's not a thing that creates mass hysteria and excitement amongst fans, even if it is a very credible team that was totally depleted by injuries and still went 15-2. The disappointment of how the season ended, coupled with watching marquee players go to other teams and in our division, watching the Bears get aggressive as they were, and it feels like I think it's being interpreted as a missed opportunity by the Detroit Lions, but they're putting a lot of faith in their ability to add through the draft. And there's evidence to believe that it's not a hope-based strategy. It is a strategy that's worked very well for them. But as we prepare for this thing, Gator, and get ready, I think we've always heard from Brad Holmes, best player available, right?
Yes.
And yet, what did they do last year at the top of the draft? They went corner. They traded up to get a corner. Like,
it was a position of need. Ish, because they did sign and trade for corners in the offseason leading up to that.
And yet it felt like they went out and addressed something that people wanted to see them address. I think they're going to do the same thing this year. I think the writing is on the wall that if the best player available, if they don't think the best player available is going to, like the guy that they want at a position of need, because I think this is what happened last year, they'll move up and get him. Like if they say, okay, there is one edge rusher left that we'll want at 28, or there's one defensive tackle left that we will want at 28, and looking at who's sitting between the Lions and that player, I think they make every effort to move up and take said player. And so we asked the question last week when we did a NFL version of the Blitz thingy, an NFL draft version of the Blitz thingy, trade up or trade back. I said at the time, trade back, because I feel like the board will be filled with players at positions of need, and they can maybe get two of them. But you said trade up, and I think you're probably more right upon further reflection, is they, instead of sitting there and just letting the board fall and say, we'll take the best player available, manipulate where you pick to get the best player available at the position you need. And that's what they did last year, and I think it's more likely they do that this year.
I think if you look at the needs on the team, they have a need to address very quickly the future on the offensive line. They have needs on the defensive line, both at tackle and end. And with those being needs and with those being positions actually where there are players aplenty, I think there might be players that they fall in love with, and maybe I don't know how they're going to go about doing their business, right? That they think, here are the 5 guys we love the most at those positions. And you start to see those guys disappear on the board, then I think you could see them moving up and making sure they get their guy. But if they stay at 28, will one of those guys still be there? Maybe. I don't know what the board looks like in their room. Love to know what it is. But I think there are players aplenty on the offensive line and defensive line that will be available at 28. There's lots of intriguing names, both at, certainly there's the big bodies that you have at defensive tackle. You look at Kenneth Grant or Derek Harmon, both look really, really enticing. There's another defensive tackle, but looks like he'll be gone in the first 15 picks.
Walter Nolan?
Yes. But defensive end, who they could be drafting at that point, there's a bunch of these guys.
So it's interesting because, people want win now moves. And I get why. Look, I'm not new here. And people want, the question is at what cost? Some people seem to want win now moves at all costs. Others sort of are a little bit more slow and steady. I guess the one thing, Gator, that I look at is, what really truly is a win now move is trading up. And whenever they talk about what they might do, the lines themselves will bring up the fact that they can make a trade. And because of that, I think it's something that I'm almost now to the point where I'm expecting a trade up. I'm almost expecting them to get super aggressive and trade up. And, the one thing that happens is we get closer and closer to the draft, you prepare more and more. And so I spent a lot of time this weekend looking at it, and I'm like, you know what? Damn it, Gator is right. They are more likely to trade up than move back. And it's about making a win now move. I think that's what they're going to do. I think you're right on. And unless the board falls perfectly for them, right? And that the player they covet is Mike Green and they have intel that he's not going to go before they pick. I don't think they're going to leave it to chance, though. I think come draft night, we're going to hear the term, we have a trade. And I think the Detroit Lions are going to be a team that's making that trade.
Yeah, and if it ends up being Mike Green, that's one of the guys that I think you can applaud moving up to get, because it doesn't look like on the mock drafts lately that he's even close to getting to the 20s anymore. Yeah. He's gone by like 15. But it's just mock draft. Who knows what each team is looking at? But you get a sense of where players are typically going to go. I think he's a guy to look at. Ezeruku, the defensive end from Boston College, who has very similar numbers to Mike Green, but did it at Boston College as opposed to Marshall. So maybe you feel better about those numbers.
Yeah.
Those are two guys I think that might be at the top of the list for defensive ends, let alone you've got these other guys, Scorton and Stewart and others, and Pierce among them.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Now, hang on to, if they sit there, I just think there's two players that check so many boxes. If they do go best player available, and Tyler Booker, the guard out of Alabama, is there, or Nicky Manwari, the safety out of South Carolina, is there, if they go back to best player available, and maybe address edge rusher still with a free agent signing in the second wave of free agency, whatever the case may be, I don't know how they would pass. Booker had some concerns coming out of the combine and then alleviated him at Alabama's pro day. I watched some film on Nicky Manwari as a tackler. He's such a willing tackler out of the secondary and a physical presence. I think these are two guys I could totally see him falling in love with. Booker's a little bit more position of need. They're going to need they might need a guard right now, depending on the faith in Christian Mahogany.
Yeah, the other guy I think that fits that bill is Gray Zabel, the offensive lineman from North Dakota State, who can perhaps slide in to be a center or be a guard. And we talk about guard to a position in need, and we know that center down the road is going to be a position when Frank Ragnow decides that the pain is enough and he's going to move on and retire. I'm not forcing Frank out because Frank is still playing at elite level of center.
Yeah, sure.
But I think Zabel fits that bill as well.
Well, look, 2 weeks from Thursday, and we'll see how it goes down. Lots of time between now and then, as they're probably starting to get into the finalizing of draft boards. Pro days are going on. I have come to find that I think the pro days are the biggest waste of time. I think everybody's so talented that people want to go see play. You look great at a pro day. Doesn't everybody look great at a pro day? I don't know if I ever remember hearing, and I guess I'm mostly thinking about quarterbacks. I don't remember hearing everybody, he blew it at his pro day. I don't know if I've ever heard that.
I think we've heard that where people have had bad pro days. But I hear what you're saying. For the most part, it's tailored for you, right? Yep. You're throwing to guys you've thrown to for 4 years or whatever. You should do much better there than, going in cold and just throwing drills at a combine.
Yep.
Where you have no idea. I've never thrown to this guy. He's got 4.2 speed. Am I going to overthrow him or not?
All right, straight ahead. Let's talk a little NHL. Our Red Wing team. Where are you with them right now? Have you given up? Did they suck you back in with playing well lately? The math is tough, but when they're winning, you want to get on board so bad. You want to be a postseason team so bad. The pain of the last couple of years still lingers. We'll talk that and Ovechkin breaking Gretzky's record. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They care more, so you win more. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents, and many law firms don't specialize but focus on many different areas of law, and educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization really matters. Once they take your case, they will communicate with you. Underrated. They will communicate with you. They are the best at customer service and satisfaction. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. All right, Gator. I have to admit, I had stopped processing the Red Wings as a playoff team trying to get in and just started having the games on, but wasn't really thinking about, they could make the playoffs. If this, that, and the other, I had just decided it was too much. I have to admit, tomorrow's game now has some premium against Montreal. Did you ever just say it's not happening this year? Had you reached that point? I don't think you had. At least you didn't convey it to me.
I'm so close.
Yeah.
I can't do it yet, but I'm very close.
Is tomorrow maybe one of the great examples of something that is the most mathematically not a must-win, but in reality a must-win?
What's the term? Would it be the penultimate must-win game?
Well, penultimate means it's the one before the must-win game.
Right. So if they were to lose this one, they'd fall 8 points back with 5 games to go. So the best they could get is 10 points out of it. So wouldn't this be the penultimate must-win game?
I guess that's one way to put it. The 4-point swing, because they're currently 6 points back, to be 4 points back or 8 points back, and even still 4 points back with a game in hand.
Right.
That goes from being something that's we're in the mathematically improbable place. That doesn't look nearly as improbable. Not nearly as improbable with a win tomorrow against Montreal. So I suppose they're this close to sucking me back in, Scott.
I mean, the thing is, I mentioned to Montreal, they're my chump of the week because they've won 5 games in a row and they put this space between themselves and the rest of the teams in contention for the playoff spot.
Yeah, so Bees won't lose.
But they lost the previous 5 games. This is not a good hockey team. Mm-hmm. Montreal is completely capable of going in the tank. We've seen and Tigers and Lions before I hit Red Wings. Red Wings, we've seen the Red Wings do the same thing. 2 7-game win streaks. Then we've seen them lose a bunch of games. They're trying to pull themselves out of it. It's a modest 2-game win streak, but now they need to win streak more than anything right now. They have got to do it. It's painful to be in this position yet again. It's more painful to be in this position yet again when you don't have the games against the teams that you need to beat to get there. That sucks. Every team they play is a playoff team right now. They're not teams they're chasing. Montreal is the only team they're chasing, I suppose. Every other team, they're not chasing. Those are already established playoff teams. So the only hope that you can have, or I shouldn't say the only hope, it's adding to the hope there, is that teams will have the approach that Florida did yesterday.
Which is,
we got some injuries. We want to rest some guys. We're down a stretch. We're already guaranteed our playoff spot. We're not going to give you our A lineup out there. What happens, happens. And the Red Wings have to take advantage of it.
Yeah, I mean, they are flirting with being a wild card team. Maybe Florida doesn't really care at all, given their back-to-back Stanley Cup appearances. I mean, they don't care at all what their playoff positioning is, which I suppose would make sense if you're them. But Scott Anderson, I'm prone. I'm in a prone position here. They could suck me back in, just going out and winning this game tomorrow night. And I suppose it's better than it's been. But I'm willing to get back on board, my friend. Willing to get back on board.
Yeah, I mean, I want to be totally all in on this and say we got this, but I can't. It's just the way they've played. It doesn't demonstrate that even close to it. You look at just the numbers on this team. The Red Wings have 3 players that are a plus player in the plus-minus category.
Wow.
3 of them. You've got Andrew Kopp, who's a +4. Simon Edvinson's a +10. And Elmer Soderblom is +3. That's it.
Yeah. Wow. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket. The other thing about hockey is Alexander Ovechkin breaks Gretzky's record, something that was inevitable. And, it
was improbable a few years ago.
Sure. But he's such a damn likable player. I mean, I'm not sure that anybody from a hockey perspective doesn't like Ovechkin. From a hockey perspective, does anybody dislike Ovechkin? Or is he about as likable a superstar as there has been? I mean, this town is very specific about what we like in terms of a hockey player.
Yeah.
You have to be physical to be liked in Detroit. And he definitely checks that box. Scott people might not like him because he's friendly with Putin, right? And
he's Russian.
Yeah.
But beyond that, there's no reason not to like the guy because he's smiling all the time. He's loving what he does. He plays the way you want your superstar players to play with reckless abandon. Mm-hmm. He just goes out there and gives his all. He parks himself on the power play. He'll stay out there for the full 2 minutes. Mm-hmm. And there's reason why. When you're scoring all these power play goals, he's got 13 power play goals this year. He's got 42 goals on the season. He's scored 6 in his last 5 games? Think about that for a minute. This guy's 39 years old.
I know.
And he's doing this. 42 goals at 39. Doesn't look like he's slowing down. He's a point-a-game guy, better than point-a-game guy this year. He's playing on a good hockey team again.
Mm-hmm.
There's everything to like about that. He says all the right things. After they won yesterday, and he had a speech on the ice, and Gretzky's out there with his wife, and Ovechkin's got his family out there and everything. He's saying all the right things, and saves the fans for last to thank. He does the full 360 thing. And it was, he's just a great hockey player, and there's reason why everybody likes him. Everybody likes the goal scorers, and when you do it with his youthful exuberance, even though he's got this, gray hair all over the place, you can't help but like the guy.
I almost want to ask our audience, we don't typically focus on like bad news or bitching as best we can on this show, but does somebody have anything not to like about Alexander Ovechkin? Did I miss anything? Kenny, do you know anything bad about Alexander Ovechkin? You're Mr. Hockey back there.
Besides the political affiliations you might associate with Mr. Ovechkin, that might be the only thing that I could think of. Because other than that, you're exactly right when you say he plays with this childish, exuberance, and even in his older age, he plays with this, pure joy of the game. And I don't love Ovi the way a lot of people do, but to see what he's done, especially, I don't know if you watch a ton of Ovi, but if you do, you notice he doesn't shy away from hitting somebody.
No.
So to be able to play this way, this late into his career, and being able to do what he's done is even more impressive to me.
Because the way he hits you, it's not like he hits you and stands over you and gives the middle finger. He will hit you and he'll laugh and say, "Isn't this fun?" That's the kind of attitude that he has on the ice.
I also feel like he was the attractive port that the Red Wings fans wanted to pull up and go to that harbor, because it was not the opposite of the Sidney Crosby harbor.
Oh, yeah.
That's
a great point.
The opposite.
He's the opposite of Sid the Kid.
It's a different style, and I think Detroiters love to embrace Ovechkin because they could do so while dissing on Sidney Crosby.
That's a great point to bring up. Yeah. The other thing about Ovechkin is that aside from one season in his career where he only played 45 games, he has been remarkably consistent with how much he plays.
Yeah.
He plays 75, 80 games every single season. This year is a little different too. He's only played 61 games, but he's got 42 goals in 61 games.
248-539-9797. Jake, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jake.
Hey, good morning. Or good afternoon, actually.
What's up?
I'm a Pittsburgh Penguins fan, so, of course, I love Crosby. But, who can hate Ovechkin? Like you guys said, the guy's he's just an outgoing, nice guy. He just comes off as a nice guy. Now, like I was telling Kenny on the phone, was it easier to score back then or harder to score back then? And he gave me a stat on goals per game back then. And I guess it's a lot harder to score nowadays than it was back then. So what an accomplishment for him.
Oh, totally. And he did it in the same amount of games that Gretzky did. And Ovechkin scored one more goal than Gretzky during that time. It's a totally different game. Yeah, you got, first of all, the players that you're choosing from, way different than played in the 80s, because now you have the influx of all the Russian players, and more Czech players have come over as well. Before, you had 21 teams in the league for a long time before it started to expand. So now you've got more teams, more talent, and the travel is different and everything else. And oh, by the way, the goaltending equipment, now there are Michelin men out there as opposed to guys that looked like they were,
they're wearing body
just
pillows
happened to
out
wear
there.
it. Yeah, it's totally different.
Yeah, I get it. One more question before I go. Do you think this puts him down as one of the top 2 players in the NHL to ever play the game?
No. I think he's unquestioned the top goal scorer in the history of the NHL. I mean, he literally is by career numbers, but I think even if you just say great goal scorers in the NHL, I mean, you could Rocket Richard, and people will say
we get
Mike
really old.
Yeah,
but I would
Mike
not put
Bossy,
him in that group.
but it's Alex Ovechkin. It's without a doubt it's Alex Ovechkin.
248-539-9797. By the way, Mondays mean champ and chump. My champ of the weekend was Torque. Cater's champ of the weekend was
Cam Talbot.
That's right, for his play of late. My chump of the weekend is the Pirates because they took down the number and the name of Clemente on the outfield fence in lieu of advertisement. They've made the correction, but I don't know how. This is one of the most beloved, respected players in the history of sports, let alone their team. And they've corrected it, but what a bad decision that was. Gator, your chump of the weekend, as you just mentioned, the Canadiens.
Yeah.
Start losing some games. Who you people got as champ and chump of the weekend? Get them in, and we'll read a bunch on the air. Plus, Gator asked if I saw this video. The answer is no. What should I have seen? What did I miss out on? We'll get to that today at 12:50 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Well, you know what's going down tonight. 2 teams left. End of the bracket. Biggest game of the season. And right now, new customers can get $200 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 extra bucks to bet on everything from team totals to point spreads and so much more. So the first thing you do is you go find an alternate spread. You can do over-under on player points. And you can set it up so you're going to win. Over-under, Cryer or Sharp on 5 points or something. You won't get a big return on your $5 bet, but guess what you will get? You'll get that $200 in bonus bets. And once you've banked that, now you're gambling on everything you want. Tournament action's at its peak. FanDuel will give you all the best ways to bet and all the excitement you can handle. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug and get in on the biggest college hoops game of the year with America's #1 sportsbook. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, yeah, something on the show sheet, and I didn't get a chance to see it. I'm like, what did I miss? Because it's a hot-button topic. You saw a video of Aiden Hutchinson running?
Yeah.
How'd he look?
Look great.
Okay. Nothing to panic about?
No. If anything, it's get people getting chesty about it.
Really? Okay, good. When did they post this?
I saw it yesterday, so I'm not sure when it was posted, but I did see it yesterday.
Okay. Excellent. So we're all good?
I think we're on target.
Are we?
I don't think there's. We'll find out when they have when's the mini camp is in June, I believe. But we'll have the workouts, the OTAs, in right after the draft.
Yeah. Kang, how should we feel about it? You saw the video of him running?
I did.
Are we happy?
I think he's progressing. I think he's doing exactly what he should be doing. I think we just don't want setbacks. I don't think he's doing anything spectacular right now. I think he's on pace to be ready for the season, and that's all we can hope for. I'll tell you what, he definitely wasn't going to play in the Super Bowl if the Lions were going to, had made it. Like, he wasn't even close to there, but I'm happy that he looks like he's running like a normal defensive end. Yeah, I don't think he's 100%, but he's clearly getting better.
Does this mean we're going to stop getting the calls?
No, you won't stop getting calls.
It wasn't that definitive?
Well, I thought it looked great, but, I'm the one who's in – my narrative is he's going to be fine, so it might be biased on that. But I would be surprised.
But it was a very serious injury, Scott.
Yes, I do know. He had a broken leg. Mm-hmm. And people come back from broken legs. I guess I just fully expect him to be ready to go full go by training camp.
Okay, I've now brought the video up, and he's running. It looks like he's running very hard.
Very hard.
And he's swerving. What about the swerves? Are we worried about the swerves?
No, I think the swerves are intentional.
Intentionally, he's running not in a non-linear fashion.
He's not running for a 40 time.
No, is the fact. So he's running in a non-linear fashion to prove he's healthy.
I like it.
Is that what it is?
I think so.
Good. So
I'll take it as such, but how do you take it?
And how do I take it? I have no idea how to take it. The first video that I saw, I didn't take as panic worthy, but how do I take it? I think he looks fine. Let me answer your question directly. How do I think the people will take it? I didn't think there was anything particularly stunning about the first video that emerged of him where he was sort of had a bit of a hitch in his giddy up because he was coming off a broken leg, but was deemed good enough to attempt to run. And no, he was not running like he was anywhere close to healed at that time.
How about this video? There's a video that Dove Kleiman had just put out. I know we don't like Dove Kleiman, but he puts out NFL content. We like NFL content.
Okay.
It's a video of Lions star running back David Montgomery is already putting in the work this offseason. Montgomery suffered a torn MCL in his left knee in Week 15 last season. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And then he came and played in a playoff game?
Of course.
Lions have the best 1-2 punch in the NFL when Gibbs and Montgomery are healthy. So now you see a video of David Montgomery working out, and I would imagine people have no fear at all about this guy.
So why do you think that is? Why do you think people have no fear?
He already came back and played, right?
Yeah.
But it was an MCL injury. But it wasn't an ACL. It was an MCL.
The game that he played, he wasn't particularly effective.
No, he wasn't. But I think, go back to that game and I think they were hell-bent on stopping him from running.
Yes. Well, I mean, but Gibbs ran pretty well in that game. But all right. Anyway, I'm not trying to start panic here at all. I wanted.
Well, there's no reason for panic. That's my point.
Well, we argued before that there wasn't reason. Okay. Do you think anybody watches that video and goes, whew, good now?
I would hope that people that watch the video that are skeptical about him being able to come back, that they say, okay, all right, I'm still skeptical, but I'm not as skeptical. Moving off of it. Now, in a more positive way than, say, you moving off your hatred for Duke.
I just found them to be the less hateable Duke team relative to previous Duke teams. Sorry. Okay, good. So Hutch trending in the right direction. Who posted the video, by the way? Do you know where this video originally came from?
The Hutch video? I do not know.
Okay. Because I'm intrigued if it was put out there. Do you know Kang, who posted the Hutch video originally?
No, not the Hutch one, but the Montgomery one was the Performance Center in Arizona where Montgomery trains.
Okay.
So that's where Dove ripped it from. But the Hutch one, I'm not sure.
All right, because the Hutch one is if the Lions put it out themselves or if Hutch put it out themselves, could they do it for effect?
Yeah, it's from Hutch. It's from House of Hutch on Instagram, the Hutch running.
Okay.
I mean, he's not going to put out a video of him limping. That's for sure, right?
Probably not. It would seem unlikely, yeah. All right, good. Let's get him back. Get him back to 100% because it's important to have one elite rusher, let alone people are working for two, and we'll see what goes down. If you had to bet right now, where's Trey Hendrickson playing next year? If you had to bet right now. Do you want me to answer the question?
Yeah.
Cincinnati. I bet he comes to a long-term agreement with Cincinnati.
I don't think Cincinnati can do it.
Yeah, I know. And yet it feels to me like they'll find a way.
I'll say, just to throw a team out there, I'll say Washington.
Wow. If he goes to Washington, this city will be in a full-fledged panic.
Yeah.
A full-fledged panic.
Well, I don't think you're going to see a bad team, him going to a bad team. I mean, I suppose anything can happen if they're going to offer him the best deal, then so be it. I mean, if you're Cincinnati, you'd want to trade him to a bad team because your compensation's going to be better.
They'd also want to trade him to the NFC.
Sure.
To get him out of their hair and any direct path to the Super Bowl. They wouldn't want to have their guy there.
Make an educated guess. You'd have to look and see what cap space is available, but that's kind of difficult to figure out.
Well, the other thing is, I mean, he's going into the last year of a contract, right? So if nothing happens.
Well, they have to, I mean, for him to be traded, there has to be an extension involved.
Yes. But if he happens to be able to, if no trade is done, does he sit out the year? I mean, if Cincinnati just basically says, look, dude, we tried to trade you. We don't have the money. I know you've threatened to sit out, but what choice do we have? If nobody will trade with us and you say you're going to sit out, what are we supposed to do? We can't release you. So I wouldn't be shocked if he ends up being back playing with them under his old contract.
I won't be shocked if that happens, but I think it's more likely he gets traded. Just because Cincinnati said, go ahead, work out a trade, find a trade, if that's what you want to do. And I don't think that Cincinnati can afford to bring him back, not after they signed both wide receivers for crazy money. They don't have enough guys with the big contracts that are able to renegotiate those big contracts just yet.
Okay, Gator. JB Bickerstaff joined the morning show, the Pistons head coach. The Pistons now as we come down the stretch here, we are 12 days away from the start of the playoffs. 12 days away. And the Detroit organization has struggled in the postseason of late. Last playoff game they won feels like a million years ago. NBA high 14 consecutive postseason losses. Pistons will either play at the Knicks or at Indiana in 12 or 13 days to start the NBA's postseason, which is awesome. We've got that to look forward to, back with some intensity of playoff basketball, but a team that's not going to be simply first round fodder for an opponent. I want to take 10 texts right now at 248-539-9797. Would you rather they play at New York or at Indiana? At New York or at Indiana? Where do you want them to start the playoffs? Who do you want them to play in the first round? First 10 texts, give us a reason why. Sign your text. No. Of course, that question got asked of JB Bickerstaff. We'll play you his answer coming up in the 1 o'clock hour, but we want to know who you would rather play, Piston fans. The Knicks or the Pacers in the first round of the postseason. We'll read the first 10 texts with reasons. Sign them. Additionally, we will tell you what JB Bickerstaff had to say. Coming up here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 to Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, JB Bickerstaff did actually answer the question. Well, not that he'd say a whole ton, but who would you rather see the Detroit Pistons play in the postseason as they take on either the Knicks or the Pacers in round one in either 12 or 13 days, which I'm actually... This feels completely different. When they've played in the postseason, like the last time they were in the postseason, they were going up against Giannis. And I felt like and that was a classic 1-8 first round fodder. You knew they weren't going to win that series. You knew they weren't going to win that series. I mean, we might have talked. I would love to go back and listen to our shows. Like, did we even talk about, hey, maybe they can get a game?
Maybe we said a game.
Yeah. But if you start talking about feasibility of winning that series, 0.0, is it wrong to think that they can beat either the Knicks or the Pacers? Is that fantasy?
No, that's not fantasy at all. I mean, maybe you'd say it's fantasy if we didn't witness them beating Boston by 20 points, if we didn't see them beat Cleveland by a substantial margin. And we've seen them play the best in the league, either beat the best in the league or hang with the best in the league. This is a pretty good basketball team. Now, are they a great basketball team? Not yet. Not yet. But if they're matched up, literally a 4-5 matchup, that's kind of a toss-up, which would be Indiana. If they're matched up against the Knicks, a little bit different. You know, the Knicks have a starting 4 out of their 5 that can really be formidable. I mean, these guys, I think there's 4 guys that average over 17 points a game. You got Brunson, who's just, a basket waiting to happen, or at least a free throw waiting to happen. And Karl Anthony Towns is dominant with a double-double every night.
So since the Pistons have gotten hot, they have played Indiana 2 times and lost both. So they haven't shown they can beat Indiana. They have gone 2-1 against the Knicks, and they play them again on Thursday, which could be a playoff preview. The Pistons took on Milwaukee in the postseason last time out with Giannis. It was an 8-1 matchup. Predictably, the Pistons got swept. 3 years prior to that, the Pistons qualified for the postseason against the 2015-2016 Cleveland Cavaliers. The Pistons were the 8 seed, the Cavs were the 1 seed. The Pistons got swept. Prior to that, in 2008 and 2009, the Pistons qualified for the playoffs as an 8 seed and got swept by Cleveland. They have been nothing but first-round fodder. This time around, it's not y'all better win a game. It feels like y'all gonna win a game, right? They're gonna win it. They're not gonna get swept, right?
No, I can't imagine they get swept, and they have an opportunity to win a series.
Mm-hmm. So we asked the people who you would rather play. 248-539-9797. Knicks, please. Matchups are better. That's from Ben and Warren. From an unnamed texter, Knicks, we beat them already in their house. I'm sorry, that's from Roy, the Pistons copier guy. Okay. David in Clarkston at New York. They look more vulnerable because of injuries. Tony in Mount Clemens, simple. Indiana, history. From Mike in Livonia, let's go to New York, shock the world. Joe in Farmington says, Indiana, the rest will be cooking for the Knicks. Kyle in West Bloomfield, New York, I think Indy is way too hot right now. Unnamed texter, Pistons, I want a chippy series. I apologize, that's from Roy. I want to be at Indiana because it'll be WWE. That's from Rick. E writes in, the Knicks, I think Indy is better than New York, better chance to get out of the first round. Kang, what do you make of these answers?
I make it's split, right? Yep. It sounds like I think if some people want drama and some people are looking to, everyone's looking to win this series, but some people want a little extra, it sounds like, when they pick Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
Because we all know that's been chippy all year long.
Spicy.
Yep. I personally, obviously, I'm just trying to move on to the next round. And I think the best chance the Pistons have to move on to the next round is if they play the Knicks. I think they match up well against the Knicks. I think Jalen Brunson's coming off an injury right now, so he could be a little rusty still. Tom Thibodeau, their coach, he likes to play their players an insane amount of minutes. which I think fares well for the Pistons because they like to beat you up. It's a rugged style of play. It's grind, it's grit. They make you work. I think Cat, although a great talent, he's soft, and he's soft in the playoffs. I think with Stu and a healthy Jalen Duren, roughing him up a little bit, make things uncomfortable for him, I think the Pistons would have a better chance against the Knicks. Not saying I would pick the Pistons over the Knicks, but I think that's a better shot to move forward. Something about Indiana having our number I think is real this year. They have a better overall roster, and they play well. I know it's chippy on both sides, but the Pacers play well against the Pistons.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Kang. I like the chances against the Knicks better than the Pacers, and I think my reasoning, it comes down to I feel like with Indiana it's more personal.
Oh, there's.
I mean, I'll sit back and enjoy either series. It's going to be great to see the Pistons in the playoffs this year. But with Indiana, not only is it just chippy on the court, but it's the off court stuff. It's the Halliburton story. That's the thing right there.
Yep.
That Halliburton story is, he was pissed. He thought he was going to be a Piston, and he wasn't after the draft was done. And he's cultivated that chip on his shoulder very nicely, and he gets into it with the crowd.
Is there any way that the answer to the question should involve who would you rather play, Cleveland or Boston? Because the 4-5 series feeds into Cleveland. The 3-6 series feeds into Boston. Is that even part of the equation, or is that just getting way ahead of ourselves?
Not for me. It's not, because I think if you're able to get past the first round of the playoffs, and God bless you,
yep.
You got to beat either way, Cleveland or Boston. They're both very good. They can throw at you a lot of different things. Boston's got so many weapons, and Cleveland has just been, the second best team in basketball now.
I feel like if you play Boston, you just have to find a way to defend the 3-point line.
Is that it?
Is that it? That's it. That is it. That is it. 248-539-9797. All right, so we mentioned JB Bickerstaff. They did ask him the question. Hey, no, you're not going to say anything, but who would you rather play? Here's what he said. There you go. JB on the predictable coach answer, I guess.
Well, I mean, he had said earlier they had asked him specifically about it, and he just kind of laughed because they basically answered their own question. We know you're not going to answer that. So they asked him for, kind of get into what does each team bring, with New York and Indiana, kind of handicap what those teams are like.
Yep. It's funny because the only team I didn't want to play is Giannis. That's the only team I didn't want to play.
Team Giannis.
Yep.
Yeah. It's just Giannis.
248-539-9797. Hey, we got good news for Kang. Good news for Kang. As he's hanging on to hopes of this player actually panning out. We'll get to that today at 1:20. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
So if you need a new garage door, trust me, you are going to have to contact the people that deal with garage doors. And that company is Precision Garage Door Service. They're awesome. I needed new garage doors years ago. I contacted Precision because they had done some work for me in the past, and I was very happy with them. They came out right away, picked out new garage doors, went through a bunch of different options, and the ones I found, couldn't be happier with. They came out and installed them right away, and away we went, and now I have beautiful garage doors. In fact, garage doors can be installed in as little as 24 hours because they got a warehouse full of garage doors, so it might work out for you to have it done that quickly. Want to find out? You know you do. Call them, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit precisiondoormi.com.
Hey, a great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They are the local experts in Detroit and the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. So they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results. So we asked the people, Piston fans, who would you rather play, Knicks or Pacers in the first round of the playoffs? Pistons will be a road team, and it'll be tough, no doubt, but it won't feel impossible like the last 3 times they went to the playoffs. 14 consecutive playoff losses for the Detroit Pistons. There's been one home playoff series in the history of LCA. It was the Pistons and the Milwaukee Bucks. The Red Wings have yet to play a playoff series there. And maybe they'll get it in this year. Who knows? Doesn't seem likely. But tomorrow's game looms huge for the Detroit Red Wings. 6 of you said the Knicks. 4 of you said Indiana. Rick wrote in, and I like this, Indiana, because it'll be WWE. Gator, you expanded on that a little bit. It will be great theater. Kang just simply wants the Knicks because he thinks they have a better chance to beat the Knicks, and I get it. And you know, it would be just so extraordinary to see this young group make the postseason. And I mean, to make it out of round 1 would be spectacular. It would be spectacular. And, you know, you have to make progress as an organization to keep the young component parts wanting to be part of this organization. It's been so long. It's so tough to get everything right when you're trying to rebuild. You have to get some lottery luck. And it looks like, in spite of the fact that when Cade was coming out, this wasn't the Victor Wembanyama draft. It wasn't the Zion Williamson draft. It wasn't the LeBron draft. It just looked like a normal NBA draft where there wasn't this huge prize. And who knew that a few years later, it looks like it's better to have Cade Cunningham than it is to have Zion Williamson.
Or John Morant.
I mean, he was in the same one, right?
Yeah, it was the pick right after.
Anyway, it's great to have Cade Cunningham. So the unpredictability of sports, that might have been a far more important lottery to win. We celebrated it at the time, and it was pretty much a given. I mean, I remember saying, hey, we should be happy about Cade Cunningham. This has gone very well. He has developed quickly.
He's gotten better every year, and that's great to see. And knock on wood that he can stay healthy, because that's been a big part of maybe why he hasn't grown up as quickly as you want to. But he's really stepped it up this year. He's a threat to have a triple-double every single game. He's absolutely the leader of this team. And as great as he's been this year, he still has plenty of room to improve, and that's great.
Yeah, turnover numbers could come down quite a bit.
Three-point shooting can improve a little bit.
Yep, but I'll take it all.
Absolutely.
And it just goes to show, too, that, I mean, prospecting, you know, your amateur athletes and seeing how they translate the program, it's really hard. You know, you can have these like, hey, Zion's a lock, Wemby's a lock, Cooper Flag is a lock, you think. But in the end, you really, truly don't know how they're going to do at the next level, you know, in the next stage with other pro athletes. And with Cade, I think he wasn't as heralded, even though he was, consensus pretty much number 1 pick. He's not super athletic. He's not flashy. He doesn't jump out the building, you know, but he's so damn consistent and methodical, and he's an ethical scorer. He's a pure basketball player, right? And so, and he's just got to stay healthy. And I think that's the one thing that's kind of been holding him back. And this year, there has been some injuries. Obviously, he's just coming off one, but he's been healthier than ever. And they're going to need him if they're going to try to move on. And God, I hope they move on, man. It'd be awesome to see.
It would be, and in some ways, you know, if you get into a series and get to a game 6, a game 7, getting that experience is so important for this group. And also, when you go into the offseason, people will look at this team differently. Like, you could see whether it be a free agent or a player that's looking for a new contract that wants their agent to sort out a trade, the Pistons might get some love now. They might get somebody that says, "Yeah, I'm interested," and they still have the most cap space in the NBA.
I think the best advertisement for that could be in the playoffs, right? Because you'll see how crazy the atmosphere is.
Yep.
The fans will go nuts, and you're going to have nice weather. Let's hope it'll be nice weather, which is pretty good to offer up when you've got players that are considering where they want to play, and they're not seeing it in the middle of January. You're seeing how nice it can be in downtown Detroit.
I stand corrected. They're behind Brooklyn in next year's rosters with cap space, but they got plenty of it to go spend and maybe be a player in this offseason. We'll get to some more stuff with them coming up. I just want to say congratulations to you, Kang. Trey Lance has landed a spot in the NFL on a roster.
Ooh. Not yet, Canada. Not yet.
Where is he going?
He is going to the LA Chargers.
There you go.
So you're saying there's a chance. I'm hanging on, man.
Hey.
Yeah, he just needs a chance.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's a little more than that. But the fact that he has signed with an NFL team gives me some hope here. He's fighting for a backup. Probably won't get it. I think Taylor Heineke's the backup over there. But you never know if he has a strong camp and things have had. Maybe Taylor gets hurt. I'm not sure. But everyone usually carries around 3 quarterbacks. So
yeah.
You guys are locked in with backups at least. I mean, Zach Wilson got a good spot, I think. Your boy Malik Willis, Doug, has got a good spot. Trey Lance, man, I'm thought Canada for sure was the next step for this guy.
Hey, look, man, we all have had our what appear to be, I'm not going to say swings and misses yet. It's been remarkably funny that around the same era, the three of us made bad bets on young quarterbacks.
What?
And they're all still kicking around.
That guy's a proven winner. I don't know what you're talking about.
Zach Wilson's a proven winner.
Won more games of the Jets than Aaron Rodgers.
Well, that looks awesome on paper.
It's just true. He won more games than a future Hall of Famer there.
It's actually amusing as hell.
Isn't it?
Yeah. I really wish Malik Willis wasn't with Green Bay because I want him to fail now.
I mean, judging on what kind of calls we take here with the Lions fans.
Yeah.
And there's really not, I mean, the disparity between Jared Goff and what Hendon Hooker has shown is so gargantuan that it's just not, it's laughable if anybody says that Hooker should play over Goff.
Mm-hmm.
But full well that in Green Bay, they are having that discussion because they've actually seen Malik Willis play in games. They've actually seen Malik Willis win games with Green Bay last year.
You think there are fans? Like, when you say discussions, do you mean fans?
Yes.
I think those people are crazy. And I'm the Malik Willis guy. You really think that?
I think 100%. What do fans like here?
I know.
Don't even see the guy play, and they're like, he's better. Put him in there.
I don't know, man. If it's amazing.
You really don't think that there are Green Bay Packer fans that want to see Malik Willis over Jordan Love?
I don't. But yeah, you would think that I would think that's the case.
I would think you would think that's the case.
But I don't. Champ and Chump come in every Monday.
You think they're more measured there in Green Bay as fans?
I just don't think that they'd be anywhere close to giving up on Jordan Love. Anywhere close. But it's amazing, I guess, the difference a year makes because Jordan Love, I mean, a year ago, I'm not going to say Detroit fans were panicked. I guess it was me that was panicked. Never mind.
Malik Willis completed 40 out of 54 passes at 74%, which was 11% more than Jordan Love did last year.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Touchdowns and no picks.
No, make the case for me, Gator.
Had a quarterback rating of 124.8. And you don't think there are Packer fans that are saying play this guy over Jordan Love?
I'm giving him too much credit, aren't I?
Yeah.
Champ and Chump vote. This from Jason via Twitter. Champ goes to Alexander Ovechkin for his historic record. Chump goes to the Duke Blue Devils. They simply choked in the final minute against Houston.
Oh, no.
I do think
did that happen?
The definition of choke
is Duke.
I think the definition of choke is when something that is rudimentary easy, you fail to complete said task because of the pressure of the situation. Do I think Con Knippel missed the free throw because of the pressure? Do I think that Cooper Flagg short-armed that go-ahead shot late because of the pressure? Do I think they turned it over against the press late because of the pressure?
I'm sorry. Yeah?
I think it's possible.
Yeah. Just say it.
I think it's possible.
Say it. Come on.
I think it's
Dan
possible
Campbell
they
wants
choked.
you to say it.
No, look, because I think it is a damning indictment, and I don't cover the team. Like I will say this, Gator. They played one possession game in the last 3 months. One possession game. Houston couldn't have asked for that game to go any more towards their script than one possession game.
Just say it.
Fine, they choked. I don't know what that accomplishes, but I'll say it to get you off my back.
You gave 3 instances of what might be. I mean, 1 is good enough, but you gave 3. King, did they choke?
Yeah, they choked.
There you go.
They're up, what? I think they had a 94% chance to win with like less than a minute left or something in that game.
Oh, you're right. I feel terrible for those guys.
This is the least hateable Duke team ever. Maybe not ever.
Still hateable. Detestable.
Yeah.
Despicable.
Yeah, I'm not feeling the same way you were about that group, but I'm happy because Houston's good for my bracket.
Well, I mean, I will concede this to your point, and I think your point is just so weak. But I'll concede this to your point.
Let's hear it.
Is this team as dislikable as one that has Grayson Allen on it? Of course not. Is this team as dislikable as one that has Bobby Hurley on it? Of course not. Is this team still dislikable? You bet your ass it is.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson National Championship game tonight. I got the Cougs cutting down the Nets against Florida. It's the early start. Was it 9? It starts at 8:58 or something like that. Hey,
good.
At least we don't have the morning show. Tiger baseball coming up this afternoon as they move that game. Feels like Tigers could create a bit of a stir if they take care of business against the Yankees. What will it take? Some great pitching. We'll discuss it more coming up here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Karsh. Check out the spring savings at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Lease a new 2025 Chevy Equinox LT for just $289 a month for 36 months with $19.99 down. Go to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with a GM employee discount and lease in the household 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees. With approved credit, offer ends at the end of the month. All right, so look, every once in a while, coaches say things that I think are extraordinarily insightful. Every once in a while, a lot of times coaches' interviews are filled with cliches, boring, regurgitated cliches, but every once in a while, a coach says something, and I'm like, that. Flag that. Put a pin in that. Let's emphasize that. There's a complaint that I think more people say that the NBA is unwatchable than any other sport. You think that's accurate? I feel like I've heard that.
NBA and baseball.
You think those are the two that?
Yeah, but I think baseball has made their changes to it to make it more watchable.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've heard it more about basketball than probably anything else.
And it's probably different in every market. But Kang, do you think that's accurate? The more people say the NBA is unwatchable than any other sport.
Probably, and it's probably the older fan that's kind of stuck in their, let's just say the 90s, early 2000s, or even late 80s. Like, it's a different game for sure, and it's been tougher for that. I think that older crowd to embrace this new game.
So, I haven't seen every second of every game. The one thing though about the Pistons is when you watch them, ask yourself this: do you ever think they're mailing it in? Do you ever think that they are not giving it 110%? Years ago when Tom Izzo flirted with the NBA, I thought, well, this would be a fascinating NBA experience. I get Michigan State fans didn't want to see him leave. But let's just say that he did. If he did leave, could Izzo coach an NBA team the way he coached his Michigan State Spartans? Because the belief, most people think no. It's 82 games, man. It's a long season. It's a grind. There is an element of when it's go time, I'll go, but there's some self-preservation involved. And maybe that's why the Pistons have had some injuries lately. I mean, do you remember seeing this team mail it in ever?
Never.
Kang, do you remember seeing this Piston team go through the motions? There has to be examples. Because it's just too long a season not to have a few moments in time.
Yeah, you're right. I think it has to have happened just because human nature, but I don't remember it particularly. I don't remember
where you just looked
at
a game and thought they're not going as hard.
Even when they won 14 games last year, I feel like they were trying to win games because it was embarrassing. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like we can't be this bad, and so it's hard for that. To find a game where they're like, hey, they just gave up.
I think you probably could, like I said, never quickly, but I think you could probably find examples where the team had battled back. And they're trying to come back desperately from being down so much, and they get it to like within 6 points, and then the other team drains a 3, and it's just a nut punch, right?
Yeah.
You're like, what am I supposed to do now?
So
and like you can see the team being deflated, but I think that's different than mailing it in.
This is one of the things where I've asked people, if you have said that the NBA is unwatchable, I think you should give this team your time. I think it's totally worth your time.
I thought that JB Bickerstaff said it kind of this morning about why they're different.
And that's what brings us to this.
Oh.
Here it is. He's got an explanation as to why those of us that have observed that this team does not go through the motions. He agrees, he sees it, and he thinks he knows why. And here is the Pistons head coach. It's almost like they're too young to know any better. You know?
Totally. In that respect, I agree with it. I just like their style of play. It is not
what you're typical of seeing in the NBA today. They embrace playing defense. I mean, when you win 14 games and it's so clear that all you have to do is look at the point differential and see how the disparity is between how much points you're scoring, what you're giving up, and how sad it was in a 14-win season. The best way to improve that, play better defense, man. Play better D. And that's what he preached from moment one, and these guys were open to it. And I think probably in large part because they were young and because they had guys that they drafted, and you can give some credit to the previous GM and Troy Weaver for getting a guy like Jalen Duren and Isaiah Stewart. These guys like the roles as defenders. Asar Thompson. And now you got Ronald Holland, who likes to play defense. That's big, man. You get 4 guys like that love that style of play, you can shut teams down. And when he's talking about shutting teams down in the fourth quarter when you need that stop, you've seen it time and time again to know that this team has the confidence that they can get that stop, not just once or however many times it takes that they can do it.
People, they don't know any better. They don't know. This is who they are. Now, I don't want them to grow up and start to think otherwise.
No.
And if they keep playing this way and keep adding talent and keep maturing, I mean, is the sky the limit for the Pistons? Are we looking at the early stages of a team that's going to be Detroit's next championship contender? I mean, a lot of it is dependent on their off-season moves, and a lot of it depended on guys like Asar Thompson becoming a more complete player, Ron Holland continuing to progress. But man, Jalen Duren, they don't know any better. I'm telling you, people, if you haven't sampled them yet, and I know some of you haven't, you may be pleasantly surprised at the way your basketball team plays basketball. And there was the explanation from the coach. It's just a buy-in.
Look, it's not the lockdown Pistons we saw with the going to work Pistons.
No.
Where those guys are shutting teams down to less than 80 points a game at times. It's not that lockdown.
We're not looking at 68-63 final.
No, but we're looking at some pretty good games where the team is able to suffocate you long enough to build up a big enough lead where in the end you've got like a 10-point win or a 12-point win. They're not winning all these games by a couple points. I mean, this is a Pistons team that has tripled their win total from a year ago. And they've done it in resounding fashion. It's fun to watch.
All right, this afternoon, Tigers taking on the Yankees after a sweep of the White Sox. And here's our 5-4 team going up against a $300 million plus Yankees roster with Mize, Skubal, and Flaherty. We're throwing them at the likes of Aaron Judge and Volpe and Chisholm. Can the Tigers slow down the Yankee bats, which have been on fire to open up the season? An MLB high, 25 home runs, a team OPS of 950. Hey, man, afternoon games. Everything's moved to the afternoon because of the weather. I hope people can embrace it and get a chance to create a little early season Detroit Tiger buzz. You know, a win today, a win Tuesday, a win of this series, Scott. And I feel like we might get people really, really hyped about our baseball team because I throw out the Dodger series data points. Others don't want to do that. Got it. But I don't think it's a relevant particular series compared to the series you play against American League teams.
Well, we're going to see how good the pitching staff is, right? Because the Yankees are off to this tremendous start, 25 home runs. They average 8 runs a game. It's awfully good. However, this Tiger team against the Yankees last year, they held the Yankees to they kept them pretty much in check. I think it was like 8 runs in a 5-game or 4-game series. So they did well enough against them last year. This year's a different year. The torpedo bats are here. We'll see what kind of impact that has. The cold weather is definitely here. That may have a serious impact. But you know what can the Tigers pitching staff do against that offense? It's a big test.
Last chance to get your champ and chump votes in. Do so now. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Look, you want that green, lush lawn this summer. You got to make sure you do the right thing and call the great folks over at Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number, or go to naturalwaylawn.com. And for a limited time only, you purchase the full lawn program. You get free grub control, but you have to mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1 the ticket. You want to get green and stay green. How about saving some green? That's what happens when you prepay. Call by the end of the month and get that early bird discount. And you're going to make sure that you're taking care of crabgrass. You don't want to see it. If you see it in the summertime, it's too late to treat for it. You want to make sure that first application is in play already. It'll take care of that crabgrass for sure. And despite how cold it is, you got to start thinking about this. Summer is right around the corner. Natural is awesome. They use fewer chemicals. They have environmentally sound practices. They're a local company that's been around for about 35 years. It's a company I've used for nearly a dozen years. I love what they do with my lawn. My lawn looks fantastic. It's a 100% satisfaction guarantee. That's what you want. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Open lines 248-539-9797. Feedback pouring into the Carson Anderson inbox. On Alexander Ovechkin, I'm in the minority, but I don't like Ovechkin. Not even close to the player that Gretzky is. He still has less points than Sid the Kid in his career.
He's a pure goal scorer. That's what Alex Ovechkin is. I mean, yeah, he had plenty of assists in his career too, but not at that rate. No. But the fact that he scored one more goal than Wayne Gretzky did in the same amount of games, I mean, it's Wayne Gretzky's record. It used to be Gordie Howe's record. That's an amazing record. That maybe this one's he's going to put it out of reach playing another couple of years. Who knows?
Regarding the Red Wings, well, if they win tomorrow against Montreal and win their game in hand, they'll only be 2 points behind with 4 to go. That's from Joe and the Thumb. Ken and Ipsy, my Red Wing stance is they have one more game to prove they have a chance. A regulation win tomorrow against Montreal will keep me invested. Anything less, I'm out. I'm so tired of these dead wings. I'm ready for the season to be over with. They provide no hope for us this year. The Red Wings are terrible, and the only reason they're even remotely in it is because the Eastern Conference is also terrible. I don't think Steve knows how to build a team at the major league level. He's a fine drafter, but terrible trades and free agency. We're going to be stuck in the mud until he's gone, which is a whole other topic. But I mean, I think there's valid questions about Yzerman's ability. Sure. It's been given a long time, and we're in the same position we've been in. Now, a few years from now, when all these players are here, and if they do right thing with cap space that's going to be opening, I would look at this as a team that has a chance to be really, really competitive at the highest level in a couple of years. But whether or not Yzerman should be the man making those calls is a valid question.
Look, there are some terrible teams in the NHL. I don't think the Red Wings are terrible. I don't think the Red Wings are – I think they're mediocre.
No, we've seen terrible.
Chicago is terrible, but Chicago's got a lot of young talent that are going to be growing in the next couple of years, and that's a team to look out for. Nashville, terrible team. San Jose Sharks are a terrible team. The Red Wings are light years better than that team. Now, those teams have some really young players that maybe they catapult past them at some point if the Red Wing players don't develop, but I don't think that's the case. I think the Red Wings are going to have plenty of guys develop. The problem is this year. We want to win this year, or at least we want to see a playoff game this year. And we were teased. And the month of March showed up and just dashed all the hopes, and now we're left with this prayer that happens tomorrow night. If they can beat Montreal tomorrow night, maybe, just maybe, but look at the rest of the schedule. The next 5 games are against playoff teams. So it's the toughest road to go for any of the teams that are left in contention for that final playoff spot.
And this text, right now seems like a great time to bet the Red Wings to make the playoffs. You know what they are to make the playoffs right now?
I would imagine it's like plus 1,000.
It's plus 1,300.
Okay.
So bet 100, win 1,300. Bet 10, win 130. Okay, whoever you are, I wish you'd signed your text. I'm going to go heavy here. I'm going to do it.
You're going to go heavy.
I'm going to go heavy. You know what that means for me?
5?
I'm going $3.
Okay.
To win 39. Scoff all you want. I comfortably place my bet. $3 at plus 1,300. Who's with me? Actually, who's with the texter? It wasn't my idea. Regarding my love, this is going to be the summer of mustard-based barbecue sauce in the Karsh household. A lot of feedback here. Carolina vinegar sauces are absolutely the best. Kinder Gold Private Selection Carolina from Kroger. That's from KP. Here's an interesting one. This is an unnamed texter. I was in a ghetto-esque area of Mississippi, and these guys made what they called hood sauce. It was the finest mustard-based barbecue sauce I've ever tried. These guys could make millions with that recipe.
Oh, boy.
Now, my favorite named barbecue sauce of all time is the Rufus Teague brand. Have you seen that on shelves? It's called Rufus Teague Made Some Sauce. That's the name of the barbecue sauce.
Okay.
And I do like the name Rufus Teague Made Some Sauce. I don't know if they have a barbecued one. Hood sauce is an interesting name. But this guy says it's the best he's ever had. Doug Sticky Fingers Carolina Gold is the bomb. Okay, good to know. Carolina Gold sauce at Trader Joe's, $2.99, and so good. Unnamed texter, Doug, I'm a barbecue guy. We run competition barbecue out of Westland, Michigan. Try Uncle Ham's Bourbon Gold Mustard. Uncle Ham's Bourbon Gold Mustard, outstanding mustard-based barbecue sauce.
Uncle Ham?
It said Uncle Ham's with an S. Have you ever heard of it?
No. So he's got an Uncle Ham?
Yep. All right. All things I will take under consideration. Big fan. Big fan. We didn't get a chance to talk about the Vladimir Guerrero Jr. contract.
Uncle Sam's, maybe?
He said Uncle. I mean, he wrote Uncle Ham. The S and the H aren't particularly close to one another on the keyboard, but
not.
Do you want to look it up? Do you want to do a deep dive?
I just did a quick look. I can't see anything.
Okay, so you think it's Uncle Sam's?
Uncle Sam's is what comes up, but who knows? Maybe it is Uncle Ham.
Vlad Guerrero Jr., 14-year, $500 million contract. Your thoughts?
That's a lot of money.
Yep.
It's a lot of years.
I thought this was over. I thought this was done deal. He's not re-signing there.
Right. But he left the door. Well, that's not true. He left the door open for Toronto, but it sounded like he wasn't going to be dealing with this during the course of the season. Now, maybe they said, look, we're gonna negotiate. It may take into the first week or two of the season, and let's get it done. They got it done. But that's a mess load of money. Was it like 40 something a year?
Mm-hmm.
For 14 years that's the part that you're like, really? You just did it for 14 years. That's an awful lot of money to give somebody.
So this is a massive, massive, massive contract. My first thought was, who is his agent? Is it Scott Boras? Because on our immediate agenda is signing up Tarek Skubal, locking down Tarek Skubal for a long time.
Perhaps Riley Green.
Vlad Guerrero's agent is not Scott Boras.
Yeah, I think Vlad Guerrero Jr. looked at the Juan Soto number and said he wants in $500 million range. Well, you got your $500 million.
Mm-hmm.
I think that Toronto is going to regret this.
You do?
Yeah. I think Vlad Guerrero Jr. is a really good player, but I also think that there's evidence that suggests that perhaps he's not going to be too much better than what he has been. Have teams kind of figured him out? When you give somebody that kind of a contract, are you looking for a little bit of a letdown? He's staying in Toronto. I'm not sure if that's going to be thrilling for him. But good for him. Got the money, got the term. I'm surprised at it.
I mean, there's no way he signs there if he's, quote, not thrilled, right? I mean,
I think when you see $500 million, when you just got a contract for $500 million, you probably feel pretty good about the contract.
I would think that you wouldn't sign, even that you wouldn't sign if you didn't want to be there. Because that's basically the commitment for the rest of his career. You will play only in Toronto.
Well, are you losing money because you're going to Toronto instead of signing somewhere in the United States?
Right now, I don't know, man.
Well, you know what I'm saying. I'm just with that part of it.
Right
it's
now.
Just no. It's the Canadian dollar versus all right. Right.
I mean, right now.
We're going to revisit this in a couple months. We'll see how things work out. Let me just check something here.
Don't look at anything now, please.
That's all right.
No, it's not. Please don't look at anything now.
Coming back a little bit today.
Anyway.
Goodness.
Yep. So look, it's the type of thing that, you see massive contracts. You know that our guys, we're going to have some guys that are due, not right away, but.
Well, I'd like to hear some kind of discussion about getting it started for Riley Green.
Yep.
You're starting to see some of these contracts given to the younger players early, well before that they're free agent eligible, and the numbers that they're getting, they're not massive deals. I mean, they're good deals, but they're not like the $30 million a year deal. I wonder if you can get something done with Riley quickly.
It'd be cool. I mean, that's a player that, like Skubal, hope is here long term, but we'll see. Hey, big series, Yankees in town. Let's move the needle here, Tigers. Take care of business in this 3-game set against the Yankees. Casey Mize, Gator, Casey Mize. How real is he? God, I hope this is just a continuation of what has been a very linear, straight line up.
Listen, if their 1-1 guys continue to play the way that they've started here, gone into the spring and then translated into the regular season, this is massive for the Tigers to get these guys back to playing well.
Yep. Torkelson came through for them yesterday. Rico Beard is sauntering into studio. They got a short show here today. Rico, what's on the top of the food chain for topics in leading into Tiger baseball?
Tiger player who could change your mind about this team.
There you go. Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Oh, that sounded like me watching Duke collapse. Now I owe Rico several lunches. How is everybody? We are going to take you should be. You should be.
Go Cougs.
I gave you your gift certificate. And now you just tell me when you want your lunches, plural. We're going to get you to Tiger baseball, but we're not going to waste any time because I have a topic, something
honestly, we were looking at doing last week. Certain things came up where we couldn't get to it, and I think it's worked out better. It's about Spencer Torkelson. So with the Yankees in town, my only misgiving is I wish it was Tigers-Yankees on a beautiful summer night or summer afternoon. It just feels like a bit of a waste in this weather. But I'm excited to see Mize pitch today, but that's not the topic. The topic is Torkelson, and I think I've created a metric. And it's not wins above Maton like a couple of years ago.
Which was a classic.
But that actually upset some people. Too bad. Torkelson is off to a really good start. First 9 games, he's got 1,000 OPS. A 195 OPS plus. Essentially, he's twice as good as a league average hitter. Now, I don't think any of us believe he can keep that up. And that's not a shot. It's just reality. If he kept it up, he'd be Miguel Cabrera. This is not about, and this isn't gotcha radio either. I wrote him off. You wrote him off. Your mother wrote him off. Everybody wrote him off. He's 25. He's off to a really hot start. I want to know if the value I'm putting on him is too little, too much, or just right. Okay?
Okay.
If Spencer Torkelson is 75% of what we're watching, an 800 OPS, not 900 or 1,000, well above league average at about 720, right? Figure an OPS plus of $120. Okay? If he is that is the difference between the Tigers being an 83-win team and a 90-win team. 248-539-9797. Look,
7 games.
I think Torkelson being an impact bat is a 7-game differential.
Well, he got you one Sunday. I like
see why this topic worked out perfectly.
I like where you're going with this because he owes you 6 more.
And again, you guys know what I think about Kerry Carpenter. We've seen the power early from Riley Green. I know they're imperfect. I understand the injuries. I'm saying Torkelson was a guy none of us really relied upon. It was hopium. But if Torkelson is the big right-handed bat they refuse to sign, and you pair him in a lefty-righty-lefty stack in the order with Green, Tork, Carp, I think that's the difference between 83 and sadness and 90 and winning this division. The Torkelson factor. Too little, too much, just right. 248-539-9797. And I've given you the particulars.
No, Mike, it is very interesting because they didn't get the right-handed bat. I don't know if they thought that he was going to be this person because when I saw the stuff that he did in spring training, because we wanted to do a topic of, hey, is this going to last? Do you think this, between him and Mize, like which one of these do you think is going to actually continue? I'm watching him go out there and I think he saw the face of the abyss and realized I'm not that close to being, I'm very close to being out the league. I got to get my stuff together. I got to fix this swing. I got to do whatever it takes. I got to listen to people because I think the biggest part was it sounded like he wasn't willing to really take instruction. He was going to figure this out on his own. Whatever happened, he looks like a new person up there. You see the confidence. You see the swagger.
You get 6 extra base hits in 9 games. It's impactful.
I know that, yes, water will find its level, but I think the water level may have risen with him.
Okay.
So I'm going to say, yeah. And I'm going to give you the 7 games because he's got one in his pocket right now.
So just right?
Yeah.
Okay. Also at 2:05, let's get this out of the way. Limited show today. I do want to live up to cliche and stereotype. Imagine if you had Wyatt Langford. Okay. Kenny Cobb.
Hey.
Game-winning bomb Saturday. You know I sent you that text.
Yeah, yes, you did. Did you see what Clark's? He had like 6 walks.
Yeah, in a high school game.
Yeah, dude, Max Clark hit a home run. Did you see that?
Yes, in the California Penal League.
Yeah, no.
Ricky Vaughn.
I mean, come on. That's all. Kenny, I know we got limited time. I had to make sure I delivered that today.
No, it was important. You got to get the Wyatt Langford blast out of the way on a short show. That's absolutely
Go
important.
ahead.
No, I was just thinking, like, in terms of this batting order, if Tork is everything that he's been, or 75%, as you put it, even 60%.
Take it easy.
I feel like this comes close to solving your Carpenter problem of him not being able to bat both-handed pitchers left and right.
He has a homer off a lefty. Shut your mouth.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though, is that now you can feel more comfortable batting him against a lefty because you have Torque producing at a pace that you never thought was possible out of
Here's the comp. All right, I want to offer this. Let me show you what it can be in another city. The difference between 83 and 90 for a team like the Guardians is Kyle Manzardo. Now, Manzardo was a former top prospect. They got him in a trade. He's all bat, no glove. Manzardo hits, they're going to be a problem. He doesn't, their lineup looks totally different. Torque, to me, has the same impact for you. So, again, I think moving forward, Rico said it. All right, 7-game value. He's already got one in his pocket. I think he's really the difference between 83, 84 wins and 90. If this is real. And I don't know if it is. It's 9 games.
No, see, and I would simplify it and just say he's the difference between you winning this division. Getting enough games to win this division, because 87 games may be enough to win this division. And he may be the person that gets you over that top. If you get to 90, I think it's a shoe-in.
Yeah, well,
you've gotten it.
And that's kind of the way I look at it too, Rico. It's like, if you just, what's the number you know you're winning it? 90. And it's like, if this is real, and again, 800 OPS, 850, fine. 1,000 is inconceivable. I mean, that's a Vlad Guerrero, Wyatt Langford type season.
But yeah, he turned to see. I mean, he went from probably not going to be on the opening day roster. Everybody got injured. Wait, Torque, come back from Toledo. We need you. Help us out. And he's taking full advantage of this.
Yeah. So is it real? I don't know. And I think anyone who tells you they do or don't know after 9 games, it's a fool's errand. It really is. It's like predicting global economics right now. I mean, no one knows. So I'm just taking it at face and asking you a fun question. Not what's your favorite pickle. I'm asking you, is Torkelson worth the 6 games? That it's probably going to take. Look, there is no Parker Meadows. For how long? Who the F knows? Yeah. There is no help coming from the minor leagues. Sorry, it's not 2027.
Clark?
No. So if Torque is real, they win the division. If he's not, they're an 83, 84 win team. David, you're shaking your head. Have I taken it too far?
Look, you all know where I stand with Torque. And
we know.
For a long time with Torque, going into this season, I really was just like, he's here. It's just whatever. I'm not willing to say he's a 7-game difference yet.
Okay.
If that's allowed. I'm just not
what
ready
do you mean?
yet.
It's not North Korea. What are you going to be hauled off to the gulag because you have a different sports opinion?
I just don't know with this guy. I hope that he's a 7-game difference. I truly do.
See, David,
I'm excited with what I see, though.
I'm believing it because you see confidence up there.
Which is a total difference.
Last year, he was just hoping and trying anything to work. Now, all of a sudden, it clicked, and he feels like I belong in the major leagues. I'm never going back to Toledo. As a matter of fact, I'm going to live up to my expectations and be one of the key pieces to this Tiger team.
See, you made up a great point because we were watching opening day, home opener on Friday. And when he worked the count to get that, and that was not the first time he did it all year. You just wanted to kind of see it. And he did it again Friday. And I'm like, okay, you're right, Rico. He looks comfortable here.
There's a level of confidence.
He sees the pitch. Right. He knows what's coming.
David, to use the cliche, the game has slowed down for him.
Oh, wow. Cliche bingo is on fire to start this puppy.
Wyatt Langford.
That's you damn Skippy.
You know, the sound the ball makes when it hits that bat, just different sounding from Torkelson.
The fans are running out on the field. All right.
They're about to go very fast.
Tiger baseball. 2-4-8-5. Always.
No,
all right. We've hit them all.
No,
Good
but
night,
really,
everybody.
He just looks like a different person at the plate.
So, people, if this is your Spencer Torkelson, 2K25, do you believe he represents the difference between being an also-ran and winning this thing? I do. Because this team, how many years I remember, and it was before Rico joined, it just, how many years I would bemoan. Rico likes to hearken. I like to bemoan. God, they need left-handed power. God, they need left-handed power. Pull field. Never had it. Never had it. Never had it. Now all we say is, sweet Jesus, they have the left-handed power. They have the left-handed bats. We need a right-handed bopper. Well, the impact of that on your order cannot be understated. And let's face it, unless Colt Keith is going to hit, and I mean really hit, he can't be your everyday first baseman. So whether Tork is in the lineup as your DH or as a first baseman, he could be in the lineup every single day as that bat. I think that's a 6-win differential, and we're having some fun with it headed into Tiger baseball. I only wish it was 80 and sunny for everybody, because it is fun when the Yankees come to town and you can boo my team. It's exciting.
Yeah. I thought about going down there. No, I thought about going down there, and then I'm just like, it's going to be freezing.
Oh, you don't want to wear your parka?
No.
You didn't have your snowshoes on?
Torpedo bats. No.
Hey, we love the torpedo bats. 248-539-9797.
Maybe we can get Torque a torpedo bat.
You don't need one.
Imagine him with one.
Torpedo? Is that what you're suggesting?
Oh.
Yes. Right there. Maybe they can put that in the team store since they won't stock Kerry Carpenter jerseys.
They're getting there.
How's that food down at home plate?
You know what?
Too
short a show for me to get my balls broken about something silly.
What I found out, you're allowed to go upstairs and get some things from the concession stand.
Wow! A Zeppelin!
Ooh, a voucher. Here you go.
Joe Bucks.
Beats nothing.
Okay.
Wow, that's way back.
Here's Rico Beard.
Yeah. All right. Planet Fitness, ladies and gentlemen, Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that support any fitness journey. There's over 50 Planet Fitnesses throughout the Metro Detroit area, and right now, for a limited time, you can join Planet Fitness for $1 down, $15 a month. And you can go into Planet Fitness, and they have all types of new equipment, including plate-loaded hack squats, supine bench presses, and seated calf machines, along with free weights, along with treadmills, you name it, they have it, Stairmasters, and convenient hours that will fit your schedule and your timeline. Free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers. They're going to focus specifically on you. So head into your local Planet Fitness right now. $1 down gets you started. After that, it's just $15 a month. You can go online at planetfitness.com, or you can just stop in any of your local Planet Fitness places to get started, or you can even use the free Planet Fitness app. Planet Fitness, we're all strong on this.
Personal injury of any sort is personal. Injury attorney David Feminino, he has dedicated his career securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who've been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring you get the care you need, put your life back together after an accident. You call David, he answers personally. Call David Feminino, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. Okay, we are going to get to your phone calls. I've asked the Torkelson impact if he is this or if he's anything close to this. Isn't it the difference between winning 83 and 90 games? He's the right-handed bat you didn't sign. Before we do anything else, can we just go back to what just took place going into the commercial break? You treated Rico like he was Joaquin Phoenix in minute 7 of an Oscar speech, and the backing band starts to play, and then the credits are rolling. David, the man wasn't even done telling you about Planet Fitness, and you just straight up spine 97. What happened there?
The Sandman came out.
Go to sleep.
I don't know what I was thinking there. I have no clue what I was thinking there. Give me a second. I'll get it. Give me a second.
Okay. Hey, everybody. Hey, Planet Fitness.
I was like, I still had 2 seconds left.
They just started to play him off.
What does to play us out mean? All right, ticket text
here's
first.
Sting with.
What does play us out mean?
Someone says, I'm not ready to go there yet with Torkelson. And remember, Chris Shelton got off to a great start, too.
Yeah, no, I knew people were going to go with the Chris Shelton thing. I think this is different because I think Tork, he started off, he fell off, and now I think he's found out what it takes to be a major league player.
Look, it's okay to dream, and I'm not saying it's real. I'm saying if it's mostly real. You're suspending disbelief for a minute, and look, a month from now, maybe we're having a different conversation, like, why does this guy exist? 248. But bottom line, 9 games in, game winner yesterday, 6 extra base hits, an OPS of nearly 1,000. Why not have a little fun for a minute?
I know, but I think a lot of Tigers fans will say the Chris Shelton, the Brendan Bosch. They'll bring up it's just,
actually, can we start cutting off just every sentence? Hold on.
Tiger baseball.
Yeah.
Up next.
And the fans are running on the field. All I want is this. Before we go to Tiger baseball, can I get a replay of the end of that live read?
I'm working on it.
Thank you. Let me go to Mike in Rochester Hills. Mikey, what's going on, buddy?
Not much, guys. How are you?
Excellent. Good. What's on your mind?
Good. I attribute Tork's had a good start to the year. He's been in the best shape of his life coming into spring training, if we're going to go with cliches.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah. No, Cabrera's really in the best shape of his life. Okay.
Yeah, it's the best shape he's ever been in. But Tork's approach from the start was nothing but impressive. I mean, he had 4 walks and then a home run on opening day. That was amazing. And then yesterday, that game-winning hit was against a righty on a fastball, and he hit it hard to the pull field, which I don't think he's ever done in his career.
Yep.
He's hitting fastballs off righties, and even if he's going to go 1 for 4, they're hard-hit doubles to the gap. He's hitting the ball so much harder on a line, and that's what you can use in between a Kerry Carpenter and a Riley Green. Yep. Guys that are trying to launch the ball, if you know that you got 2 lefties that can hit bombs off you, and then in between that, it's a righty that's going to hit the ball hard with some power, that's a good middle-of-the-order lineup, and they're all 25, 26, 27.
Yeah. No, and I mean, Mike, in the absence of your X factor, which is Parker Meadows, do you believe if this is Torque, it is the difference between 83 and 90?
I do, because at this point, I don't really want to see the Colt Keith experiment at first base anymore. The right side of the infield is lacking defensively, and while Torque is not a plus WAR player on defense, he's at least going to be league average, and he's not going to cost you games, which we've already seen Colt Keith do defensively.
Yeah, the Colt Keith
he may not be great.
It's a thing. And here's your prop, Mike. Again, this is the issue. You compounded an issue. Instead of fixing second base by moving Colt Keith, you kept it equally as bad or worse. because Gleyber Torres is a bad second baseman, and he won't play third, and Keith can't play third. So I hate to break it to you. Here's the pathway. Keith's going to play against most righties at first, and Tork's got a DH, and then the inverse takes place. When it's a lefty on the mound, maybe Tork earns his way into the lineup more in the field. I don't know, Mike. I don't know what they're going to do.
Yeah. And the other thing, and it's, again, an early return on the season, but everybody's favorite Harvey is kind of starting to wake up a little bit. So if you can get two right-handed bats that are producing more than they have in the last 4 or 5 years, I think those two combined can get you 7, 8, 9, 10 wins to win the division.
But the problem with Baez is this. Now, Mike, I want to stop you there for 1 second because, look, Baez had a 516 OPS. It was the lowest OPS in the history of baseball. Anything's up from there. I'm just not ready to go there.
You're right.
Okay? I just respectfully.
625. That's up.
Right. Still a full 100 points below league average.
But it's up.
Okay, you win. Let's go to Matt on a cell. 97.1. Matty, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. So,
afternoon.
I'm in for Torkelson. I'm hopeful he's going to do good things for this season. I was at the game Saturday. I caught one of the home run balls. I broke my thumb doing it, but I stayed for the entire game. I didn't go to the hospital till the game was over. I didn't feel like it. I'm rooting for him, man. Torkelson's going to do good things.
So is he the difference between 84 and 90?
I think so. If he keeps up the good work and puts the work in for practice and, doing what he's supposed to do on the team, I think he's the difference.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is the hard part, Matt. And I know people don't – I don't know. I've just never been the type. You can't do live radio and be remotely compelling and let's just let it play out all the time. Or when it's been years. You got to make a call at a certain point and go, you know what? I don't know. I can trust this guy. All right, guilty as charged. But breakthroughs happen in baseball all the time. And they're weird. A lot of them are cosmic. And you're like, wait, huh? And whether it's Santander with a 40 home run year last year, or who the hell is Brent Rooker for the A's? Like, there's a million guys like this. So maybe it's our turn. I don't know. It's 9 games. Right. It's day to day.
Like I said, to me, it just feels different. And we can have no unity until we stop the black on black crime. There will be no unity.
Oh man, that was great, David.
So here's how it originally sounded.
Yeah, hold on. Let's get this replay. I got to hear this.
Tagline, just getting over. He just ignored.
He's talking too long. Get him off stage. Oh, man. Thank you for that. That was fabulous. Now, what were you saying?
Nothing.
No, we can't do a show like that. Just come on.
I forgot what I
Oh,
was
jeez. I'm sorry. All right, let's give Rico a chance to regroup, and we'll get you into Tiger baseball. And I don't want to bury the lead either. Casey Mize, now you get a real test. Now, this ain't the Mariners out there. And I'm not telling you the Yankees are any great shakes. There's no Soto, lost Giancarlo Stanton, Dominguez not in the lineup today, but it's still the Yankees, right? It's not the Mariners.
Right.
So it's a nice level up here, and we get to see, okay, can Mize stack what I thought was maybe the best game he's ever pitched? Can he do it again? It's just, again, why this weather? What are we doing here?
Maybe it's their advantage. I don't know. Maybe the cold weather slows down the torpedo bats.
Yes, I'll go with that. Yeah. Weather eventually will warm up. I know at some point it will. So home improvement projects.
90.
No, come on. Wait a second now. Getting your roof and windows inspected. Now I'm scared he's going to break in and yank me off stage. All right. Victor's Home Solutions has you covered. Freeze and thaw cycle of winter is challenging to say the least. Micro cracks in the roof. You can develop cracks. You can also break the seal with some of your windows. Water can get in. Let Victor's get out there. 21-point video roof and window inspection. They'll go over everything. And the best part, you can catch minor problems early and fix them with an inexpensive repair. So if it's time for a new roof or windows, Victor's has you covered. prompt follow-up, on-time appointments, and clear communication. So, you want to get it done? Call Victor, 734-773-1100. Not yet, David. 734-773-1100 or online at victors.com. All right, that's enough. I mean, I'm telling you, he's a problem. You versus him. Tiger baseball coming up in a couple of minutes. Also tomorrow, I just want to do a programming note. We're going to be on after Tiger baseball, and barring something seismic in that game, we have a very emotional intervention we're going to do with one Kenneth Cott. Because if I know our sweet prince, Kenny Cott, I know what tomorrow is going to be. The man says in the hope versus die debate, he just wants the team to die. But you know, Kenny tonight is going to be on Rosetta Stone learning French. He's all set for Wings in Montreal tomorrow night. And we're going to have an intervention. You can't go back to your ex.
I feel like a mass mischaracterization of my my person has been taking place just now.
it's Kenny. It's why when I ask you the question, like, are you done? And you're like, well, no, it's hockey. And I'm going to, okay.
I will always watch because I love hockey. I love hockey.
No, Kenny, I'm not faulting you.
Can we get Jeff Van Vonderen in here from Intervention?
No.
We see a bunch of people here who love you like crazy.
All
We
right.
feel like we're losing you.
I understood when you said that. That's why I'm like, you know what? That's fine.
The most humane thing that could happen is Rocket Richard, 4 goals tomorrow night, and the Wings are dead.
I have no problem with
the most humane thing is when all
Marcel
of a sudden
Dion?
the Wings are mathematically eliminated from the playoffs. Then Kenny can finally say, it was a good run.
Thaku Koivu showing up.
Yes. Boom Boom Jeffrey on, the inventor of the slap shot. All right. But we're going to do that tomorrow. I'm very excited because Kenny, okay, you sleep on it. I know what's going to happen tomorrow.
I feel as comfortable as anybody. You guys are the one putting this on me. I
Okay.
feel just fine.
Oh, boy. Also today, outside of the Torque topic we just did, Casey Mize. It's not under the radar. It should be front and center. He pitched so well to start the season. And look, I'll be honest. This is part of the reason where when Cobb gets back, it's probably Job that goes down. I mean, if Mize is able to step forward, this is another one of those X factors.
Yeah.
Obviously, you'd love both Job and Mize to be awesome, and we never have to look at Alex Cobb, but so be it.
Right, but I think Job going down, they can control him and then bring him back later on in the year.
Yeah, and he was
keep the service.
He was fine enough. The first start, I can't blame him. I mean, he waited an hour on the bench while the team was putting a crooked number up in the first. You're on the road.
I mean, it's a great problem to have.
It is.
They've given you runs, but you were ready to get this thing going.
David, a couple of ticket texts, though. And Kenny, just get a good night's sleep tonight. Prepare. Like, this is going to be emotional for you tomorrow. You know it. Okay. And you know your boy Mountbatten's in net tomorrow.
Sam Montembeau? He's
Lord
in net?
Mountbatten to
Mountbatten.
Let's go.
Torque being good would be so fulfilling as a Tiger fan to have Green and Torque lead the team from the plate and a Cy Young on the mound. That would be amazing for this franchise.
Well, think about this too. I mean, if Torque is able to be this version of himself, it will have taken 5 years. Kind of a reminder for all the Max Clark McGonigal truthers. It may not be a day one prospect like Wyatt Langford. Kenny, I got to get him in. It's a short show.
I'm with Mike. Torque can add 6 wins. He definitely is an impact bat.
What were you about to say? Go ahead.
No,
he was asking me a
Interrupt
question.
David the way he interrupted you.
No, I was actually, no, I'm not going to interrupt David. That's rude. But
Oh, okay.
no, I was just, no, because of the windows. I was like, is it raining out?
No, the world's ending.
Yeah, it's over.
This is your alien fantasy you've always propagated.
Says, David, you can go to hell. Torque will do the job.
Hold on.
Spencer is the man.
I just want to state for the record, telling a pastor to go to hell, even I have a problem with that.
Well,
he expressed himself, so.
I mean, I was feeling that way about 20 minutes ago.
You didn't say it.
Right.
Oh, someone says, I wish this wasn't a short show today. David, bombing Rico's comments is hilarious.
It's not if you're Rico.
Someone else says, this
David's
man.
playing the role of Kang today.
Well, no, he's here.
Well, I'm saying, but yeah, he's the co-host.
Oh, okay. Someone says, yeah, stop doing this, David. Rico's going to be shell-shocked. That's enough now.
Man, Rico looks over every time he's about to speak, and he's looking at Dave.
Rico hit the bell. Love that. I totally agree. Yes, I am torqued up. He will be the difference for the team this season.
Okay, well, there you go.
Before David cuts you off, Go ahead.
If Torque plus Baez can equal one decent right-handed bat, the Tigers will be in good shape.
Why can't
Let's
it
not
be,
add Baez.
Yeah, why can't it be Torque and Torres or Torque and Ibanez? Well, it has to be anyone but Baez.
Torque and the singing hot dog guy.
Right.
I have Torkelson potential 5 wins. Then I think Green can pick up the rest. And yes, that will get us to 90. That is Zach from Ann Arbor.
It would be really, really fun if both former number 1 picks who, look, everyone, including myself, at different points, I've just written them off. If both of those guys could end up being the backstop to, from an injury standpoint, what looked like a really tough season. If Mize can be 150 high-quality innings, and if Torkelson can be I don't want to put too much on the plate, it's 9 games, but if he can be one of your 4 best bats, all of a sudden it just takes on a completely different complexion.
Yeah, especially in this division.
Yeah, and we hold our breath for Parker Meadows because when you get into nerve issues and can't feel his arm and 60-day IL, I can't sit here and act like he's just waltzing back in June 15th.
Okay, am I a bad person that I'm just moving on without him? And if he shows up, it'll be a bonus. But
I'm not mad at you for that.
I've reserved the fact that I just don't see him playing this year with the nerve damage.
I'm not mad at you for that. People will be. I'm not. Because I understand why you're doing it. You're not going to set yourself up for disappointment. Right. And when he comes back or if he comes back, you're thrilled. People will take that as something else.
Right, because I would look at it as the Tigers made this trade and they didn't have to give up anything. You just got Parker Meadows. Congratulations. You added to your lineup. I don't see him at all because the nerve damage. And you could try to put that on a timetable. As I told you, Mike, I'd rather he had a broken arm.
I'm going to wait.
At least I would know.
I want to wait until May 1st. I want to see what kind of update we get. I don't want to panic. It's bad enough he's going to be out 2 months.
It's not a panic. It's just, I hear you saying, I'm like, I just don't see it happening this year. And when it does, great. I look at it as a trade. You trade it, you got Parker Meadows, you're going to help this team.
Riley Green stays healthy. Look out for an AL batting title, potential Cy Young with Skubal and Tork and Mize reaching pick 1 potential.
Jesus, if you said 30 home runs, I'll live with you. You're going to hand away the Silver Slugger now? I mean, okay. I'll let it roll. Everyone's feeling good. This is what happens when you play the White Sox.
Correct.
Everybody feels like the king of the world.
See?
And that's fine.
Because it's the White Sox.
But it's why I didn't pull a Costa. Guy was over here ready to jump out the window when they lost to the Dodgers. I go, will you relax?
Everything just evened out. You weren't going to be that bad what you look like with the Dodgers, and you ain't going to be this good with the White Sox.
No, when Tork hit the walk-off, I'm like, okay, now we're even. This is what you want.
Mike, you're on crack. 7 more wins. Riley Green is the best player. He only gives us 5. So, no, I don't think Torkelson will get us to 90 wins this year.
Crack is a little aggressive there.
Very much so.
Okay. David.
Someone else says, one more. If Tork is worth 7 wins, how many do we offset for Harvey?
Probably about 3. Okay, listen, Tiger baseball's next. Mize on the mound. We'll talk to you guys after the game tomorrow. If you like pizza, Hungry Howie's got you covered. Right now, in fact, for the game, if you like. Flavored crust pizza, great offering.